it's time to ball.
Big mirror, huge mirror.
We ready for
This is great, bro.
Here we go, chat.
this was our year. We running the game, but this is question if he
Stole it.
on every play. The chances
Nah, it's how it's done.
doing it for the team. This is our time. It's our time.
Oh, you guys are just going crazy mode. I have ult and everything, like I've saved all that. I mean, I'm just doing this like ACD and just doing It's a Penta King! Oh, that's our Penta King!
Alright, everybody spray, everybody spray, everybody spray.
Welcome in, everybody, into the Creator Cup tourney day 2. And what you just saw there was unfortunately what we did miss from Mr. Kev Kaoki on Shimby's Ghost Wolves, pulling out that Penta. We are so back. My name is Lizadeth, and joining me today are my two favorite fellas from across the pond, Mr. TJ, DJ, and Tang. I think we might have a
DJ, muted.
mic.
Well, maybe I can start the introductions then for myself, of course. TJ, my chair 1. I'm gonna be chair 2. I'm also gonna be on the desk today, going over the games we have for you guys. We already had the day yesterday. It was a banger. I was watching it from home. I was absolutely vibing, watching the games, and yeah, that pentakill at the end, Kev. The guy to beat, I think, just going into this, they are going to be in the grand finals. We're not going to be quite there yet because there's going to be a few more games to play. Hopefully TJ has his audio stuff figured out. 1 second.
So
It's just going to be us two.
still don't hear you, TJ. Maybe in the settings of your mic of Phoenix.
I'm there. I'm
Oh,
there.
oh,
Oh,
oh. We're so back.
Did that work?
We hear you,
Hey,
TJ. Yes.
there we go. Wonderful.
Hey.
I literally did absolutely nothing. We did the old classic. We turned it off and on again, and hey ho, we're here.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being here, TJ. Way to make an entrance. We're in here. We are in here.
Well, I have a flair for the dramatic, Liz. What can I say?
Perfect. So happy to have y'all here again. We are in the same tournament. We had our first big rounds yesterday. Shimby and the Ghost Wolves really pulling it ahead as we're seeing this 1.6 patch in its full glory. But unlike yesterday, something that we have right up in front is a captain interview. And we all know and love him. And if you're on YouTube and you're wanting any help, we have the Cosmic Expansion Show. Cosmic!
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. It's always a pleasure to be on these shows and on these big streams. So it's an honor.
So good, cause I am loving the jacket. I must say, that is absolutely.
Oh, really?
fantastic.
You think so?
You knew you were on the big stream, so you had to make yourself a bit dapper. I appreciate it, man. But unfortunately, my question to you, I gotta cut straight to the chase, man. We are here because, unfortunately, your team and yourselves did lose that first round yesterday here. So lower bracket run for you. What have we learned, to be honest? Because was that one game just a blip, or have we learned a bit? We're coming back stronger. How's the mood right now?
Well, the team and I full-heartedly agree that Iggy is a problem and he will be banned. I never liked the character, and the fact that he has 4 turrets now, it just makes the problem even worse. So we're going to target ban him all the time.
Yeah, at the beginning, like yesterday, I saw you guys pop off at the beginning, but then like towards the mid to late game, that you guys struggled a tiny bit. Probably gonna be a lot of draft adaptation you guys can make. Just saw the Yurei being picked up as well by everybody. We also saw you guys with the Wukong in that last tournament. We have not seen him being picked up quite yet. What do you think are sort of the differences between Yurei and Wukong, and which hero do you guys prefer to play?
Well, out of the two, I think Yurei is the more tuned up character with all the low cooldowns that she has, with all of her abilities and just resetting constantly after hitting an enemy hero. Compared to Wukong, where he was strong at first, but now that he's gotten a little bit of a nerf, he's kind of fallen out of play. But in lane, I prefer Wukong, but in the jungle, I prefer Yurei.
Awesome. Yeah. So one thing I want to know is, going forward, what are we expecting to see, Cosmic? And before you leave here and get into that sanctuary, what are your final thoughts?
A whole lot of rocks.
Everybody
Just
clip it.
expect them.
Okay.
Just expect a whole lot of rocks being dropped down on the battlefield.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope that your enemy team takes that into accountability, but I'm so excited for that. Well, thank you so much, Cosmic, and we're so excited to see y'all down there, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
We love Cosmic in this household. It's so awesome to see him here. But again, before we get into things, though, we do have a bracket that I do want to go over to kind of showcase, because I did mention yesterday we kind of go over how this tournament's going to work.
Yeah, and you can see right here that the main thing with this one with the Creator Cup difference last time, of course, is double elimination as well. So we are basically doing the full run along the bottom of your streams there. You can see at the top though, yesterday, Shimi's Ghost Wolves locking themselves in for the grand finals, already one game up from the upper bracket run, and everyone else who got beaten from yesterday are back for one last try. So no second chance, I'm afraid, after this one. So for especially our first game of Ashcraft's Army versus Event Horizon, you know, loser goes home here, so every moment counts.
And it's gonna be such a long way as well to make it back to the grand finals. Of course, everybody that dropped down into the losers bracket can still make it back, but especially for Event Horizon and Cosmic, the captain we had the pleasure of talking to right now, they just have to win a few more games. First, they have to go through Ashkarov's army, then they have to go through Salsa and his side chips, and then they also have to beat Bear Force 1. But I think that the best way to sort of target that is to go one by one. And the Event Horizon, they are going to have a banger of a time doing it as well, I think.
I do agree with you. And like I said yesterday, I do love a comeback game. So if Event Horizon or Ashkaras team can come out here and crawl their way back up into that final game and give a run for their money, or even just pull out the win against the one-time winner of the Content Creator Cup, Shimby's Ghost Wolves, and take that crown from them, I think that would be so much fun. I will say though, boys, we do have one other interview before we go into this game. We have the Ogier. I hope I'm saying that right, Mr. Ogier. Welcome into the captain's desk. Awesome. I just want to make sure, you know, we were joking around about it off stream. We're like, Ogier.
Yeah, it's not the easiest name in the world. I get that. So, but yeah, you got it right. Spot on.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
So, yeah, it's great to see you here as well. And I'm going to basically throw the same question that I threw to Cos just earlier there. Because obviously you're down here because you lost that first game. So, you know, you've had time to reflect. You've had time to probably go over things right now. Have you learned much? Do you know what went wrong in that first game?
Yes, I think the big problem is they did more damage than we did, right? But on a more serious note, I think we all kind of learned something from there. I know, talking to the team, we've all watched the game a couple times now, analyzed it, gone back over it. We've made some decisions to kind of change how we're playing, and I think we're ready for today. I think we're good to go. I think it's going to be a fun day. I think we're back in this.
Oh yeah, I mean, hello from me as well, of course. Ogier was a banger of a game yesterday to watch. I think you guys 30 minutes or something. It was a really long game. You guys were powering through. Definitely. yeah, definitely was a joy to watch for sure. I'm also gonna ask about Yurei, the new champion. We've seen her in the jungle role every single time so far. Do you think that's gonna stay the way, or do you think it can also be flexed in some of the other roles, like into offlane or maybe even mid?
I mean, it's a real hard choice to not take her, right? She's in a really good position right now. She's still got that new hero glow, right? So I think any team that chooses to not take her is making a choice. So that's always a decision, but I think we're going to continue to see a lot of Yuri today. She's in such a good spot. She has so much power to deliver. She can really change the tide of things. So we'll just kind of have to see what people decide to do.
For sure, and especially in this tournament where she isn't bannable and can be mirrorable. But my big question for you, wrapping everything up before we send you off into the sanctuary today, is what are your final thoughts going into this? What is it? Yours, your team's? What is the final thought?
We're ready for our redemption arc, you know. That's kind of the unanimous thought across the board on the team. We had a last minute sub out, so that kind of shakes things up, but I think we're still prepared for it. So yeah, we're ready to go. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a lot of fun, and that's what this is about. So I'm ready to jump in there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being here, and good luck down there. Again, I'm a big comeback lover, so if y'all can pull this off, I'm here for the redemption arc. And good luck, okay?
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. How awesome is that? And, you know, the best part about this is, you know, maybe Choice did a little bit of cool, you know, timeline adjusting, but guess who our first matchup is? It will be Ashkarath and Event Horizon, those two team captains duking it off in this first match in the loser bracket.
Yeah, the loser bracket. As I said, Liz, you know, this is what we love to see about the double elimination. It's kind of that redemption arc. We all love an underdog story, that redemption, you know, and winning here starts the full gauntlet run as well, especially for like Ashcroft's army, for instance. You know, beating here, they're going to rematch against Salsa's team, who put them down to the lower bracket yesterday as well. So there's already a bit of storylines going for that way, and also the same for Cos and Event Horizon as well, meeting up against Bear Force 1 if they cast their first opponents. It should be a good one.
It is definitely going to be a good one. Also, like, you want to go to the very end, right? We see in game, we saw Kev actually in his pentaclip, right? At the end, spray the ground. They have their own spray in the game already from that last Content Creator Cup. So definitely gonna be hype for them, trying to make it, trying to beat them, trying to get into the grand finals themselves. But for both of these teams, of course, they have a very long way to go. And the first one, as we said, is going to be against each other. One best of one is going to decide the tournament life.
Yes, so again, still down here in this losing bracket, it is still best of one. It will not change into the final game. So again, yes, they have what I would like to say, maybe their second win, like Mr. Greystone over there. But after this, that is all they have. So let's go ahead and let's get into this draft. Let's not waste any time. We've got a draft ready for y'all. So let's go ahead and roll it and see what these teams are going to look like.
You know, and I really want to see how they've adapted from yesterday's games as well. There was a bit of a reason why I was asking as well, because I think me and Tang behind the scenes, we were watching back the games as well, making all of our notes, and you know, there's definitely a lot of takeaways for sure. I think what we saw a lot was not so much necessarily like composition or hero selections really, but more to do with play styles, more to do with discipline as well, stuff that you can kind of take into any game regardless here. So I'm not expecting too much of a shake-up here in the draft for now, but really I think the play style is what I'm most interested in.
I think something really interesting to note as well in terms of the heroes. I think it's actually beautiful that Cosmic said it. Like, he said the Iggy was a problem that was piloted by Crazy Fool in their first matchup yesterday. And for Ashkarov's army, they actually had the Iggy picked themselves, but they were struggling to make it work. So I think Cosmic, they said they want to ban it, which could make sense, right? Get the Iggy out of there. But for Ashkara's army, I think they just played a bit too passive yesterday. I think they don't want something like an Iggy. Instead, they want to have something that can actually engage onto the enemies. I think that was sort of their big problem yesterday. Granted, they made it 30 minutes into the game, so the Iggy, of course, did something, which was defending the base. But I think they want to sort of play a bit more offensive. That's sort of the conclusion that TJ and I got to just watching the games a tiny bit today, just watching it back, seeing sort of like how this game developed. And yeah, I think both of these teams really going to be interesting to see how they actually adapt to those games yesterday.
And like Cosmic said, they are going to go ahead and take out that Iggy mid lane. They don't want to see it. And I do agree with you. Maybe they wouldn't even have gone to Iggy there in that mid lane, but they don't want to take that chance. And of course, the Gideon, I think, might be a target ban right on back is, you know, get that Gideon out of here from Ashkarath.
I mean, just to make sure everyone is on the same page, when we had the interview with Cos, when he said about dropping rocks from the sky, that might have been a very subtle reference to the mid lane here in Prison. Just to make sure that we're all on the same page there. So Gideon taken off the board, that's fine, okay. But also, this is what Cos played yesterday. I don't think he played too bad on it either. So we get to see Cos having to play something a little bit different as well. Crunch taken off the board, Seraph off the board as well. Aggressive, in-your-face characters off the board as well. So I'm really looking forward to see how both these teams want to prioritize these first few picks.
Well, maybe Cosmic was actually playing chess all along, because maybe it was that rampage that they were actually looking for, not those Gideon rocks, but instead the fish monkey on land himself. Mostly seen in the jungle role, we've seen a bit of a pivot towards that off lane, even in the mid lane, honestly. Like, that guy can be played everywhere with the baby rage, of course. Tiny Titan just running people down everywhere. It's gonna be a beautiful hero to witness. 1.6 changed up the game quite a bit, and to a very positive degree, if I do say so. On the right hand side though, we do see double supports coming in, Muriel and Amon as well.
I do think that's really interesting for the first game here out in the losers bracket to make their way out. I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong, but this is definitely some interesting pickups. If you've ever watched anything I've ever hosted, you know I am a Muriel stan. I love a good Muriel. So this is going to be interesting, and she has some augments that are very phenomenal. But on the side of Event Horizon, they did go ahead and pick up that Aurora and the Twin Blast.
They did, yeah. And I mean, that Muriel always got to be something you look for when you're looking to dive, right? When you're looking into hard engage, global presence on the map, you can start a fight anywhere when you have got that level 6 available. So there's so many options, but right now, Ashcroft's army haven't actually chosen anything to do the dive, right? I guess if we have a Spider-Morn coming out there with those vines and then Reversal Portrait onto that, maybe at this point, but they have left quite a lot open there. So that can be hit in the ban phase. But for Event Horizon, we're just going for pretty standard. And it seems to be this Aurora and Twin Blast, which does keep returning up here in 1.6 as well. All of our teams seem to really like these picks here. So Aurora's had a very much a high draft presence throughout this event.
Yeah, talking about high draft presence, that Faye is not going to be present in this one. Gonna be banned away. I like both comps so far. I think for Ashkarov's army, though, they are very... they're limiting the support pool quite a bit. I was almost expecting a support ban to come in as well. Maybe get rid of the Nabash. You already have 3 kind of supports. I think Bellica can be counted as one of those heroes that can be flexed into the support role. So they're already tightening sort of the avenues that they can play for. And this Sparrow pickup, that is just going to tell the entire story, right? 3 supports together with the Sparrow, all eggs in one basket, but they're fighting against this Event Horizon team that does have the dive, that does have the Aurora, that can go in with that Cryoseism, with that Rampage, jumping in as well, with potentially the Tiny Titan. We don't know yet, of course, but that Sparrow, she has a lot of sort of safeguards, but if she falls, I feel like this right-hand side is not going to have much damage left.
Yeah, Sparrow's a phenomenal hero, but again, very squishy. So keeping her safe is top priority. And of course, the Event Horizon is going to go ahead and pick up the gadget here and the steel to round out their team. So coming in here, they're not going to go ahead and pick up that Yurei. They don't care.
Now, that is actually quite a surprise, I gotta say. I mean, Yurei has just been so high on everyone's minds right now. We can't be banned away, can be mirrored as well. And for Ashcraft's army, there is a slot for a jungle if they do want to take the Yurei here, but right now their composition is very much protect the president, protect that Sparrow. They're going to add the Yurei on top as well. I mean, why not? Yurei has been just an absolute monster, especially in the early game as well. I know, I think going on yesterday, Pinzo was putting up some mad numbers on that pick in the jungle, especially the first 10 minutes, and maybe that's what they need just to get them to that point, right? There's going to be so much priority onto this Yurei just to make the first 10 minutes at least somewhat playable, because when we hit late game, this Sparrow might just not die at all. There's so many ways to protect your AD carry here.
I think not only the AD carry, but also the Yurei, of course, as well, splitting sort of the fights with that augment as well, granting the damage reduction in ultimate, what most people pick, that allows you to play out these fights a lot more. Also resets, of course, the dash, as Yurei ultimate does, so that could be one of those avenues to play for. What I really want to highlight, though, as well, is that this offlaner is either going to be that Muriel or that Morn. I personally would prefer the Morn, because that would allow you to sort of feed on that lane as the Yurei. I think Morn has a lot of lockdown, doesn't have a lot of damage himself, but if the Yurei just keeps on coming around every 2 minutes, then that jungler can get pretty fed, and that might be one of those sort of ways that Ashkara's army can play for. I honestly really like this draft. The more I look at this, like, it's a bit unorthodox, but I think they've been cooking.
Okay. So before we do go ahead and throw it down to the Sanctuary, I kind of see where you're coming from, Tang. It sounds like you're kind of rocking with Ashkara's picks here, but TJ, where are you falling in these picks?
For Ashcroft's army, I can respect the vision. Like, we're lower brackets, first game of the day. Sure, why not go for it? If it works, amazing, or you go down in a blaze of glory, I respect it wholeheartedly as well. But it's a composition that has a lot of moving parts, right? There's a lot of ifs. If this happens, and that has to happen. All the cogs need to be clicking for this composition to work. Event Horizon is everyone just press the ultimate button and hope everybody dies. And there's a lot of simplicity to that, and it works quite well.
Yes.
So very much two completely different styles of draft here. I prefer Event Horizon's draft because, hey, I'm a play-by-play, right? I just enjoy particle effects and everyone just going, like, just obliterating themselves on ultimates there. But, you know, I respect both of these drafts.
Yes, that's so funny. And, you know, I definitely see that. Very dramatic endings, right? I totally agree, but ultimately, what we always say is that we don't know until we go ahead and drop down into the Sanctuary and let them figure it out, and we watch along the way. So going down in there, we're going to go ahead and pass it over to my favorite boys on this side of the pond, Mr. Ego and Mr. F6.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. It's your favorite combo, E Squared, rocking with you today. It's your main man, Ego, alongside the man, the myth, the legend, F6, for today's Game 1 debut.
Yo, what's up, Ego? What's up, chat? What's up, Pred gamers and viewers? We got an absolute banger here for you here today. Game number 1 of day 2, the losing bracket. We're going to see everybody fighting for their right to kind of verse SGW here at the end of the day in the finals.
I mean, and that is what it's really about, trying to climb your way up to have the opportunity to challenge what looked like the most dominant content creator team we've ever seen. They definitely made a statement as to why they're the champions, and both of these teams, they're looking to be the challenger.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally excited for this one. This one's definitely going to be a very interesting one here. Cosmic with the fashionable jacket. He looks like he's ready to show out here today. So we're going to see what he's going to have to play on down to the Sanctuary as the match gets ready. But Event Horizon looked really well yesterday, but we saw on the ban stage, they took out that Gideon where Cosmic was piloting it into his first match. He looked pretty decent with it, so that out of the way, I don't want to see how he's going to play into it today with what the comp has set for him.
I'm going to be honest, I really do like Event Horizon's draft all in all. As Tang did said, I do think that on the other side, Ashcraft Army have most definitely been cooking, but I'm a simple man. I like peanut butter and jellies. You're going to get an Aurora Oat, maybe a Silo. You're going to follow it up with the Tesla Dome, and at that point, we're just crossing our fingers and hoping the team fights over and it's going in our favor. Yes, I can see a lot of the things that could make this Ashkarath army composition good, but I mean, much like an army, they only care about these generals, and if they go down, they're going to be in shambles.
Shambles indeed. And one thing I do also want to point out was Tank was talking about is kind of figuring out where this Muriel and Morn are going to situate themselves. I totally agree with him here. The Morn definitely should be inside that off lane. I'm crossing my fingers, hoping that is where that Morn is. Because if you think about that Sparrow, the Sparrow doesn't want anybody near her. Yes, the Mesmerize can kind of create that peel, but a lot of times it's kind of the Morn bringing somebody towards them and kind of really without the real good mobility for her to really kind of escape. She kind of wants to create that distance, and the enhancements from that Muriel is going to help her out with that attack speed, with that shielding, and just with that Serenity as well to use her Q to get the extra on-hit damage with the autos.
I'm going to be honest, man. I've seen Morn in some pretty weird places. I've seen him over into the mid lane, a couple jungle Morns from time to time. But then again, I'm not really a ranked doer myself. I'm in the aluminum tier, so anything really goes. That being said, I do anticipate we are going to see this Morn being positioned over into this off lane, more than likely Bella to mid, and then the Muriel, who's going to be playing back into the Sparrow, give her a little bit of shielding, a little bit of protection. I do think one big concern I do have about not just the composition of Ashcraft's army, but the longevity of it is we've seen how important the early game is, especially in competitive Predecessor, and this team doesn't seem like they're going to be the strongest in some of these early fights around Fangtooth unless they're able to establish a decent lead.
I don't know, man. That Yuri to me just kind of sounds like, hey, it's an absolute menace. She's in a really good spot right now. I mean, we're just going to take a small little break here. We're still waiting on the replay, but we'll be right back, and we're going to get straight into that match.
Fear the forest, champions. Morn, the ancient warden of the woods, has awoken.
The forest awaits.
Morn is a legendary force of nature whose twisted sense of purpose compels him to cleanse the sacred woods by any means necessary. A vengeful guardian and heavy-handed hunter, Morn lures in unsuspecting trespassers and lost souls like a siren, preying on their wants and fears before ensnaring them forevermore, trapped in eternal darkness.
And so it begins.
Morn's primary ability is Contagion, where he unleashes a swarm of grotesque locusts on both enemy and allied players alike. The locusts deal magical damage to enemies and reduce their armor for a short duration. Allies, on the other hand, gain health restoration as well as bonus armor, enabling Morn to distribute cruelty and blessing simultaneously. Morn's secondary ability is Beguile, where he calls upon the spirits of the forest to conjure an alluring light, gaining damage reduction and slowing himself for the duration. Once fully channeled, or upon reactivation, nearby enemies are lured towards Morn, becoming mesmerized while taking magical damage.
Nature thanks you for your service.
Abduct is Morn's alternate ability, where he extends powerful vines towards a target to ensnare them before pulling them in. This ability can be channeled for a short duration to increase its range, but channel it for too long and the ability will go on cooldown, so timing is everything. Abduct is great for chasing down fleeing enemies. Try to combine it with Morn's Beguile ability to pull your opponents in and keep them mesmerized while your allies deliver the finishing blow.
Deeper I sink my roots.
Extract is Morn's passive ability, where he unleashes a longer range vine instead of a basic attack. The Vine deals bonus AoE magical damage and restores a percentage of Morn's maximum health, helping him to stay in the fight for longer or wave clear if he needs to. Morn's ultimate ability is Eclipse, where he briefly absorbs all light from the entire battlefield, causing massively reduced vision for all enemies no matter where they try to hide. During this time, Morn gains a huge boost of movement speed, making this ability perfect for setting up teamfights and getting the drop on unsuspecting enemies. Defensive items with high ability haste like Hexbound Bracers are great for helping Morn maintain his healing output. Windcaller can also be a good choice to buff the whole team as well as Morn's healing potential with his Contagion ability. Take up the mantle of the Woodland Warden with Morn. Coming to Predecessor on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Another amazing day for Predecessor Play Ads. We're going to be making our way into the game sooner rather than later. I promise. I know you're waiting on it. Until then, you're going to have to just tolerate us. It's E Squared talking to you here, F6. We left off talking a little bit about the draft, but I don't think either one of us made a call for which one we liked the most.
Man, you're always just putting me on the spot here, trying to
Like
just create some favoritism. I can't plead the fifth because we're here to entertain, we're here to inform everybody that is watching. But for me, I'm gonna go with Askarath here. Their army is just looking impeccable. I really like the Ure pickup and I really like the Morn pickup. I feel like that combo is just so unique. Being able to get mesmerized into those late game team fights on top of a Soul Storm sounds absolutely disgusting. You throw in a reversal of fortune, Sparrow just throwing out her inner flames, just burning everybody down. That's not really much that you can really ask for.
I'm going to be honest. I am not just going to be a little bit of a contrarian here, but I am going to disagree very slightly. You know me, I'm a peanut butter and jelly enjoyer. I like, white rice, no seasoning type of things. I like the simple life. And that was a lie. That was a lie. I would never eat something like that. That being said, though, I do like the simple things in life. Sunsets, walks on the beach, the composition of Event Horizon right now. As we touched on briefly, this is a game of big circles and bigger circles. If you're playing around that Fangtooth, still go get the big circle gadget. Drop the bigger circle on top of it and see if you're able to do even bigger damage. And with a composition that is simply so easy to execute on, I would like to think that maybe Ashcraft Army is going to buckle under just the raw damage of it while they have to think and play so much more strategically. That being said, I am kind of rooting for them. I do like these interesting compositions, especially when we get a peek at them in the comp scene.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, I do also see your point there. I mean, you're talking about big circles versus other big circles. I mean, you go in with the Soul Storm, you use that Mesmerize, but hey, here comes a gadget with that Disengage. Sounds a little bit threatening, right? But not threatening if you all die within the immediate nature of those two combos going off. And like I was talking about the Muriel Shield. So I guess we're just going to have to find out when we get ready to drop down to the Sanctuary. Somebody I do want to still highlight, though, is that hero pick of the Rampage, that Tiny Titan, the little MIDI ramp himself. Yes, he's smaller, but the damage is bigger, and we've already seen him nipping at ankles throughout this entire 1.6 patch. We saw him a little bit yesterday as well, and he's going to be something to watch out for. Man still has his CC, takes a little bit more increased damage, but my goodness, he is an absolute terror.
Oh, dude, that dude is absolutely terrifying, and it always kind of catches me off guard. As I said before, I'm not in bronze, I'm not in copper, I'm barely in aluminum. I might drop down in a wood tier here sooner rather than later if I don't step my game up. But when I see and I hear that sound cue for the Rampage ult, and the brother has the audacity to get smaller and start beating at my knees like old age, I get shaken in my core as my health bar expeditiously is getting reduced to 0. And we haven't had as much of an opportunity to see it here within the comp scene. So depending on the augments that these teams do go with, I am hoping to maybe see it coming.
I mean, me too. I really am. He does have some other augments to go there, right? Everybody gets 3. For him, for me, I all out just stat wise, I'm looking at that Tiny Rampage to be just outright best one, depending on the role that he's going to go into. But also, if you look at the entirety of their team comp, I'm still a little bit worried about that steal. If he doesn't go with the bulldozer augment there to kind of just become unstoppable throughout his bull rush, if he does not have that mesmerize is going to be in play to really stop him from engaging a lot of things that he's trying to do for his team and for everything throughout these objectives. So I really want to see exactly what these augments going into this game when we drop down into the sanctuary, because that is really going to tell who's going to come out on top and who's going to have that early game pressure you were just talking about.
That being said, though, for this side of Event Horizon, don't they have other pretty solid, engage options? You have the Cryos Heisman, depending on the augments, as you pointed out, F6, that Aurora went to. We could see that being 20% larger. And even if, let's go to a Magical World where Ashcraft gets the Miracle Engage, there's some decent enough peel that is going to be able to come out of this squad of Event Horizon that isn't especially difficult to deploy. There definitely feels like there's an undertone throughout what both me and you are saying here. It does kind of depend on those opening moments, who gets the engage, who's going to get the setup, because both of these teams have, the beef, the longevity to be able to fight throughout a long team fight, but it kind of depends on who gets the better opener, no?
I mean, definitely there's a lot of meat on the table that you just kind of have to sour through. But like you were talking about as well, it's going to come down to these augments. That's why I really love this 1.6 patch. The augments just change everything, right? There's always that big micro, right? Or that macro where you're just talking about like, hey, who's going to have the advantage to first initiation? But these augments just bring in that micro here and be like, hey, what are we going to utilize here in a smaller world to be able to impact those big decisions? As we get down into the sanctuary here, both of these teams are looking ready to go.
These teams are most definitely ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made you wait long enough, so I'm just going to rip it as we did. Gamers, are you ready for Event Horizon to be taking on Ashcraft's Army in this game 1? Lose, you go home. Win, you get the opportunity to take one step closer to challenging Shinbi's Ghost Wolves. F6, me and you in the casting booth, D Square, looking to bring you the best in casting entertainment as Predecessor is already enrolling here in this game 1.
Game number 1, ladies and gents, like Eagle just said, the wait is over. Event Horizon versus Ashcraft's Army. Who will come out on top of this game? We're going to take a little second here to look throughout this jungle, look throughout this map. And it's going to be that Morn there, Eagle, like we were talking about. We were hoping for, at least on my side and on Tang's side, is going to be inside of that offlane verse is this Aurora. Mr. Buffalo TTV is going to be the one piloting her here today.
Yeah, Mr. Buffalo TTV had a pretty solid showing yesterday. Made some very timely ganks to be able to set up some of the earlier instances of the engages for this team. Not just off the rotations, but also some of the counter invades we saw coming out of both sides junglers. I'm looking to see them possibly replicate this today to set their team off on a good path to maybe take over this early game.
We talk about aggression, right? We know Mercy, one of probably the most aggressive comp players we have seen time and time again inside the PCC. So we definitely know he is going to be aggressive looking for those invades, but we're going to see how Event Horizon here is going to have to play throughout that. If they're not going to have any follow-up, that aggression might not be worthy for this Mercy.
We have seen some teams be able to benefit from the lack of aggression, a little bit of the pacifism route, if you will, for the first 10, 12 minutes. One that we've seen do it repeatedly to much success is actually Team Mythic, a prolific comp team that has won many PCCs, it feels like, at this point. They're more confident in just taking over that mid to late game team fight. And do you think, F6, possibly we may be for a kind of replication of that playstyle here today?
Definitely a replication can be there. Garati, PCC MVP coming out PCC 9. They're able to win it there with Professors as well. But it's going to be Mercy taking that first look. Big rock, big boulder, big rumble. And it's going to be able to force that blink out, though. There in the mid lane. Leader going to have to take a little reset. Kind of think about his choices being a little too pushed up in the mid.
I mean, we talked about this just a couple moments ago, right? Mercy is so incredibly aggressive. Brother could save a ton of money if he just removed all the keys from his keyboard except for the W, because it feels like more times than not, that's the only one he uses. And to be honest, he has seen a lot of benefit from it. He is one of the most aggressive junglers, always looking to get that combat damage up as he leads his team into the fray.
Definitely a leader. Definitely going to be kind of pacing everything out for his team. Belica in the mid lane, though, is going to be without a blink for the next 5 minutes. She's going to have to be careful, but it's going to be a gank inside of that off lane that we're seeing Aurora run for her life. She should be able to get out. She already used a blink. Going to have to take into that trade. So both junglers are ready, showing their presence, as Mercy now showing his way inside duo.
That's what I like to see, is now Mercy is going to be showing face over onto that left lane. It is going to be the blink utilized here by the Oger as he's going to get reset underneath that tier 1 tower. No kill picked up yet, but plenty of attempts.
It is getting spicy here down in the sanctuary. Here you go, tower dive, poking out Cosmic, saying, hey, my presence is shown. But here comes that contestant. Oh, Mercy just leaps on over, does not even know that Grady was going to drop down there. But still, we're in this even state of this match. We're seeing ganks, we're seeing pressure being built off throughout the entirety. Both junglers being active, still waiting for that first sequence of activity to lead to a small amount of lead.
And this kind of works inadvertently to the benefit of Mercy to a degree, with the solo as well as the mid lane kind of going in favor of Ashcraft's army, forcing this Belica as well as this Morn to be able to push up at least before Aurora. Looks like she's able to get a reset there into the solo. If you want to be able to get some of those early plates, you kind of got to step into the fray to get them. And as such, Mercy is having plenty of opportunities to get some ganks early.
He's getting ganks early, but criminality is going on inside his jungle. Grady, the 2-camp warrior, is going to be able to steal that. With that pressure, they were able to get inside mid.
Evil.
I know Mercy's a little bit agitated. He's like, hey, who took my 2-camp? But he's going to have to find a way to catch up on XP, as it's going to be Grady going back to his 2. So he's going to have a little bit of a lead in the race towards leveling up that hunt. We know how valuable that hunt is. The quicker you're able to evolve that into that 1K hunt, you're just able to secure so many more objectives. So many camps there to kind of fight for that XP lead. But we'll see how that works off, especially when the first Faint Tooth is getting ready to spawn here in about 3 seconds.
Want to be a briefly resetting Cyan, but a well-placed Glacial Charge is going to be able to delay it enough to allow Mr. Buffalo to be able to pick it up there. Really solid pay, but as you said, with these objectives coming up, primarily that Faint Tooth, I'm expecting to see both of these teams start migrating their way towards it, or at the very least get vision on the pit.
We're seeing Mercy here being the first initiation. Yuri on the other side. Mercy looking for a possible here. We know the blink down is down on all gear.
Yeah, it's going to be Sparrow forced underneath the T1. Cloudy is going to be looking to get the kill, as El Dukov will. He also very close to getting the kill, but not close enough. Mercy onto the back end is going to be looking to chase, but it's going to be Bear Bach who kills El Dude in order to strike first for Ashcraft.
Mercy,
Mercy's not going to be quite done yet. He's going to be able to leap in, but the support is going to be able to get a double bubble under the Muriel shield. It's going to be Ashcraft's army who strikes first and second.
Why would we tower dive there onto the T1 so early on? Ashcraft, they brought the forces and still on the defense, still able to pick up some kills. Yes, it's onto the support, but my goodness, what a great trade there, as they're the ones that come out on top on that trade inside of the dual lane. Ashcraft, like we were waiting for, the first one to show signs of creating a lead.
I'm going to be honest, man. I love Mercy, but like playing baseball with the kiddos, it felt like a bit of a throw. And now he's put in his duo lane in a position to where they're going to need to play a little bit of catch up here. It is going to be the gold going over to the Muriel, but they expended some solid enough resources. And anytime you're dead, that's time you're not in lane farming.
Yeah, you're not farming indeed. And like we highlighted, it is the Muriel that got the kills. But hey, if my support is ahead of the other one, also able to talk about being impactful, right? When you're talking about an enchanter, they're scaling into that mid to late game to start to really get those heals, those shields to really pop on up and start to really be chunky. So that is what I want here. Morn is going to have to force out the blink, but the cryo sim is going to be out. So that's a good trade onto that side of the map. The reason why I bring that up is because the mini prime is on up onto this side. So that's also going to open up a trade window here, possibly for both of these teams to make a decision. Do you want to go to Fang Tooth? Do you want to go to Mini or Prime? And it looks like Event Horizon are going to choose that Fang Tooth.
And this is where we talked about the draft composition shrinks, right? Because in this pit, big circle, you have a ton of smaller circles that are very potent. Cosmic on the level 7 will have access to the Tesla Dome, as we are going to see that inner fire get burned. Basically for another L dude, it's going to be looking for the engage. The Tesla Dome does go down, but the backside Mercy will be able to get a kill, as El Ogier is going to be able to get one onto El Dudkov. Top side is going to be a blink in order to create a little bit of space, as the team fight's going to be able to rumble out, ripping through not one but 2 lives, 1 for 2 trades so far, going in favor of Ash Karass Army. 2-2 at the end of the day, as the kill lead is extended to 3.
Oh man, great trade there, at least for the exit frags for Ash Karass Army. They're able to trade 2 for 1 there, but they lose out on the first Fangtooth. Yes, you're able to at least get something out of it, but you're going to need to stop them on the next Fangtooth, or even the third one, to stop that 3 Fangtooth Monty. So we're going to kind of put a pause there, a little bookmarker, to see how they're able to play throughout that objective base. But the mini prime is on up now. Mr. Buffalo TV is going to have the advantage inside that off lane. We'll see how the momentum with Event Horizon, with taking that Fangtooth, if they're able to push that over towards this mini or prime pit. If they're able to do so, they might be able to control these objectives, even though they're down on the kills.
Most definitely. And speaking about being down on the kills, you can see Event Horizon. It's got to get into the amount of games that this lane has retained so far. Mercy going to be making yet another rotation, as Soulstorm is going to come out on a 3, but without any follow-up damage. It's going to be all 3 members of Event Horizon who are able to survive the onslaught.
Just not enough damage. We knew that Sparrow used the inner fire with that Fangtooth fight, but Grady's making his way. Needs to be careful. 2 stunts, but he uses a little bit of upscale verticality, and here it looks like to be an engagement fighting for this 3 camp.
Neon Eldud are going to have to be the primary damager. Ogier going to be looking to translate some of it onto Eldud,
no,
who's just simply going to look like he might die, but a timely shield is going to be able to cut it off, as a rock is going to put Bearbach into a terrible position. Small Rampage is now getting active, though, as Mercy's going to jump in. No damage going to be translated yet. After the backside, he's going to be looking for the 1v1. He will find it. He will also find himself in an early grave, as the inner fire burns through the HP of 2.
What a play there. Shield impact is going to be successful on the side of Ash Karass Army. They played that tight. The HP was not in their favor, but the gamer skills had activated. Grady playing to that back line, putting pressure on that TB, taking him out of that fight. That was the majority of their damage. And then after that, the inner fire was locked and loaded. Cooldown is off and was released. Great play there. Great teamwork. And I could not hear the comms more than, hey, did you hear me? And everybody saying hurt.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you, man. We need to get these players in the FBI. The Protect the President composition has been working very well in a lot of their team fights. It's just enough sustain to get through some of this potent damage on the Sparrow, on Grady, on this Ure pick. And if they're able to continue this play, maybe knock down a couple objectives along the way, I can see them definitely taking control of this mid game, man.
Taking control indeed, but it's going to look like a DC coming out of the TB here. Unfortunate for Event Horizon. Ash Karass already with the kill lead. This might be the pace for them to start to finally look at these objectives. They have 1 member advantage. Hopefully this TB can come back, or it's going to be looking hard for Event Horizon.
Oh man, yeah, that is incredibly unfortunate. Event Horizon already going to be behind on kills, being put in a further disadvantageous position, as Grady is going to be looking to capitalize on the rotation out of Cosmic to that river side. About 50% of that HP going to be taken in response, and now it's going to have to be the entirety of Event Horizon playing defense.
Defense indeed, but Mercy looks like he wants to play some offense on each side of the mid lane. It's going to be a knock up here, but he does not want to play this fight. He's going to have to get on out of here using that ultimate, but the Soulstorm is hit. Huge boulder. Oh my God, what a peel comeback there from Mercy. And it's going to be a comeback with this TB as well, as he's joined us back into this game.
That was the most necessary boulder I've seen in all my days. Cosmic was about to get sent up into space, as Grady was going to be looking to lock down that kill. That being said, though, Grady hasn't got the MO that the gank is over. He's going to be finding the rotation, as Cosmic is going to get laid down. Kill lead extended to 7 for Ash Karass Army.
Great play there. Cosmic just stuck between excuse the pun here, rock in a hard place, but he is going to go down. And now it's going to be Ash Karass, like you said, with even more of a kill lead. But look at this rotation. Here you go. The rock does hit.
Ventilator is going to be utilized a blink in order to come out, but they're not going to be done. Shield stun is going to come down onto Dozier. Going to go also very low. Now also very there. That's going to be Neo who's able to pick up the kill. An additional rotation coming over though. As Grady is going to have his eyes for the team fight until he sees how big those health bars are. Clear as day. Grady going to step up until we see 3 members of Event Horizon step back.
That back indeed. They got poked out there. Tesla Dome is down. The advantage now goes to Event Horizon as we see the reset Belka coming on into the match. They are the ones that are going to have the advantage over this Fangtooth Pit. Mercy back into the space. This one should be free of charge. The hunt should be there to secure it, but the exit is going to be the question.
Double knock up off the sides of the soul coming from the Belka is going to be enough to just mitigate some of the damage, but now they re-engage. Berrybach is going to be the first one to get kills. Cold Storm onto the back. Neo going to be chopped to that 50% threshold, but with backup coming, Grady will be able to find the disengaged Wallier. Able to get the kill onto Cosmic as that inner fire is going to start burning through the HP bars of 3. He's having to step back, and now as his team just doesn't want him to overextend, Sparrow Neo has bloodlust in his eyes.
And that inner fire popped, and we're seeing the strength of that Sparrow. She has the highest auto attack damage in the game, and we're seeing it with every single inner fire pop there. Great job on Event Horizon to at least try and get something out of those exit frags, but it's going to be Ashcraft's army that's going to keep their lead, maintain it, and finally get their first objective. Mini Prime, though, is still yet to be taken on either side of these teams, and we're going to have to see how that's going to be able to play throughout this game.
Wall Leader now just going to be looking to play for his life in this moment. It's going to be yet another rotation coming from Mercy. Tell me if you heard that before. These junglers get in definitively extremely active within this game, knowing that if they lose, they won't have the opportunity to compete for that sweet, sweet prize and be able to challenge Shinbi's Ghost Wolves at the end of the day. They're going to need to take it one rotation, one game at a time, and right now, Event Horizon has to find some answers to this potent team fight coming out of Ashcraft's army.
You're talking about an army. Look at these guys squad up. 2 members looking at that 2 camp. Morn still kind of playing space here, but it's going to be a little bit of impact rotation. Mercy going to pop that tiny rampage, biting at the ankles, forcing the blink, but the leap is there, and the damage is as well. And here comes Aurora looking, but it's not going to be able to find anything as Grady is able to escape.
It's just the burst of damage coming out of Rampage that still to this day catches me off guard. You see him, you assume, all right, you're gonna hurt me a little bit, and he looks at you and he's like, I'm going to break you over my knee. Little Rampage presenting some big problems.
Big problems indeed, man. That's probably the worst thing. You're like, oh, I hear the big behemoth pop, but I'm not used to it quite yet. Now I see a little fish running at me, just slapping at my ankles. My knees hurt, and it's just awful. But it's gonna be Aurora utilizing the blink. Glacial Charge is down. Huge pull there by Morn. Cryosis of pop to create some peel, but the reversal of fortune is here.
It's going to be the reversal of fortune indeed, and the name says it all. Mr. Buffalo gets the counter engage, and it's only a matter of time before his life is counted off the clock here. That's going to be an easy lockdown for this squad. Anywhere you need it, Muriel got it.
It's going to be looking like Grady's not done yet. Soulstorm popped, and so does Cosmic, and Duty just does not have the damage. 4 members at Crass Army. It's going to force the shield slam, but that is still not going to be enough.
That's going to be 3 members down as Ashcraft's army is just running away with the kill differential in this game with the objectives being evened up. It is going to be Ashcraft's army now looking to extend the objectives in their favor as they're going to be playing for this mini prime, and they can't really contest it on the side of Event Horizon.
They are going to be able to contest this more, though. Mercy picks up a kill. The ankle biting begins. That's 1 member down. Looking at Grady, but yeah, the wall's going to be the gameplay. But he's looking for another kill. But with that dash, going to be able to get the reset. Should be safe. But Mercy is the one that's not going to be safe for too long.
He's just looking for a kill at this point. He's basically all but dead. The only question that remains is who gets it. Wait, making me eat my words like that immediately is egregious. It's going to be a disengage coming from Ashcraft's army as Mercy walks away.
He's going to walk away indeed, but let's point out there, we don't have to talk to Cynic there. He's need to fix the walls just a little bit more. Still, it's going to be a nice little objective going towards Ashcraft's army. That's 2 objectives to their name. Event Horizon still trying to find themselves a spot back into this game here, Ego. We're going to need for something to show up here, but Grady is going to be showing up inside this duo.
Dude, this is Neo's sleep paralysis demon. It's a Yuri, and you're the only one she has eyes for, as Granny is going to combo him out, returning him back to base.
No mana. Looking for the T1, still doesn't get T1, man. It was just not a worthwhile trade, especially when you consider the third Fangtooth of the match here. Ego is spawned on up. Nobody's really threat of worrying about the third Fangtooth Monty, but it's going to be one step closer. This one's going to be a big fight.
It feels like Event Horizon's win condition. Right now, it's just Mercy being able to kind of outplay multiple of these members as the Touchstone is going to come down. Reversal of Fortune will be utilized onto Grady as the fight is going to make its way deeper in onto the backside. It will be older and being forced to utilize his blink, but then in the blink of an eye, that boy is going to be raised. He's gone. He's eviscerated, as now Mercy is going to be running for the hills, looking to chase down Grady, who is running for the mountaintops. They got bloodlust in his eyes, and as the cryo system comes out, he's going to be forced to stop in place. Glacial Charge is going to be able to split down the escape route as Mr. Buffalo TTV gets the stamp put on his head. Brother got shipped back to base.
Goodbye, see you later. Mercy and Neo are gonna have to back out here, but not only do they get the Fangtooth on Askerath's army, but they get free pickings on this blue side. No more cans for you, Mercy. It's gonna be a lot harder for you to come back into this game pretty much, because you don't have a blue side. You lost an objective. Your red side is down. Askerath right now just complete control of this game.
100%, man. They have everything they want and very much so more, and it's not for a lack of trying on the side of Event Horizon, but I'm gonna do something to you that I haven't done in a while. Much like a Dalmatian, I'm gonna put you on the spot yet again. If you're the coach for this team, one moment, I'm gonna have to eat my words. As Wild Leader is gonna be assailed here by Mercy, gonna be chopped to that 20% threshold. It's gonna be a rock that comes out down to a slam down. Mercy able to pick up yet another kill, but might be Grady looking to get it back in blood.
Looking to get it back in blood indeed. We do know the ultimate is going to be popped on back up here. Look at him bite those ankles. The trade is in his favor. And here comes his team. Grady needs to get out of dodge, but the boulder hits from downtown. He's still alive. No blink. He's going to be... Oh my... Grady, you can't be doing this. Neo picks up the kill on own gear, but Grady still escapes. What a shield coming out of Muriel.
Bro, call that man Picasso. He's an escape artist. How did he get away from that? Barely able to survive. Now it's going to be a turn of the take, as it's going to be Event Horizon forced yet again to play off the back foot.
I am just lost for... Grady? Why did you go back in there? He escaped, but he went back in and they were able to still get the kill. But yes, I mean, what a telltale escape there. Great shields coming out, but it's going to be into this dual lane. They're able to get that T1, get some pressure and left with that reversal of fortune down. They're able to buy some time, hopefully catch on up with some XP. My goodness, that fight, that engagement, man, it was looking so squirrely. But as we take a look at tab screen here, we're going to see a nice little goal lead as expected, around 5,000 over towards the side of Askerath's army. Bearbach 5-0-8 on the support. My goodness, you might as well call him the ADC at this point. He's the sub coming in for Askerath's army, and he's putting on a performance here today.
Oh, most definitely, man. And it kind of did start with him, right? The tail of this game started with a solid defense underneath that T1 tower. Yeah, it's an objective lead that went into Event Horizon while everything else has been looking Askerath's army ever since that first moment. This team's team fight, as slightly more sophisticated it is than the other sides in Event Horizon, has been extremely potent. They're able to keep people alive just long enough for them to pump out damage on these extremely lethal carries such as Sparrow and Yuri, the new character on the block, who's made more than an ample statement in this week's Content Creator Weekend.
And Grady made a statement there onto that game. It's going to be Mercy here. Ventilate pops and just burn down that Sparrow. Looking at Bear Pop, but the boulder says, I don't care about your blink. Reversal of fortune, though, just in time to save the day. And Mercy is looking to be a menace.
Brother, that's a tank, man. It's going to be Mercy who is going to be able to get one kill and then leap and bound over a large sum of the map in order to threaten another. That's going to be a key piece of utility here for Askerath's army that has been utilized.
Utilized indeed, and it looks like there's a little bit of light shining down on Event Horizon here. Mercy saying this tiny rampage is going to be the key, but once again we see another side. It's going to be Neo, kind of just going to get getting caught out here. Soulstorm being popped, Liberator as well, and Neo, but this one is just going to be dead to rights as the mobility on this character you're seeing here today. Your Ray is such a potent thing for her kit, and she's just allowed to just keep running you down.
Dude, there's steak on the dinner table the way there's beef between these two people. My god. Every time Grady has seen Neo, it's been on site. Granted, the last couple times he's been alone. He's an assassin. He's doing what he's supposed to do. But Grady has just systematically been able to take him out of a team fight. And right now, Mercy is the primary damage for the team because of it. Inner Fire will be utilized onto the backside, as it will be Event Horizon who's forced to play off the back. And El Duda did not get the memo though, as he's going to be looking for the 1v onto the assassin, and he will lose about 70% of his health for it.
Grady's looking low as well. The Primordial Fangtooth has been spawned. Big Orb Prime is up. We're into this late game, ladies and gents. This is where everything starts to change. If you're down, you might be able to come back if you're able to secure one of these big boys. But if you are up and you're able to secure it, you just create even more of a lead. So we're looking for Ash Karas here to create a substantial lead, or Event Horizon to try and get a comeback somewhere into this game.
And this comeback has to be played around these major objectives, right? You're looking for Big Prime. You're going to be looking for that Primordial Fangtooth in order to increase the potency, the damage output of your team fight. We've said it in the past. These objectives serve completely different purposes. The Prime is for taking objectives. That Fangtooth, that Prime Fangtooth at least, that is for taking away lives. And both of these teams very much so want it. But it's only going to be one, Ashcraft's army, who's going to start playing for him.
They already have it down to 9k HP, but here comes El Duty. The battle, the rage is fuming. This is an Eagle 5k.
Tesla Dome is going to come down. It is going to help eviscerate the Ozier here, as he's going to get burned down onto the backside. Soulstorm is going to be able to catch absolutely no one. Grady now going to be looking to make it back, though, as Mercy gets killed down onto the wall. El Dudas onto the backside is going to be forced out of the team fight, as Neo is going to force Grady into the grave. This team fight is no into two. Now it's going to conjoin into one. No hunt on the field. It is going to be Event Horizon who ultimately takes away the kill, takes away the lives of all but one member. Call them the comeback kids. Neo and the entirety of his team are going to be rolling down the mid.
What a play. This is something that they needed to do. And with that 4-man wipe, only the Muriel up. They're going to be looking to be double buffed up on this Sunday afternoon. Great play. Great boulder to pick up that your way. She went on in. She got CC'd, and that is her biggest weakness. She gets locked down. You have the damage behind you. She is nobody but just a grave screen. And she's able to go down there, so they don't have a hunt. Mercy is still on up. He gets that to execute. They turn that fight, finish it off, and now they are the ones looking like they're ready to end this game.
Now, this is what we talked about in the draft, right? Doubling back and reiterating on it. Yes, I know we've said it before, but we predicted this team falls apart if you kill one of two people. You remove the Sparrow, you remove the Yuri. The rest of the damage is not going to be sufficient for the tankiness and damage output that is going to be coming out of the opposition here in Event Horizon. And it's just gotten to that point. We see Sparrow gets all in done. She's taken out of the fight. And despite Grady's best efforts, he's just not able to keep up with the DPS that's being put out.
Just not yet. I mean, they just need to find a way to get away from the steal. If I'm Grady, Yuri, you know you don't like to CC. You got to stay away from this man. El Duty's doing a great job there providing that for his backline. We didn't see too much of it in that early game, so he's going to have to play into that still throughout this. Mila, though, is going to be the one to go down because the ankle biter is here, and they need to back out of here, trying to create a defense. They don't want to be pushed up. They have some tier 2s to buy some time. They want to use the time there to get away from that Primordial Fangtooth. Once that's over, yes, they still have the Orb Prime, but they might be able to buy some time to at least save the core.
Inner Fire is going to be used for basically not. It does give a little bit of a tickle here to Mercy, but that Steel Shield is going to be able to mitigate any other contribution it would be able to use. And now we're going to just be seeing Event Horizon walking towards this mid-in hit.
And they're going to have some defense here. The poke is going to be unreal, though, with Cosmic. This gadget, we all know she just sits back, throws out her hats, and says, hey, you do not want to stay next to me. With that Primordial Blaze and with Aurora pushing into that off lane, they're going to have to make an answer here towards the questions that Event Horizon are throwing to them.
We'll rush onto the back end, as now Grady is going to be looking for the counter engage. Soulstorm is going to be used, but to not much effect. It feels like the damage just isn't enough. Mercy, though, will be more than likely looking to lead the charge here, as we are going to have a brief pause in the action, give you guys a little bit of a freeze frame of the action. Ozier going to be looking to walk his way down mid.
Oh, no.
Behind this El Dudolph burial site, it's going to be a tombstone dropped on his head, as the Tesla Dome is going to get dropped onto 3. Plenty of disengage, but it looks like they're looking for more. Pride Sites will be utilized, able to lock down
no
on
mana
one.
Mercy.
Now it's going to be Mercy, no mana and no chance for Amelia, who gets burned down by Neo. You have to just let this team fight go.
They're going to have to let it go, especially with Grady with low HP as well. But it's going to be Mercy here looking for more. He's able to kind of replenish himself with some of this mana from that river buff. And look at this. Neo goes down, and this might be an opening for Askerath's army. Their HP bar is not looking too well, though. The Muriel shields are going to be the one to help out with this fight.
Oh man, it's going to be the OT utilized, but an instantaneous response coming out of Ozier here on this Sparrow pick, being able to use that inner fire in order to ward off the aggression that Mercy is going to be looking to provoke. And right now, much like we saw at the beginning of the game, nothing like we saw in the mid game, it has returned back to being Event Horizon's match. They have taken 2 inhibs and still have all of their tier 2 towers up and 1 tier 1 as well.
I mean, Askerath just had a substantial lead into that early game. And then even through that mid game, right, we're just like Askerath just keeps taking their objectives. They're able to keep piling on these kills. The unfortunate DC on Event Horizon just made like, hey, man, it's going to be tough to come back from this fight here, Ego, especially when you remember down. But he shows back on up. He's still getting picked off by Grady there, but still, Event Horizon are utilizing their entire team comp. Mercy being a big factor with this tiny rampage, as we see it here one more time.
Going to be another invade altitude. He's willing to take the fight. Hey, your support needs support. Who saves him? It's going to be Mercy in the shutdown there onto Pearbach, as he's going to just be able to walk away from the scrapyard. He turned Muriel into Grady, though, looking to get it back in blood. Severance, it's going to be used as he's able to cut through Dudoff's health. It is going to be Ozier who ultimately gets the credit for the kill.
Does get credit for the kill, but they're going to have to play around Primordial Fangtooth. The boulder does hit, but look at Grady's HP bar. Soulstorm
going to be utilized as Tesla Dome is going to come down on top of it as well. It's going to be a blink back into the grave site that it's going to be the Tesla Dome, as Mercy's Rock is going to be able to dome the Aurora. It's going to be Cosmic who gets the kill credit for Grady, as we have not 4, but looking like Minions. 5 members down. F6, pass me the TP. We got a wipe.
Big wipe, and it looks like the Winions are going to end this match here. Ego, Askerath's army just could not go against this tiny ramp. He's making another presence. The Muriel's up in 8 seconds, but it's not going to be quite enough.
Oh man, this is such a tough match to lose. You could see the vision there for an extended period of time, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the more conventional composition here in Event Horizon who take this win and move forward in this week's Content Creator Cup.
Man, what a series of emotions going throughout that match. We told you guys in the beginning, this loser bracket is going to be an absolute roller coaster. Everybody wants the chance to be at the top with SGW. Everybody wants to reclaim their spot at number 1, but SGW just defending it here today. We're going to have to see one more match here, as it's going to be Event Horizon that has to fight one more step to get one more step closer to get to that matchup.
Most definitely, man, a pivotal swing of the game, and I'm excited to see what Event Horizon does next. But I'm not as excited as I am to see what the desk has to say about that game, as we're going to be sending it back to them.
Oh my goodness, boys. What a turnaround into this. Oh my goodness. If Event Horizon, y'all really showed out. That Fang Pit really turned the tide.
I mean, they had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie, honestly. It looked rough. It looked brutal at times there. From that first tower dive in the early moments of that game, I was like, okay, no, this is it. The mental's gone, completely boomed. They're just going to fall apart. They're starting to lose kills. And then all of a sudden, I said at the start, I like this comp because everyone presses the R button. Mercy found the R button and just ran. Literally like a little wind-up car. Literally just started up, put him down, and off he went. What a performance from Mercy there.
I think every single ankle has been bitten in this game. Mercy completely unleashed. Was going for that Ashbringer first. Like, he is just a knot. Yeah, he's not losing. And like he played like that as well. Like, he was just absolutely taking over the game. 4 rocks and 1 ultimate on a 35-second timer. Like, Gretty was trying his best in the jungle role, but he just could not match that Tiny Titan. Like, he was just absolutely taking over the game. And as we heard beforehand, right, it was such a stomp at the beginning. Like, I was just thinking, okay, what am I gonna say about this Event Horizon team that are gonna lose because like 13-2 or something? But no, they make it back off the back of like an insane performance by Mercy, as we said.
Yes, phenomenal job. And so on that note, though, unfortunately, Ashkarath's team is done. Thank you so much for playing, everybody, and hopefully for the next one, y'all will be there. But Event Horizon is going to go ahead and move on to the next match, where they are going to go ahead and face Salsa and his side chips. And on that note, everybody, we do have another captain's interview, well placed again by choices himself with Secret Salsa. What's up, Secret Salsa? How are you, man?
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
Oh, we're vibing at the moment, mate. We are vibing here. I mean, we've got a couple of questions for you then. You've had a bit of a chance to take a break, kind of scope out the opposition. Rampage. Ban?
I think we have other priorities for our bands, to be honest.
Were you not watching the last 30 minutes? Also?
I was, but
Okay.
I'm feeling confident that we can get through without it. But yeah.
Well, interesting. Like leaving the Rampage open after this one, I'm definitely looking forward to what you guys have planned. Loving the Masters as well, Salsa. I also have a few questions. We did see you play 2 games yesterday. I think one was in the offlane, one was in the ADC role.
Correct.
Is it true that I heard Lance say on desk that the reason is because you can't play Greystone? Do you want to give any statements to that?
That is very correct. I don't know what it is about that hero. I just don't think I've played him enough. I genuinely don't like playing Greystone. And Wolf is pretty good at Greystone, so we decided to kind of switch it up. We kind of had that game plan before, and we're like, if we can get this, maybe we try this. I'm not sure I'm super happy with the way that it turned out, obviously, because we got knocked out of the winner's bracket yesterday, but I think that there was more issues with that than just the position swap that we did.
Okay. So Salsa, before we go ahead and jump into y'all's game and your draft, what are your final thoughts going into all of this? What is some thoughts around the team? Some final thoughts going into this game? Just any last thoughts going into this?
I am very optimistic. I think we can beat Event Horizon despite their great game they played last time. I'm feeling a little more confident in our drafting ability because I think that was a big issue for us yesterday. And I'm just having a blast, man. This is so much fun, win or lose. I'm just here for a good time.
Oh, that's so fun. Good. Well, we miss having you over here on this side, Salsa. So it's great seeing you over there, at least holding your own on with your team. So we're happy to see you over there, and we'll see you in the sanctuary, man. Okay?
Sounds good. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we'll see you later. Okay? So chat, there it is, Mr. Secret Salsa himself gearing up to take on Event Horizon in this next game on their journey to hopefully get to the finals. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
The last Koru Shinzo, an ascendant warrior of soul binding. Yurei is a flawless warrior bound by duty and discipline. Yurei's primary ability is Anima Burst, where she unleashes a deadly spinning kick that deals physical damage and inflicts Soul Rip, a status effect that enables the target's soul to be torn from their body for a short duration. Yurei can also use Anima Burst while jumping to leap in a direction of her choice, making her extremely difficult to pin down in a fight. Yurei's secondary ability is Severance, where she surges forward, slicing through enemies, dealing physical damage and briefly slowing her target. If the target is afflicted by Soul Rip, Severance's cooldown is reset and the enemy's soul is fully severed, spawning an entity that tethers to them. This entity can be damaged by all allies, and any damage it takes is transferred back to the enemy hero it's bound to. This ability synergizes perfectly with Yurei's other abilities, as they all apply Soul Rip. So try weaving Severance into your combos for maximum damage. Whispering Echoes is Yurei's alternate ability, where she throws 3 razor-sharp kunai in quick succession, each one exploding on impact to deal physical damage and apply Soul Rip to any enemy's hit. As the kunai are thrown one by one, Yurei can hit up to 3 targets at once to mark them all with Soul Rip. Try using Whispering Echoes as an opener before dashing in with Severance to sever their souls. Then hit them with Anima Burst and dash out with Severance again. Yurei's ultimate ability is Soulstorm, where she summons a raging maelstrom of spiritual connection around her, dealing physical damage and slowing all enemies caught in the storm, while also applying Soul Rip. When the chaos comes to an end, enemy heroes are pulled into the center of the vortex and their souls are severed for a short duration. With multiple targets severed, Soulstorm becomes a devastating setup for follow-up damage. Yurei's passive ability is Hallowed Strikes, where after casting an ability she gains extra attack speed, and the next two basic attacks shoot waves of pure soul energy towards the enemy, giving her extra pressure in trades and helping to weave abilities and basic attacks into a seamless rhythm of punishment. Try building into items like Malady and Pain Weaver to enhance Yurei's burst damage, mobility, and wave clear. Master your destiny with Yurei. Coming to Predecessor in Update 1.6 on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
And we're back, everybody. Not too long of a break, I don't think. But as we go ahead and we get into this, we were kind of talking about how the ranking is standing. So let's go ahead and see where we're lining up with everybody. We had our first game here. So now, of course, if you go ahead down and look in the lower bracket, we do see that Event Horizon has made it to the second game with chips, or Salsa and his side chips. Sorry, Salsa.
Yeah, I mean, this was the kind of the match that I was looking forward to if Event Horizon did make it through, because it was Salsa's team, Salsa and his chips, that put Event Horizon down to the lower bracket in the first place. So this gets to be a complete rematch. And honestly, when you look at that first game as well, it was a 30-minute match. It was a slogfest. I'm not gonna lie there. Actually. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was Bear Force 1. I've got my teams the way around, but it's fine because it's still a rematch here. Event Horizon performing better than yesterday. Mercy, of course. I don't think Mercy's ever getting Rampage again. I'm not going to lie here, but the rest of the team playing super well. This will be a really fun one.
I think Event Horizon, they figured something out since yesterday, because yesterday they did the big mistake of winning the early game and then losing the late game. So today they were like, okay, we're going to swap this around for this game 1 of today. They got stomped in the early game, and then they absolutely ran over Ashkareth army in that second half of the game. So I think now against Salsa and his side chips, it's going to be really interesting again. I think Mercy, like the player to highlight, I think, from that first game. I think he has to pull off another monster performance, because, yeah, I mean, we had it from Secret Salsa, the man himself, the captain, that they have a lot of stuff planned for this match. They don't even want to ban the Rampage away, so Cosmic might still be lucky enough to throw some more rocks in this next game.
Yeah, it didn't sound like they were too concerned about that Rampage when it came to their bans. And honestly, I'm here for a little bit of confidence. So if they don't think that's really going to be the issue coming into this draft, I don't think they might have an issue. You know, it sounds like they have other priorities, and if that's the case, then we shall see.
Hey, live by the sword, you die by the sword. Salsa himself said it, right? We're confident. We have a plan if Mercy's Rampage is going to be picked up. They're on the draft. They are going to have first pick as well. Ban phase could be interesting, but if you're not having to ban away the Rampage, you still have an extra ban for yourselves to throw it anywhere. Cos still on a one-man Iggy hates mission by looks of things, banning that one out first time. I wonder what Salsa's got in store for us.
The 4 turrets not going to make the appearance this game either. I think has been wreaking havoc yesterday. Now today not going to be picked up. Salsa and the side chips, they still have every card open. Of course, Ure can't be banned away. That hero is really strong, but since Secret Salsa said he already has the rest of his bans figured out, so I'm kind of expecting those bans to roll in quite fast. With Greystone also not being played, might be banned away, but instead, no, it's just a mind game. Salsa just banning away the Rampage first.
Who knows, maybe the interview, or maybe they really thought about it and they were like, you know what, actually, I don't want to get domed from across the map. I don't like the idea of that. But another one that we do see getting banned here is the Kwong, and that's on the side of Event Horizon, and to be fair, quite not a surprise with this ban.
It was all part of the plan for Salsa there. Just tell them we're not banning a Rampage, and then guess what? Boom, we ban a Rampage there, instantly there. Yeah, Kwong being taken off the board as well. A lot of priority towards the offlane as well, with the Aurora being taken off is another pick that we have seen have quite a lot of high draft presence. I mean, hey, Criticism is a game-changing ultimate, not going to be available here. Kwong as well with his augments as well can kind of play him as the old classic Kwang from those Paragon days as well, but not this time. Seraph, though, another high ban priority hero, is going to be allowed onto the map this time. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think it's a good pickup. I think going back to that Aurora ban as well, that looks to be a target ban against Mr. Buffalo that was playing really well on it in that previous game that we had. Seraph being locked in, as we said, on the left-hand side, and is being responded with 2 really beefy boys, the Rixa and the Sevarog. I think as a Seraph, you want to get those resets. If the enemy team is too tanky to carry, then that might be an answer into it. But yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what they pick up next. One thing though is for certain, there's going to be more rocks flying for Event Horizon.
Yes, they said, you know what, that's fine, have the Rampage, but Cosmic said it best. He said rocks. That's all he said, and he didn't specify what kind of rocks, but we're getting rocks. So Gideon's going to be picked up over there by Event Horizon, most likely being piloted by Cosmic himself. Of course, the Morn, of course, being picked up. really good pickup there, especially if Salsa is going to go ahead and pick up that Sev and that Richter. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Salsa piloting that Sevrog last time. And let's just say he was cooking.
And Salsa has also piloted the Drongo as well yesterday as well. So both of his picks there. There is still a bit of a flex potential there. He could still go into either role regardless here. Salsa and the side chip, some pretty scary top three here in the draft there. So much to fear though, right? You've got that pick potential, the silence, and also the late game that several can just roll into as well if these games go long. And Salsa's team are no strangers to these games going a bit longer. They had a 30-minute game, and I think their loss yesterday against Jimby's Ghost Wolves was 39 minutes as well. So no strangers to taking this late game here. So I gotta say though, it's a very scary composition here as well. Does it deal with the Seraph? Yep. Silence. You got the peel for it as well. They have some tools here.
Silence is really good. What is even better is a second silence as well. Drongo and Richter, both of them, like as you coined it, TJ, the librarian lane on that left-hand side of the map. It's gonna be a pleasure to watch. Howie in the mid lane can space quite well against the Seraph as well, so that might be a really good pickup. The matchup into the Gideon, I think, is very dependent on the augments that people are actually going to choose. I'm sure that our beautiful casters are going to go more in depth into it afterwards, but Event Horizon, they're going to close out the rest of their draft. They're going to pick up the Steel, and they're going to pick up the Revenant for the dual lane as well.
This is really cool, seeing Event Horizon come out on the second game today and fighting their way out of the first one without the Ure. And again, another team that is going to go ahead and fill up that last slot with her. So it's really, really cool to see Event Horizon. Like, they're doubling down. They're 10 toes deep in the dirt right now, and they're standing their ground, and I'm here for it. But you know, before we do go down into the Sanctuary and see how these team comps are going to line up, and I would tell you all, this is some good lineups on both sides here. Where are y'all's thoughts at, guys? Who are we liking a little bit more? Who's, you know, how are they going to have to ideally play this?
So in terms of the compositions here, I'd say it's a brave choice for Event Horizon to not go for the Ure. I'm pretty sure because they have the Seraph as well. They don't really want to have two heroes that essentially do very, very similar things, right? You don't want to overload that, put your ace in that basket, so to say. But yeah, just saying that we don't need it is also a really big comfort pick for Mercy as well, now that the Rampage is taken away. So I think they're pretty happy. And also for the other team as well, I think they're also incredibly happy with their composition as well. This is really fun. I think it's a composition with Sev, the Richter, the Drongo, and a Howitzer on top of that, and the Ura. I think that's just going to be too much, though.
I kind of agree. Yeah, we did see it. I was favoring the draft that had the Ura in the last game as well, honestly. Like, Mercy kind of shut me up in that one, but I mean, I know Mercy loves the Seraph as well, so don't get me wrong, but I don't think she has sort of the same sort of potential to have the impact in the game as that Rampage did, especially looking into these heroes that were drafted, right? We did say the mid lane is not going to be the easiest gank. The Howitzer are pretty annoying to play into as a melee, and then with double silence, with the stuns coming in as well, it might be just a bit too much to handle, and the rest of Mercy's team wants more, just more going for those supportive heroes. The Gideon in the mid lane, for example, not really known to dish out the most damage, more mostly a utility sort of hero after all. So I would personally favor Secret Services team as well.
Okay, perfect. So, you know, chat, go ahead and drop down below who you're favoring. And on that note, though, we won't know until we go ahead and just drop down into that Sanctuary and pass it over to our boys Ego and F6.
Thank you so much, Liz, and everyone else on the desk. We're very excited for this game. F6, I have to kind of start out immediately agreeing with TJ here. Both of these compositions are so incredibly strong, although I do have to say, I am kind of veering towards the library lane and the CC that is going to be coming alongside that composition.
Of course, you would agree with TJ, but I'm going to agree with Tang here. I'm going to go with this pretty much just going out with the Ure here. And that's really the factor I'm going to go with. Double silence is always good, but I don't think Richter is in the strongest place in this meta. I think it's really that Ure that's going to game change, right? The Riplash is going to have to hit. The Richter's going to have to show me something. You know, they're going to have to be like, hey, I hit those, and I'm that guy to be like, you know what? Yeah, that double silence lane is going to be a factor. But we're going to have to see here. We do know last time we saw Secret Salsa and the side chips go and utilize this Sevarog. They were able to come out on a dub. So maybe Salsa can do it here again today.
That is something that I wanted to expand on a little bit, and that was giving Sevarog back to Secret Salsa. He was absolutely phenomenal on this pick, and we've heard, you know, his boy Lance, our co-caster of ours, say he can't play the Greystone. One thing we know for sure that he can play is this Sev. He was amazing in the last showing.
Amazing and indeed, but he's gonna go against this big Steel. Steel is kind of one of those heroes that it's not even I'm too worried about anything. I'm just here to make sure I lock down anybody and everybody. So we're gonna see how Mr. Buffalo is gonna be able to pile this. Looking at the neutral objectives here to the mid to late game to really see these two big boys kind of fight it out, seeing how they're able to peel from the back line or be able to peel and going into the fight for those engagements. We're gonna have to tell time, but this dual lane though, I'm waiting for that first hook to see that Riplash because they're already getting pushed in onto that side of the map.
Oh yeah, man, most definitely. This dual lane is going to be such a large deciding factor, right? We've seen by KevCowkin just what this Revenant is capable of, right? If you get him an early lead, he's going to be able to compound that growth, and he is basically Usain Bolt speed running his way into just taking over a match. As now, it is going to be Mud over into the mid. Mercy coming in off the rotation. It is going to be Seth Wingbeat as it's going to be Mercy who beats them down. First Blood is going to be going over to Mercy.
Tell me we've seen that level 2 gank before, right? I mean, I feel like we saw it last game as well. I feel like something to expect from Mercy. We talk about how aggressive of a jungler he is, but Mud just wasn't ready for that early gank. That's going to be First Blood once again. Mercy trying to carry this Event Horizon team above the horizon, I might say, getting themselves one step closer into that final match. But First Blood, the economy shift his way. We're going to have to see how the rest of this early game plays out.
That is just a little bit of a knowledge check, right? Like, how much do you know about the person you're matching up into? Mercy, very well known for being aggressive and very well known for being not just good, let's just say great. Let's, you know, call a spade at these early ganks. He is so comfortable compounding an early lead, and if he's able to grow up, maybe get a pick into the solo or a good team fight, a squabble over into the duo, we could see Mercy, much like many of the players on this team, take over.
Definitely will be able to see that, but let's not hype him up too much. We don't want him to drop another track on his stream, but he is playing exceptionally well here today already. Another gang looking towards this mid lane, and Mud is going to have a little bit of help though. Here comes Pinzo. Meanwhile, in the backline, Sarah taking down Mud.
Oh man, 50% HP. It is going to be a force use the blink, but it is going to be a blink for blink into the blink of an eye. Mud is going to go down yet again. Pinzo is going to be looking to get it back though. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. HP are going to be a little bit low with Severance. It's going to cut the tie between life and death. Pinzo does so with the double.
The man with the bandana and a plan, being able to pick up the double there. Mud was going to go down, but Sarah taking that extra tower shot just sealed her fate, especially without that blink available. But getting the double, my goodness, Pinzo, you don't need to take the glasses off. Keep them on if you're going to play like this.
Oh man, most definitely, man. This dude is shining bright throughout the entirety of this content creator weekend. An astounding couple of games yesterday, but today he's looking to set the pace here. He's going to be able to get the double, keep his team tied on the kills, and maybe help them shift the momentum so they can start making some plays for these objectives.
100%, I agree with you. And I'm thinking about objectives. First Fangtooth coming up here in the next 30 seconds. We're going to start to see both of these teams prioritize this left-hand side of the map. So viewers, make sure you guys are paying attention. You're going to be seeing a lot of action going on over here. But this dual lane has been awfully quiet. Haven't seen too much. Haven't seen any rip lashes. Haven't seen any more pulls or mesmerizes just quite yet. But like you said earlier, I'm a little bit keeping my eye on this Revenant. We saw yesterday how much damage he's able to do. And if he's able to do that here on the side with Neo piloting it, it's going to be a crazy one.
I'm going to be honest with you. If I'm Mud right now, brother, it's sub 5 minutes in. You've ganked me 4 times. I'm going to take a moment, tell team, hold it down. You're getting a Discord message from me, big fella. What did I do to you? And at what point did I do it? Because Mercy has just been absolutely harassing this mid lane. Poor Bud has been forced to back 3 times now at this point.
I mean, Mercy's just trying to find some problems. You know, Pizzo should say, hey,
5.
I'm going to be here, right? 5. We're just going to keep tallying that up. We're just going to ask Choice here to pull a dual tally marker for us here. How many mid lane ganks can Mercy get off inside the first 10 minutes? But still, it's going to be the first Fang 2 spawned on up. It's available. The vision control is going to be on the upper hand of Event Horizon. Well, inside this dual lane, they got some pressure. Needs to be careful, though, because here comes Pinto.
The side chips might be looking for a play.
Red flash hits.
Dunzo is going to be able to reel it in. It's going to be a blinky response, but the Soulstorm is going to be able to go back in. Neo, oh so very low. Neo, oh so very
Mercy.
dead. Who else than Pinzo? Mercy on the rotation is going to be able to get an engage onto him. It is going to be a 3v1 situation, but the temporary immunity and the damage coming through. It's going to be
Come on,
Pinzo
Wolf.
who's forced to blink out. JC Wolf not able to get the kill.
Just not quite yet. Pinto confident in that tower dive. He's like, hey, Mercy, you're not the only one that can put pressure around this map. Being able to pick up that kill, huge Soulstorm. Rev was out of position, blinked, but the Soulstorm was ready to pull him on back in. Great job there. Huge silence right that last part there. Almost was able to kill Pinzo if he was able to get the Q off, but it's not going to happen. The double silence library lane is looking like it is playing out their ego, so you might be on to something.
Oh man, I mean, dude, what are you supposed to do into this much control within the map? And yes, Morn also has a bit of a pull, but the ability to shut him up is just so incredibly potent, especially onto this Revenant as well. If you're able to be the one who gets these engages, they have everything they need to be able to build a successful early engage in that dual lane alone.
100% agree with you, and I just can't wait to see how much this plays out when level 6 hits and when they finally contest this Fangtooth. Vision is going to be on both ends around that Fangtooth to make sure nothing happens, but it's going to be the rotation from Dewey here looking towards this mid.
Dude, Pinto's just looking to do it all and more. Make it rain. It's going to be coming down. The question is, did Cosmic bring an umbrella? It looks like so. A 3-man rotation coming out of Horizon back towards the middle. Mud, once again, is going to be the victim as Neo will be the one to pick up the kill.
Man, Mud cannot catch a break. What did Mud do to everybody? Did Horizon just like, hey, our game plan? Kill Mud, get her out of the game. I mean, she did have an exceptional Howie game yesterday to pilot them into a win. So I do get it. You want to shut that on down. That's a big amount of damage coming in from that character. So they're going to have to be able to keep eyes on it. But if she's able to get loose, that's going to be a different problem. So far, still an even game. 3-3 on the kills. It's just a bunch of action.
Onto the back end, it is going to be Mercy once again looking for another engage. Tell me if you've heard this before. Backside is going to be JC Wolf being forced to utilize a blink, and it looks like the kill potential isn't going to be there as both teams are going to look for a reset, while maybe Event Horizon decides instead they could play for this Fang.
They are looking that way. They're like, hey, there's no vision that we see or know of. We have the advantage. We pushed out dual lane, but Mud is back, and this is going to be a conversion. The advantage, though, on the side of Event Horizon is here comes that steal. Big Steve ready to play.
Mud looking to make the hero play. Cape is going to be on, but it looks like it is going to be Mercy running away alongside Event Horizon with an uncontested Fang. They're going to strike first on the objective board.
Hey. First on the first blood, first on the first objective. Event Horizon came here to play today. Mercy is looking to claim the #1 prize here, and that is going to be the winner of this Content Creator Cup. But he's going to have to get through this game and the next one. Hey, #7, looking at Mud inside the mid lane. He's going to be able to get on in here. Blink is going to be utilized, but here comes Pinzo trying to answer on back.
Soulstorm is going to come out, but a black hole in response is going to be able to mitigate a degree of the damage. Mercy also very low. Pinzo trying to make him dead, but it doesn't look like the damage is going to be there. Cosmic now going to have to play for his life in the mid lane as the Soul Collector. As his secret Salsa comes through, stacks him like a pancake. That's going to be a +1 going for the side chips.
And that's going to open up them to have the advantage here to go after this mini prime, to at least get an objective to their name, to at least tie the objective scoreboard up 1-1. With that, getting on down, we see JC Wolf making a little presence in this mid lane to keep all these lanes pressed up.
Mercy.
Mr. Buffalo TV, though, and Mercy have something to say.
It is going to be a shield stun that is going to knock Secret Salsa back, but it looks like the team fight is migrating away for him. They have eyes for one man and one man only, and that's going to be Pinzo Dunzo, who gets put on a t-shirt, folded in the pit. He will be. Now the fight migrates over towards Secret Salsa over in the far lane, but with his health pool as well, with his mobility, it looks like he's going to be able to walk away if he wants. Instead, he's going to be rejoining JC Wolf over on the Riverside in 3v1 situation where he is surely that the only question who gets at the answer, Cosmic.
Hold on, wait a minute. Mercy got that orb prime, that mini orb prime. What a play there coming out of Mercy to get in there just in time to be able to secure that mini orb prime. So they are the ones still in the objective lead, and they're going to be the ones to be finally inside the kill lead as well. Event Horizon looking top notch once again.
Oh man, they are just getting everything they want here, and a large part of it is starting with just making Mud uncomfortable, so they're unable to rotate like Cosmic has been doing throughout this game. 0-3-2, but that doesn't paint the full picture of what Mud has been going through within this mid lane. And I just got word coming from production. You've heard of Where's Waldo. This one is called Why is the Mid Getting Harassed So Violently? This is going to be Mud's 156th game on Howitzer with a 55% win rate. Maybe why we saw a 7-0 coming out of them last game. Objective 1, it looks like, for this opposing squad is to make them uncomfortable in the mid.
I mean, it's gonna pay off already, right? That's what they wanted to do, and they are succeeding with it time and time again. I'm still on a little bit of hope, though, for Secret Sauce and side chips. Yes, they're down on objectives. They're still close in this kill lead, though, and something that I think is going to play a huge part in their way of coming back into this is going to be the Sevarog. Stacks are looking healthy on Salsa here, so when he rotates over into that second Fang Tooth, that might be the game changer. That might be the play.
Yeah, man, a Sevarog getting involved in a fight can completely change the dynamic of it, right? Like, an extra 3,000 health does make things a little bit more difficult, especially when it's attached to a player as skilled as Secret Salsa is. That being said, he needs to get freed up to be able to make some of those rotations. First, plates are going to be falling off of the towers at this junction of the game. That extra gold for taking it not going to be available, as Mercy 7 is going to be making a rotation back to the mid lane.
There's no way. There's no shot.
It's uncanny and unreal. It's obscene. And Pinzo looks like he might just be fed up with it. It is going to be a trade of the jugglers here within the far lane as that Ascendant is going to go up and he descends upon Pinzo. Was solo bolo in the pit.
Oh my goodness, he thought you were able to take it out there, but it's going to be a huge skew into a Rip Blast. Rancho Rito making plays, and it's going to be the Howie making it rain. JC Wolf, though, is going to be in a world of hurt. He's going to go on down, but Mud is looking to capitalize. She needs to be careful, or does she? Look at the damage. This is going to be El Duty Cop. No mana, not a lot of help. Can Mud be able to escape this one?
Ooh. Oh my god, R2000 isn't a name, it's a measurement of damage. Cosmic gonna get removed from the field. He was thirsty for the kill graciously. Mud's gonna send them back to the fountain. A +1 going in favor of the side chips.
Mud said, there's no way you're coming back in here. Hold this R2000 to the face for me real quick. There's too many ganks in my lane. This is just a little bit of a comeback for me. She's able to do a lot of damage, able to pick up her first kill, getting some assists on the board as well. Mud might be slowly getting back into this as she's able to pick up the combustion here. This might be that plan into that play. It's going to be Chips going to decide the first initiation of this Feint Tooth, but here comes Event Horizon looking to take this one away.
Eldudas is going to be able to lead the engage until Steel gets involved. Coming off the back and targeting Mercy's Holstorm is going to come down to point on to 2 as Fake News is ultimately going to get taken by Event Horizon, who's able to get the Steel away. And they're not just taking objectives, they're taking lives. Rancherito is going to be the first one to fall as Sevarog is going to get sent to the afterlife. He's comfy there as the Grim Reaper is going to be sent back. It's going to be a reset of the team fight as everyone begins to scramble like an egg. But Neo gets folded like an omelet. Pinzo Dunzo is going to go down. Mercy is going to get a double. We got an all-out brawl in the pit as Mr. Buffalo was looking for Mud. They're able to pick up another kill.
Oh my goodness, I thought Mud was fit to get that kill. Mercy was looking low, but she just played the timing there with that Seraph. They're able to steal away the second Feint Tooth of the game. Going over towards Event Horizon, Pinzo was able to get out of dodge. He just could not find the kills on Upball. What a team fight there. Ego want to be a little bit of fault though on Secret Salsa. He used the Colossal Blow right when that Soul Storm was getting ready to pop off. So they did not get the pull that they needed. And that is what cost them that Fang too.
Most definitely, man. There's just so many things going on at once here. As everyone came in and was ready to use all of their utility Event Horizon for good reason as well. We know threatening that 3-Fang Monty could completely change the dynamic of how the other team can play the game when that Fang Tooth spawns. Nobody wants to give up that bonus health, that bonus armor, I should say, my apologies, as well as power, the 8% to the other team. And now that Event Horizon is up 2-0 on it, it looks like Pinzo Dunzo is going to send it into overdrive. They need to start making plays to secure these objectives when they come back up.
They do, but they also need to be careful inside this duel lane. Huge pull, huge damage coming out of Mercy as he looks to go for another one. Big root and on the top of his head, looks to crash on down, to send it down upon him, and that's going to be a double kill going towards the side of Event Horizon.
Brother, that man's a swimmer the way he's diving towers. Mercy's turning it up a notch. You can see these junglers are matching each other's intensity in the lanes. And I'm going to be honest, the laners are suffering for it. Mercy as well as Pinzo Dunzo, 2 PCC veterans, are putting on a show here for us today.
They are indeed, and now with Mini Orb Prime though, is going to be secured this time by Secret Salsa and the side chips, looking to push out this off lane. They know they need to release some pressure on the side of the map so Secret Salsa can be a little bit more involved, and that is still what we're waiting on for the side of Secret Salsa and the side chips. But in the meantime, Sereth is running amok upon the left-hand side of the map.
Most definitely is. He's just completely taken over that portion of the map. We talked about a little bit earlier how we were expecting Mercy to not just apply, but to show a lot of face within these lanes. We know he likes to gank, but he's also very selective in where he's ganking, looking to make Mud uncomfortable. Now, he's looking to free up this Revenant for these objectives. With the damage coming online, this Rev could change the dynamic of a team fight.
100% could change the tide of any type of team fight, but once again, we're going to be seeing Pinto here in the mid lane. I think they're trying to use this mini prime here to really open up this right-hand side of the map. They're going to have a lot of pressure. This T1 tower does not have a lot of health, especially with a siege mini wave pushing on in, but here it's going to be Mercy.
Mercy once again got the engage in the black hole to be able to follow it up, but Cosmic gets sent into it. The never-ending Oblivion is where he is, as Red Chorito is going to send off El Dude Conf as well. It is going to be a complete brawl here as Mercy ultimately does get the shutdown onto Pinzo, but will he be able to escape with his life? The answer should be no, but it might be yes, as he is just dancing around the opposition. Ash Blade value on display. Ultimately, Rich finally is able to be able to get the kill onto Mercy, but the fight's not over. It's going to be a bull rush on to do a knockdown of Rev's health, as we are going to see Neo will be the one to pick up the kill. Secret Salsa is going to reset beside the T1, and I am going to take a breath.
My goodness, Ego. Sereth, how are you surviving that? I'm going to tell you, it's going to be that Ash Spring. It's going to be that low cooldown, being able to jump into her Q, just playing around and sending down, stunning anybody trying to make an action. Mercy, my lord, have mercy on this Secret Salsa and the side chips. But with that opening of a 4-man wipe, they have the advantage to get this 3-Fang Tooth Monty.
Dude, this is so incredible for this team. Event Horizon is playing extremely confidently, but seems like they're also going to play a little bit cautiously as well, maybe looking for another pick here onto Secret Salsa. It is going to be difficult near the end of the day, as some damage does get dumped into him by 4 members, and it doesn't even bring them to that 50% threshold. We got a fight cooking up here over into the far side.
Control of this pit, Mercy already getting aggressive, and it's going to be an absolute brawl. Here you go.
Twilight is going to go off, so Vision is going to be cut down, as we are going to see a disengage does get called here by the side chips. Guys, got to put on the capes. It is going to be a hero play. This team has developed the lead, and they're not looking to let it go, as Event Horizon will start the objective.
We do have Soulstorm ready with a blink, but it's going to be Sarah's going on to that backline. Black hole release here. Mud would make it the rain. Soulstorm's popped, and the damage is just absolutely insane. Here you go.
It's going to be a drop down coming from the Ascendus onto the backside. Denzo's going to look for the kill. He's going to find it now. It's going to be able to turn off onto El Dudkov, but it's going to be the mitigation of the big man Buffalo, who goes up, slams down, and buries him 6 feet deep as Neo ultimately picks up the kill onto Rancherito. It's going to be a 2-4 trade that is currently favoring Event Horizon. This is their event. This is their chance. This is a play for the Fangtooth.
My goodness, what a series of events there. Ultimates one after another. HP's looking low. They're able to pick up Mercy, but it's going to be jungler for jungler, but the numbers still remain on the side of Event Horizon. Is JC Wolf going to find a way to steal this? Time will tell, but it's down about 400, 200, and there it is. The third Fangtooth Monty is going to be towards the side of Event Horizon.
I am going to be honest with you, man. If he did get that steal, I was going to break my monitor. The things that would that do to my voice as I would have to respond to what would have to be one of the most insane steals of all time would have devastated me. But Event Horizon, able to secure it, as you said, does get that 3-Fang Monty, now a plus 8% bonus to their power as well as armor in any of these team fights that they're going to be taking going forward. And that is especially scary when you look at this competition. Revenant, pull it up to you, 4th shot, ignoring 40% of your bonus armor. It might be 30%. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And dealing plus 8% damage. This is an extremely lethal composition right now.
Extremely lethal, and yes, it is 40%. It's actually criminally insane on how much he can really do with that 4th shot. But the real MVP is going to have to be going out to Mercy once again. He's playing so aggressive, and he's just able to succeed. Already at the early game, he was able to get gank after gank off into that mid lane, and most of the time being able to find a blink, being able to find a kill, and getting pressure throughout that mid and even into that side lane, and just becoming this unstoppable force. And at this point, they're just going to have to find a way to stop Mercy and still stay alive to be able to fight the rest of this team.
I mean, yeah, that's, it's easy to say, but then you see on display the damage coming out of this team as we see Neo being able to pick up a kill onto JC Wolf here, and it's just so incredibly hard. I mean, take a look at this Richter here, brother. That's your tank. That's the frontliner. That's the guy you want taking the damage. It is not a cooking commercial, but he is getting melted like butter as this damage absolutely fries yet another member of the side chips.
But it's going to be Pinzo Donzo here. It's going to pick up at least one other member on the side of Event Horizon. A 2-1 trade, not in favor, but Mud, my goodness, tell me you've seen this before.
Dude, run, brethren, as she's going to be able to utilize the Make It Rain and that augment to give her some of that bonus movement speed to just blatantly flee the assault coming from Mercy and Neo in that mid lane. Secret Salsa is going to be able to rotate to that tier 2 to maybe set up a soft defense, but you need basically perfect play from this moment on if you want the opportunity to maybe win this game.
They have an opportunity, right? They just need to play for the big objectives. Time and time again, you hear it on the casting desk and on the analyst desk. Hey, if you're able to secure a big objective, you can turn the tide. We saw Event Horizon do it last game. There's no reason why Secret Sauce and Side Chips can't do it yet here in this game. And it's going to come down to them prioritizing their team fighting and prioritizing who to go after. They need to take down either Neo or Mercy off rip. They need to get the numbers advantage, go into that fight and clean everybody on up as much as they can. They need to find a way to get numbers advantage if they're going to try and get into this game.
I have to agree with you there, man. And the pressure is 100% on, though, as it is going to be yet another engage that is coming out of Event Horizon. They are going to be surging forward into the enemy side jungle onto the backside range. We're going to drop to about 20% HP. He's looking to drag more problems his way as he's going to get put down here by Neo onto the backside. Soulstorm coming out of Pinzo, who will be able to pick up at least one kill, but not before it looks like he is going to be killed. Pinzo Dunzo able to use the double dash off the Severance reset to somehow get out. But the team fight is still rocking. It's rolling as now Mercy has Mud in their sights, and Mud it's going to get dragged out into the trenches. Mercy just isn't done yet as he's going to be able to utilize his Bleak in order to assail the backline. Secret Salsa has the use of the Subjugate, and it's just going to be barely enough to save his life. Mercy says, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die trying as he takes out Secret Salsa.
My man is on a mission, but he just dropped a huge shot down towards the ADC on JC Wolf. They also gave 40 seconds for the side of Secret Sauce and the side just to make a play here. Primordial Fangtooth is coming up here pretty soon, but the Orb Prime is up. They have the event now to try and get control over this Orb Prime pit. Get vision down on Primordial Fangtooth and try and find a way in this. They're still not quite out yet.
They are not quite it, but the pressure is on. Lucky enough for this team, pressure is the forge of greatness. It is where coal becomes diamonds, and I'm going to be looking at Pinzo. I'm going to be looking at Salsa to shine here. There's an opportunity. There's a chance for you to bring this back, but every play going forward from this moment, I'm going to be honest, F6, it's going to have to be close to perfect because Event Horizon, much like the vast darkness of space, they're playing lights out.
They are indeed, and already it's going to be, look at this, Secret Sauce and Side Chips making a decision here, hopefully trying to burn this down before Event Horizon can get there. They are on the way though, the cavalry is coming, and it looks like Secret Sauce and Side Chips realize that and get out of dodge.
Yeah, you just can't take a full-on 5-on-5 right now. You need to be able to get a pick maybe onto Cosmic, although that torn space does make it especially difficult, or the Refinite. Although, let's, just be blamed about it. That damage makes it even harder to do so, or the ult to force you into a 1v1 situation. It is a very difficult situation to be able to traverse, but I believe this team may be able to do it.
I think so too. I believe in the Side Chips. They're going to be able to get converged on, though. Salsa needs to get out of dodge, but he is going to be healthy enough to at least try and survive this one, we hope.
Bull Rush going to be slightly off kilter, but it's not really necessary here. A Secret Salsa is going to be dropped low and sooner or later dropped it to the ground. The only question, who gets the kill? The answer is going to be Mr. Buffalo, who's able to pick up Secret Salsa.
My man got CC'd after CC'd, the root coming out of Gideon, the root coming in from that Revenant, and now that opens up here for the side of Event Horizon, go after Orb Prime. I think they should have went after the Primordial Fangtooth though, because with that, they might be able to trade this objective going onto the side of Secret Sauce and the Side Chips, and that might give them the Primordial Blaze to give them enough damage to finally take down this Event Horizon team.
We're going to be seeing still Mr. Buffalo already making a preemptive rotation, possibly looking to slow this down, but the burn isn't incredibly fast coming out onto the Prime. It is going to be a buff that they will have into what might be an inevitable fight. Primal Fangtooth is going to get dropped to that 1,000 threshold, ultimately will be smited here by Pinzo Dunzo as to make it rain. It's going to be preemptively utilized. Twilight is going to come out, cutting down some of the vision. A Cosmic Rock is going to be coming down. He told the death, and he's standing on the business. JC Wolf is going to get picked up as members of this team one by one are being put down. Rancherito is going to be in the danger zone as he onto the back end is going to be picked up. Mercy and dude surrounding him with Skewer is going to come out and only delay what looked like the inevitable. Somehow though, he may survive. Mercy going to prove me wrong. Eat my words as Pinzo is going to be on the back end eating straight damage. These hands rated E for everyone. Neo says as he's gonna round about barely any health, but every opportunity. Pinzo Dunzo is outshining 3 members of the opposition. They want him dead, and he says death can has me when it earns me. He survives.
And they pick up Mercy. It's still a 2-for-1 trade going inside of Event Horizon, but look at the wave states here. It's gonna be that Primordial Blaze and Pinzo Dunzo on skates here, setting his team up, taking 3 members away from Mercy. The damage that Mercy really relied on was not there in the back end, and they weren't able to capitalize on it. And right now, Secret Sauce and the Side Chips with Pinzo Dunzo finding a way back into this game.
Tears from our boy Bengal Mac in the production booth here. That camera angle would have been harder than the Primordial Blaze, but Pinzo's work not quite done yet. He's going to be going for that blue invade, looking to just steal away every instance of advantage he possibly can, as now his eyes are looking to Cosmic.
Yo, there ain't no way you stepping up with Pinzo looking so confident. Soulstorm is gonna be popped to HP and forced to blink out. Please do not chase here, Pinzo, and he does not. It's gonna be able to pop out here. The Twilight is gonna be used to create some peels. So 2 ultimates down. Huge for both ends of these teams, but the Primordial Blaze is still in the hands of Secret Sauce and the Side Chips. But let's take a breather here, Ego. We saw some immense... No, we can't. Mercy's going in.
Oh, most definitely. He is off the backside. It's going to be Mud making it rain, but the damage is just going to be insufficient in the face of this mirage of aggression. Mercy is going to be able to pick up this kill more than likely on Secret Salsa. Once again, I'm eating my words. Brother, I'm already full, as it is going to be the solo leader, the team captain, the big chip himself, who survives.
He does survive indeed, and Mercy still on that gas pedal, but look at this counter fight, and it's going to be Pinzo that picks up El Duty, and he's looking for more here, Eagle, as he's running back Event Horizon back to their base, and they cannot turn around to fight him.
Brother, you're down to Fangtooth. You're down overall of the objective board by, I think, around 4. You're down 10 kills. Why does this feel like such an incredibly even game? Pinzo Dunzo is just willing this squad into a W.
You know what, Ego? There's always a time where you come back into a game and you just need one person to be that leader for you. And that's going to be Pinzo here today. We're seeing him lock on in. I think he changed his sunglasses heading into this second half round here. We're at 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. At any point, a big team fight or a big team wipe hops off inside of this and next objective, you're looking at a game-winning fight. But if they still just go out with even trades, we're looking at an even longer one. On the side of Secret Sauce and the side chips, they're going to need to continue to rely on Pinzo Dunzo. Used to kind of just get him a little bit of safety away from that steal, prioritize that steal to get away from her, to be able to do a lot of damage. And then on the side of Event Horizon, they need to apply with Mercy here. He's going into Ascension, knocking down with that stun. Capitalize on that stun and look for that Revenant to really compound that damage. If that Rev and Seraph can come together, that's going to be their way to win this game.
Most definitely, and very similarly to that, I'm going to be looking over towards Strongo JC Wolf in order to get some of that Sky Strike value onto some of these tankier targets so they can be knocked down with what is some relatively solid damage coming out of other members of the team fight. It does not just come down to these junglers, but these carries as well to be the damage providers for their teams. But it feels like a team fight is coming, and only time will tell.
And will indeed, or it's going to be Mercy diving on in. He's going to be the real engage factor. On the side of Secret Sauce and the side chips, they're waiting for a prime opportunity. But on the side of Event Horizon, they're just waiting on Mercy to say, hey, I'm going in now. Please come with me. As he looks like he's trying to find something here off into the primordial Fangtooth River.
JC, why are you going that direction? Your tank is going the other one. It's going to be a forced use here of the blink now. I'm going to put quotations on forced use of the blink there, as he's going to be forced to reset back towards the mid lane, and as such, it's going to be jungle control that's
Mercy
going over to Event Horizon, while Mercy is once again going to be picked a fight. Neo going to be able to pick a fight with Mud, easily able to win it, as Pinzo is going to be able to find the engage onto 2. Big double kill coming out of Neo, out of a big ult coming out of this steal. Pinzo going to be forced to play out of his mind here, as El Dude is also very low, but
No.
Pinzo's going to be the one who's also very dead. Mercy is merciless in this fight. Secret's also going to be running for the hills, but him getting away doesn't matter all that much. The objectives are up, and it's going to be Event Horizon looking to put them down.
Man, that was just a big misplay there by JC Wolf. He's not been able to just utilize that blink to escape, but he had to use it because he got caught out. He was able to create a little bit of space, but the damage that coming out of Neo, they just full on sent it, and now Event Horizon are going to be able to pick up this primordial Fangtooth, look over towards Orb Prime Pit, and there's not enough damage on the side of Secret Sauce and side chips to really come back from this one.
It feels like that may have been the defining team fight there, man. It is going to have to just be a perfect defense coming out of this squad here in the side chips if they want to preserve an opportunity to win here. As it is going to be a Event Horizon led here by Mercy, who are going to be double buffed up, walking down the tier 2s, the inhibs, and maybe the core.
They're going to be looking at this core here, Ego. There is not too much left and room for the side of Secret Sauce and side chips to give here. They're going to have to give up these inhibitors, and they're going to have to try and defend this core like you talked about. We're going to need a stalwart type defense coming out of this team, but I believe that they can do it. They have shown it before here in this game, Ego, that they can take the fight towards Event Horizon. Going to be a tough one, though. Double buffed up, that primordial blaze, that big Orb Prime for the push. They have everything they need to end this. They just have to do it.
I'm going to be honest, man. We're going to be looking at two words in particular: damage and discipline coming out of this. There's plenty of damage on both of these teams, but I'm going to be partially looking at Secret Salsa to be disciplined with this colossal blow, because if Mercy is removed from a team fight, it completely changed the dynamic of which way it is going. And yes, he is strong, but he shouldn't be able to 1v4 or 1v5 you. If you can remove him even temporarily from this engage, maybe you can set up a defense that at the very least buys you time.
And they're going to have enough time here. They have Mud. They also have that Sevarog, especially with that low cooldown on his ultimate. He's just going to be able to just full on, just every time the wave impacts, he's going to have that ultimate up. They just need an amount of defense. Mud needs to take a time to back here if they're able to clear this wave, but they also need to worry about that off lane because that steal is pushing as well. Sareth, we see her now. Oh my God, the Riplash from Evans is going to put Cosmic in a bad spot, and he's going to have to blink away, and that defense slowly still going here strong for the side of Secret Salsa and the side chips.
This is incredibly perfect for them, right? Because right now you're playing for time. These buffs are so incredibly potent, but they don't last forever. Right now, it's Event Horizon who is playing on a timer. As we're going to see, the Twilight does come out of the Morn. No win engage going to be followed up, but it's going to be enough to maybe force a couple members out. As in the mid lane, Pinzo Dunzo is going to start to cook. It's going to be Black Hole that comes out into a bull rush onto the backside. Pinzo stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's going to be knocked up and set aside in the team fight. This gives him a little bit of space to operate as Mercy is going to be looking to take that space, to take his life away. JC Wolf able to get a kill though, as LG Coffee is going to be sent to an early grave. Great screen on one, great screen on two. It's a defense of the ages that's coming out of Pinzo Dunzo, and the side chips there looking for more. Neo playing up Pinzo playing him, as it is going to be a kill, a shutdown. Let's go into the captain. Secret Salsa and the side chips are still in this.
Still in this game, Inhibs on a life alert. My goodness, what a defensive play coming out of this team, taking down 3 members. Event Horizon are looking like they're in shambles. This is their chance to push here. They have so much time. There's no big objectives for them to get. They have to open up this map, take down these tier 2s, take down an inhibitor, and take down Mercy.
You have to get through Mercy. As Lance once said, if you want to be the man, you gotta kill the man. And right now, Mercy is obviously that. He's going to be able to use that Ascendant in order to avoid the bulk of the ulti. As Mud is going to be forced to utilize the ulti. Secret on the back end is going to be able to play the space, utilize that colossal blow to just reset the fight here. Mercy is going to stand strong, though, as his teammates come up. They don't lose a single lin hit.
All right, Ego, we're going to take a little drawback here. Let's take a breath. The viewers at home, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you not entertained? This is what the Content Creator Cup is all about, having fun with the highest level competition possible, and we're seeing it here today. We started this game, Event Horizon, just knocking at Secret Salsa and the side chips, but somehow they just keep finding a way, keep finding a will to fight back, and this game is still on close and still on board.
Dude, like a single child, we have been absolutely spoiled. 1.6 into the phenomenal Creator Cup. I mean, this has been an excellent time, and I'm happy to be here with you, as now it is going to be Secret Salsa leading the way for his team, the side chips, into the pit. They're going to be playing for the Primordial Blaze.
And they're going to be playing this one out here. You're going to hear comes that brawl, baby.
It is going to be the Twilight now being utilized, making it rain from the top side. There's plenty of damage coming down. Cosmic's HP is also very low, but Pinzo is also very dead. It's going to be the change of the team fight. Mercy now reprioritizing to over onto the side, as Mud is actually going to be able to get the kill onto Cosmic. They've lost a large portion of the damage, but Pinzo, Dunzo, and Mercy is looking to just do win this team. He's going to be able to pick up Mud. He's going to be able to more than likely pick up Salsa as he follows him through the dash and sends him closely to the afterlife. Neo's going to be able to pick up the double. No, my fridge. It's going to be the triple. And here in this game, we got it. RGS.
All 5 members down. The timers are not in your favor. They're marching towards this Inhib Ego, and they're marching towards this core.
What an astounding win this is for Event Horizon, being able to defy the odds when falling behind there early. A comeback was put in their face, and they stared it down. They looked into the abyss, and it was the side chips who blinked first. Event Horizon is on a comeback. They're 2-0 for the day.
My goodness, what a game. Game number 1 was exciting. Game number 2, even more. And once again, we're highlighting Mercy. But my goodness, Secret Salsa and the side chips put up a fight of the ages. That defense and that almost comeback. GG's all around. Exceptional job. And thank you for that content.
Oh man, I could not be any more grateful. These have been some of the best games I've got to see. And of course, it comes from amazing content creators. It's been a hell of a time getting to cast these games here with you. But this is going to be all for us for just now. It's E-Squared signing off as we send it back to the desk.
Phenomenal showcasing once again from Event Horizon, showing that Ure isn't needed on their team for them to go ahead and show out. What a phenomenal game.
Phenomenal game. Honestly, for the content creator cup, pure content, pure cinema, that was an absolute banger. It didn't quite meet the 40-minute banger threshold, but I think we might want to rename that threshold for games like this, right? 37.5 minutes. Back and forward. So many times in that game, I thought this game was over. It was done. But it just kept on going, and I was all here for it.
So many kills in that game as well. Action-packed to the last minute. 37 minutes, they can be a slugfest. They can just be people playing for positioning, not too much action. But like, if Mercy's in the game, then like, we are always going to have at least one guy permanently press the W key, and that's exactly what we saw in that game. I was a bit worried leading up into this game. Event Horizon, they're really good at losing the early games and then winning the game. So with them winning the early game, I was like, is that potentially a problem? But no, of course not. They end up closing it out against Salsa and his side chips that honestly put up a really great fight as well.
I don't know what's happening on the side of Event Horizon and what's being told to Mercy, but he is popping off, and whatever it is they're saying, it's working. But as we get into the next game, we do have Bear Force 1. We do have Mr. Bear Force 1's team captain, Grizzly Gaming himself, here to kind of give us a little insight about going into this game with Event Horizon. How are you, Grizzly?
Hi, I'm doing great, thanks. How you guys?
I think we're good,
We're good. We are vibing right now. You seem pretty pumped up as well, Grizzly, about this one. I gotta say,
yeah.
I imagine you've been watching the stream, right? You've been watching Event Horizon literally just defy the odds every single time. It's up to you guys to try and put a stop to that momentum. Can you do it?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that game watching now, it's getting me so excited to go up against them again. I was a little bit nervous, but seeing how well they played and the amount of effort they put in, I'm really excited to go up against them again.
I mean, we are definitely looking forward to it as well, of course. We saw a bit of a switch up. Event Horizon not going for the Ure in the last 2 games. Chances are they're going to do the same against you guys. Have you thought about any sort of draft preparations coming into this pretty hot Event Horizon game team?
Yeah, we had a couple of games yesterday, obviously, and I mean, there were some things that I feel like we did a little bit not wrong, but some stuff we need to work on. And there was a lot of strategizing today for these 2 games. I'm obviously not going to tell you anything about what that is now, but yeah, okay. we are quite prepped and we're ready, and we're very excited about this game.
Phenomenal. Well, Grizzly, before we send you down into the sanctuary to try and stop this team that it seems like they're on a little hot streak here, is there any final thoughts from you or your team as y'all go into this?
Yo, I don't want to throw shade or anything because it is Cos and I love that guy. But at the moment, it's 2-1 to Bear Force 1. Sorry, it's 2-0 to Bear Force 1. So we'll see how this game goes.
Okay. So a little friendly camaraderie. There it is. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, Grizzly, so much. And we'll see you at the sanctuary, okay?
All right. GG's.
So before we go into the break, I do want to thank y'all for having me on today, and of course my lovely gents here. You aren't done seeing them, fortunately enough. They will be casting in the upcoming games, but after this break, it will be Spooky here in my spot leading. He's not as fun as me. Just kidding. And Mr. Ego on S6 will be next to him and co-hosting with him. So thank y'all again for having us, and we will be right back.
The last Koru Shinzo, an ascendant warrior of soul binding. Yurei is a flawless warrior bound by duty and discipline. Yurei's primary ability is Anima Burst, where she unleashes a deadly spinning kick that deals physical damage and inflicts Soul Rip, a status effect that enables the target's soul to be torn from their body for a short duration. Yurei can also use Anima Burst while jumping to leap in a direction of her choice, making her extremely difficult to pin down in a fight. Yurei's secondary ability is Severance, where she surges forward, slicing through enemies, dealing physical damage and briefly slowing her target. If the target is afflicted by Soul Rip, Severance's cooldown is reset and the enemy's soul is fully severed, spawning an entity that tethers to them. This entity can be damaged by all allies, and any damage it takes is transferred back to the enemy hero it's bound to. This ability synergizes perfectly with Yurei's other abilities, as they all apply Soul Rip. So try weaving Severance into your combos for maximum damage. Whispering Echoes is Yurei's alternate ability, where she throws 3 razor-sharp kunai in quick succession, each one exploding on impact to deal physical damage and apply Soul Rip to any enemy's hit. As the kunai are thrown one by one, Yurei can hit up to 3 targets at once to mark them all with Soul Rip. Try using Whispering Echoes as an opener before dashing in with Severance to sever their souls. Then hit them with Anima Burst and dash out with Severance again. Yurei's ultimate ability is Soul Storm, where she summons a raging maelstrom of spiritual connection around her, dealing physical damage and slowing all enemies caught in the storm, while also applying Soul Rip. When the chaos comes to an end, enemy heroes are pulled into the center of the vortex and their souls are severed for a short duration. With multiple targets severed, Soulstorm becomes a devastating setup for follow-up damage. Yurei's passive ability is Hallowed Strikes, where after casting an ability she gains extra attack speed, and the next 2 basic attacks shoot waves of pure soul energy towards the enemy, giving her extra pressure in trades and helping to weave abilities and basic attacks into a seamless rhythm of punishment. Try building into items like Malady and Pain Weaver to enhance Yurei's burst damage, mobility, and wave clear. Master your destiny with Yurei. Coming to Predecessor in Update 1.6 on Xbox, PlayStation,
Welcome back, everybody, to the Creator Cup Day number 2, as we get ready for our Losers Bracket Finals to determine who will be facing up against Shinbi's Ghost Wolves in the last match of the day. It's Spooky Mars, joined by none other than F6 and Ego on my side. It's the E-squared combo you all know and love. And a happy Father's Day to everyone who is joining us here. Guys, how are we feeling after that last match where you had a phenomenal cast? Saw some great gameplay. What's going on next?
Thank you so much, Spooky, man. Phenomenal cast. I want to just give a big shout out to, of course, all the dads, but all the players that are giving us this excellent gameplay, man. Overall, I'm feeling great. I'm like shaking with excitement here today after what have been an excellent 2 opening games.
I mean, fantastic time, right? I mean, everybody here is on a weekend showing out for a Creator Cup. I mean, there's nothing but pride, there's nothing but fun, and I'm excited for this next matchup. But yeah, that last game just took us out. I mean, I'm still trying to catch my breath here. It was just an intense match through and through.
All right, so we'll skip F6 for the foreseeable future so he can catch his breath, just to make sure he's okay for everything. I prefer hearing from Ego anyway. Now, we've got a very important match here, right? Event Horizon against Bear Force 1. These teams have faced in the past. And Bear Force 1, you just heard it from Grizzly himself, wants to maintain the winning record that they have and try to change the losing record against Shinbi's Ghost Wolves.
Oh man, most definitely. This is like a grudge match part 3 they're going to be looking to get to, right? Last year's finals, they lost the Shinbi's Ghost Wolves, went down a secondary time, and now they're going to be vying to have the right to challenge them for a 3rd round here against a very hot Event Horizon team.
Very hot indeed. I mean, Event Horizon game after game today has just showing a different face than yesterday. They're like, we lost, we're not losing again, but they are going against Bear Force 1, an absolute monstrosity of a team, in my opinion. These guys are looking to get back at Shinbi's Ghost Wolves, and there's one team standing in their way, and they're going to have to take them out.
It's important to focus on that team, though. You can't be too focused on your get back and ignore the obstacle in front of you, because Event Horizon has shown that they are a behemoth of their own right. Everything starts with the draft. Let's go right to it and see where these teams decide to start things off. I mean, you guys have had some time to kind of watch the games, see how Event Horizon plays. What are you expecting here in the early stages of this draft?
I would personally be hoping to see maybe a Revenant, Iggy, or Rampage band. We've been able to see how metas kind of accumulate within their, not just like overall patch, but within an event itself. And as we can see here, Iggy getting banned out first. He has been prominent and very good within this setting.
100%. I mean, that 4 turret augment is just nothing that you want to play against. But something that I do think we were going to see is that tiny Rampage being banned out from the hands of Mercy. We already saw the ankle biting in game number 1. So that's a big ban there coming out of Bear Force 1, and looking for them to go with their second ban, maybe at that Seraph, that they know that Mercy is the one that's leading this team.
It's going to be the steal taken off the board by Event Horizon. A little bit surprising to see, since they did have some success with it beforehand. What do you think the mentality is taking that away? Is there a bigger pick they're trying to focus on for that solo lane? Or do you think it's just a respect ban?
I think it's partially a respect ban, as well as Steel is one of those characters that you only really need level 6 on to be able to change the outcome of a team fight, right? Bull Rush, Shield Slam, EDCC past that point is rudimentary. You're probably dead at that point. You might as well have taken your hands off the keyboard by the time you got hit with the first piece. So I think still overall, it's just a generally good ban for any side.
Yeah, and as I expected, the Seraph is not going to be there either. We don't want the Rampage, we don't want the Seraph, but it's going to be the Gideon coming out of Event Horizon here, something that we know that Cosmic is exceptionally comfortable on. We saw it there in the last game, we saw it yesterday as well, so we know this is going to be a key part of how they're going to try and get a victory here in this best of 1.
Oh, you see your mid laner for Event Horizon. No surprise, really, to see the space-named team pick up the Space Wizard himself. They've seen success with him. It does leave that Kwang open. Now, this is one that's been a really big threat throughout the meta. Kwang can just do so much. Now he's got some augments. He can do a little bit more. Do you guys feel that there should be some concern there? And where do you expect this Kwang to go? I mean, he can flex to a couple different roles here.
I'm going to be honest. I'm anticipating him to get put over into the solo lane. I mean, Yuri, also an incredibly potent character that you're basically guaranteed, right, within this format. So there's no reason to not, pick that up and pass up on it. On to the other side, though, Morna and Aurora are going to get picked up in response to those incredible first 2 picks for Bear Force 1.
A lot of lockdown coming out of Event Horizon here. We got that Mesmerize. We got the root inside of the Gideon's kit within that black hole where you really can't run away from unless, we know the Ice Queen herself. She likes to make things cold out there with that cryo system. But somebody that I really want to point out is going to be that Revenant. We've seen time and time again throughout this entire tournament. Revenant, once you get to a point in the game, 2-shot, 3-shot, 4, goodbye. This is our win. So we're just going to have to see how that's going to play out if they're going to be able to stop it.
And, it's a very hard-hitting character, this Revenant. He can do a lot of damage to the tanks now that he gets that 40% bonus damage, or ignores 40% armor, I should say, bonus armor. But even to the squishies, I mean, if you don't have any armor, it's still hitting you for a metric ton of damage. You have to wonder how much is going to be following up with that. You've got the Fae as well to group up the enemy team. Both these guys look very strong when it comes to the team fights. You've got Kwong and Faye who can both group people up. Revenant who can take a big priority target out. I mean, how do you play these fights?
Through a path that I currently cannot see, I'm going to be honest. There's something I like to call subtle setup that comes with some compositions. You have very obvious ones, right? Gadget plus, Coliseum come from Zars. Then you have small synergies like Tether plus that Fly Trap plus Skewer, or more specifically, possibly Crazy Fool on this Richter. This draft for Bear Force 1 is so incredibly good so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, this one's going to be a tough one. We see the TV getting out of there, so they don't have to worry about that going on to the side of Event Horizon. Still going to have the Kira available, so that might be a pickup there on that ADC role. I might be seeing into the future because there she is. Bellic again locked out. They don't want that on support role, so that's why we kind of see that Richter coming on, and you want somebody with a little bit of silence to try and at least stop that Gideon. You have the Riplash if he's close enough to the ground. Be able to use that silence to be able to stop him from ulting. That's going to be a big pickup here, but that's Zaris. That one's looking a little bit scary.
Man, this is why you're the smart one here, F6. Called that one out perfectly. Supposedly, the smart one. We are going to see the draft rounded out by the Yuri. I was actually starting to wonder if we were going to see a match without the Yuri today. Glad to see that is not the case, but it does mean there's no mirror match. This has only happened, I believe, one other time in the tournament so far. Very interested to see how much of an edge that gives over to Bear Force 1.
I'm going to say a definitive one. Overall, I would like to say I do like the composition here for Event Horizon. They just have some good characters, but you kind of turn your head slightly and you look over at Bear Force 1, and it's like they went to the meta tier list, and they just started pulling all the characters from the top, and that is their team comp for this first game.
I mean, that's RS. It's definitely something I do not want to see in the game. We talk about 1.6, right? We talked about the introduction of augments, and his Ascension one just allows for him to just stack throughout without nothing to do. He just needs time. You give him too much time in this game. I think it's going to be piloted by Mercy here, and it's going to be a rough one because he's just going to eventually get to that late game. Somebody like a Sephiroth that you don't want to play into, because at that point, he's just a monstrosity.
Yeah, the scaling augment that he has makes him so difficult to deal with. It's not just the power, it's the health, and the fact that you're getting the power from your Coliseum stacks as well. This Zaris can be a real threat. But gentlemen, we have both our drafts and kind of see what these teams are gunning for. It's a time certified question. Who are you favoring?
Oh man, put me on the spot here, F6. I'm so sorry that I do this to you. I overall, throughout what I've said
actually
here,
just ego.
Do like Event. Oh, that's even worse. Oh no, I do like Event Horizon's composition. All I do think they have some really good things, some solid synergies. The Kuro plus the Cryo size on Black Hole is always good, but everything seems in my body to be leaning towards Bear Force 1. They have a bunch of tiny synergies, and maybe it's just Rev's performance thus far. We've seen a content creator weekend that's scaring me, but that's the primary reason Bear Force 1's going to get my vote.
All right, 5 words, F6.
I don't have 5 words. I got a little bit more than that. I'm going to go with Event Horizon here. I actually do have a team comp that I do prefer, so I'm going to tell you guys. It's going to be Event Horizon. And the reason why is, like we talked about, if I see Zaris with Mercy, the aggression innate into the kit of that Zarus, that is what I'm expecting. That's how he's been succeeding all day today. He's been having those aggressive junglers that he's been able to utilize with his team following up. So if he's able to pilot that Zarus, Event Horizon are looking to clean up this game, number one.
All right, well, can Event Horizon continue their win streak, or Bear Force 1 tick one up in the 2-0 counter? Find out right here on the Sanctuary. I send it to your casters.
Buki and the E-Square duo there on desk. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome, everyone, to the caster's desk. It's time for the lower finals before that grand finals matchup against Shinbi's Ghost Wolves. Bear Force 1 versus Event Horizon, the TNT cast. It's TJ Tang alongside me. And Tang, honestly, I don't know what I want more, man. Do I want Event Horizon to do the full lower bracket run or a rematch of the last grand finals? I can't decide.
I'm so split as well, TJ. I really want Event Horizon to win for the storylines because it's kind of sick, right? Losing the first game and then going win after win after win, and then eventually in the grand finals, maybe another win against Shinbi's Ghost Wolves. But on the other side, this BFO roster, this Bear Force 1 logo in particular, looks so sick, and I really want to see that one in game.
Oh my word, yeah, because that is the reward for the winners here of the Content Creator Cup, is to have their spray immortalized in Predecessors. We crash down onto the Sanctuary map for this one. Bear Force 1 on Dawn's side. Event Horizon taking up position on the right-hand side of the stream on that Dust side. So we will be behind Bear Force 1 squad. And as we were listening to the desk there, Tang, just as we were getting into this one, few questions from the desk as well, especially looking into how on earth do we play in towards this Bear Force 1 roster. There's a lot to be scared here.
I mean, there's a lot to be scared of, but at the same time, we've seen a Mercy being the guy that is just not afraid whatsoever. Like, he is just gonna run at everybody he gets. And if we remember that last game, TJ, we had Mud in the mid lane, played at Howitzer, honestly, really well, I gotta be honest, but she just got gank after gank after gank, and Mercy just would not let off. This time around, Crazy Fool on the Fae, it's gonna be even easier to gank in this game than the Howitzer was last game.
Oh, I can't even say the elusive Fae Trickster in the mid lane. No mobility, no displacement until that ultimate comes online. And Mercy probably looking into this game, looking at the teams and looking at where he wants to gank first as well. Got some choice, so maybe eyes on towards that mid lane as well. Going to be a fun one also on that Zarus pick as well. A lot of craziness we can expect for now, and already Mercy is here. 2 minutes on the mark. Looking for that barricade stun. Crazy Fool able to get back into us red side. Just throw tagged back in. A few of the ranged Yure attacks will be enough. Handshake junglers showing in the mid lane.
That's a disaster. Mercy already blinked. Crazy Fool once again not respecting it though. Repeat gank, finally forcing out the blink. It's gonna be just row once more, shadowing that mid lane as well. And Mercy quite clearly once more has it exactly figured out how he wants to play this game. Just keep on hammering this mid lane.
Just keep on going, keep on ganking, and do not let up. It's the man in the picture with the pickaxe, just constantly going at it. Eventually, if I gank enough, I will get that win. But after that trade, though, he was the one who was a little bit less healthy than this side of Just Row on that Yure as well. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, how on earth could I, after watching him before, right, just constantly running it down, how on earth could I even begin to get confused about how on earth he's going to play this one? Just hold W. W stands for a win.
I mean, quite clearly, yeah. Mercy winning the first 2 games today, so, and of course the rest of Event Horizon as well. Cosmic on that Gideon played it pretty well in that last game as well. Finally getting back to throwing those rocks as he promised in the captain's interview earlier today. So far, those ganks have not panned out for either one of those junglers. Just Row finished his blue side by now, so did Mercy. He's gonna have a bit of a cheeky look into the red side. No camps have spawned quite yet. He's gonna see that Grizzly is on a respawn timer. Mr. Buffalo is gonna stop that one as well. If an overextension comes in, Mercy could be there to punish. 5 camp invade though, and the Yure is already on the way.
Yeah, just Ro is straight back from base though. Already got that cleaver built up here. Mercy hasn't gone for the reset yet. So maybe just a bit of an opportune moment, but Mercy not able to take up away any of those camps, I think. And Just Ro will say thank you for the leash as well. But a little bit of a tempo advantage going the way of Just Ro on that Yore here. I mean, the junglers have been taking a lot of the storylines today, honestly. Like, if you've not been watching the stream, honestly, first of all, where have you been? But also, Mercy is just built differently. But let's have a look at the other side here. No, maybe let's look at this dual lane here as well, where we have got Suckerfan and Electric Boogie playing against Neo and El Dudikoff. It's so difficult to kind of stand out when Mercy's taking all the plaudits, but honestly, this dual lane's been playing pretty well.
I think both of these ADC picks are actually really good. I both like the Kira and the Revenant. Both of them are also playmakers. So back to the point that we want to see action out of the rest of the teams, of course, as well. Not only the junglers. I think Neo and Soccerfan, both of them can show off. Neo played incredibly well in that last game as well. Finished with an insane scoreline himself. Soccerfan yesterday in the games they won, and in the game they barely lost, was playing out of his mind as well. Mercy, no blink, mid lane is gonna dash out.
Just going for that Severance, following up there, and there is the damage. First blood secured in the lower bracket finals. It goes to Just Ro TV as the whole squad is gonna rock up to the mid lane.
Blink already blown by the Morn once more. Now we see the invade into that red side. Soccerfan just wanting to make sure this wave on the left-hand side can't be caught by Neo and El Dudikoff. If it goes Soccerfan's away, he's still only one man against two. Fangtooth has been started up as well. And Mercy only now back from base.
I mean, Soccerfan's trying to zone off as a level 4 Revenant here. Duty takes a fair amount of damage, tags in Crazy Fool. Does have the fly trap. It's going to pull in Dudikoff, and that is going to be the fellow Grass type taking down that kill. Fangtooth still not dropped just yet, only down to 1k, but no way into the pit for now. Mercy decides that actually he's got an S key on his keyboard and decides not to go for the dive. First, Fangtooth is going to be pulled by Bear Force 1.
I was pretty scared there for a second for Bear Force 1 because there's a giant wave on that left-hand side under that tier 1. If the Kira went in a bit too deep, if she actually fell there in that fight, then that could have been a lot of XP lost for this squad. As it stands though, it's still gonna be 2 kills secured for Bear Force 1. The first Fangtooth of the game in their pockets as well was not able to be responded anywhere. Saris only level 5, not able to enter that pit with the Colosseum zoned out with all of the gadgets that this BFO team has picked for themselves.
Approaching that 7-minute mark, Mini Prime will be on the board just momentarily right now, as it stands 2 kills to the side of Bear Force 1 with that first objective here. And, you know, it's been a much, dare I say, a slower paced game than we had previously. Really get the sense that both teams are just trying to feel things out, just prod and poke here, maybe look for a bit of a weakness here. I mean, level 6s are going to be coming available for both of these teams. That Mini Prime fight will be our first big clash right now, especially what we've had on stream so far. Teams are not afraid to fight and fight early, but this one seems to be a little bit more measured for now.
It's so measured that the Faye in the mid lane is gonna get her blink up in about a second now from this point. Saris already has it back up from that earlier gank, so there's not gonna be sort of an obvious choice on what he wants to gank going forward. Well, blinks are available for this side on Dawn. At the right hand side though, it's gonna be just a row coming in on the right side. Aurora, so hard to gank though.
With that Glacial Charge, the Crisis will tag on towards 2, and whilst they're stuck there like statues, Mr. Buffalo's going to get out there, but Mercy gangs left hand side, double Mez. Dudikoff says, look at me, the blink, the Colosseum into the reckoning, the honorable 1v1 in the Shadow Realm. It's Mercy who's going to win that one, and there's not much that Electric Boot can do about that one. He's got some time to think about it in Spawn. Mercy with the double kill to even things up.
Oh no, Mercy gets ahead. We've seen that story one too many times today, and he did not lose that lead a single time, always just pressing W, always kept on pushing his lead, and he never fell down. Now, gotta see if he can do the same against this BFO squad. 2 important kills on the left-hand side, was not able to be responded to with that Ure stuck in the red side, not able to start up this Mini Prime as well with the gank previously on that right hand side against Aurora, taking a bit of time. Now it's gonna be on Event Horizon. They're starting this Mini Prime up. It's gonna be 4 people around this Mini Prime pit.
There's some bigger ultimates missing. Mr. Buffalo does not have Criticism for this one either. As Elder is going to rotate over, and just purely with the amount of numbers rocking up, therefore Swan not going to jump in towards the pit. Going to back away, get a little bit off the farm, and they're okay to concede this one as well. But I like this from Event Horizon, especially with their macro play. They rotate the full squad in. They don't exactly do anything by half measures. It's all, everyone is on the same page for now.
I have no idea why, but I thought Duty was part of a BFO there for a second. I was like, what is that tree waddling into that pit for? But of course, Duty just helping out his team, making sure that they are able to exchange those objectives 1-to-1. Fangtooth is going to be the next mini objective to spawn. That is going to be another 45 seconds away. Just by pathing, we can already see that both teams want to contest this. Yuri coming fresh from spawn. Mercy just clearing the red side. Is going to have a bit of a peek in. Probably just going to go for a D-ward or potentially even this dual lane.
Well, the Soccer Fan at the moment has no Blink and no Reckoning available, so this would be a big time to return gank on towards that left-hand side, but there is a response from the Dawn side team. Just Row over here, able to rejoin with his squad, and Mercy will back away. Both teams able to regroup, draw that line in the sand. Fangtooth spawning in just a matter of moments right now, and you can clearly tell that both these teams want this pick so much. Cosmic playing safe, Just Row thought he might have an opportunity in the mid lane, but we're still keeping it tense right now.
Mercy is level 8. Just Row also has his ultimate available. This team fight is gonna be all or nothing. Faye as well with the fly trap left side.
Just Row's going to go in with that Soulstorm. Flytrap does at least pull back Duty, and that will be the first kill. Those the mid lanes coming. Cosmic with the black hole, but everyone is able to get out for now. Just Row re-engages that fight. Eyes on towards Soccer Fan, and he is out of there. Neo gets the first kill. Just Row in trouble, takes a stun, takes a spear to the face. That will be a 2-for-2 right now. Mercy still fighting. Electric Boogie with the Impale does enough and is able to save the life of Crazy Ball for now, but it might be delaying inevitable. Good use of the Blast Flower. Neo's now on the wrong side of the lane. Crazyful just trying to play this one out patiently, doesn't want to peek. Electric Boogie's done enough, and Neo has to blink away.
Blink followed by the Richter, but Duty is on the way, as you said. Is not going to be able to be responded to. Pretty much every cooldown blown. I'm looking at the top. We only have the Blink available for the Kwang that was not even in the fight. Everybody just pressing all their buttons. And what do we get? We get a stalemate. Neither one able to pick up this Fangtooth at the back end of it. We're gonna see Mercy back on his red side, is gonna pick up that red buff for himself. Both teams don't want to be the ones overstepping. It's gonna be another few seconds before we start to get those ultimates back, slowly but surely. I think importantly, neither one of those offlaners is making the rotation over, so it's just gonna keep on being a 4 versus 4. Look at left lane.
There's going to be another engage on towards Neo with no blink top. Duty once again hits the Mez enough to save life of Neo. The abduct Soccer Fan takes a tower shot, but he's going low as Mercy's here. Once again, eyes only on this Revenant, who has to drop down and will get crowded out as the rest of the team drops down. Soccer Fan is down. Just Row with the engage, looking for the Whispering Echoes. Cosmic also making his way in towards this fight, but L Duty is down. It's support for ADC for now, but neither team wants to go even further. There's too much resources burned, although Mercy has got something to say about that one, moving forward, threatening the dive, but it will be nothing just yet.
12 minutes in, the platings have dropped. Mercy just goes in, Just Row with a good dash away. Is that really what he wants? Black hole over everybody. Is it not gonna deal enough damage as Neo only gets one pick, has to run away. Is gonna be picked up by Crazy Fool at the back end of the fight. And with this, finally, the advantage has been gained by our side on Dawn. With that one, they're instantly gonna pounce onto the Fangtooth. That one should be a foregone conclusion. Only our Gideon, only the Captain Cosmic himself with those infinite range rocks has the potential to make it in time. Soccer Fan though.
Soccer Fan looking to get some damage down. Duty's trying to get away. Just Row is low. The abduct comes in. Cosmic finding some damage. Bit of repositioning as well. Soccer Fan's like, all right, cheers, mate. Thanks. I'm out of here. Don't worry about everyone else. Got a channel recall in the pit. Cool as you like there, but man, what a dance that we had, Tang. I think that was about 3 minutes of just posturing and fighting on the left-hand side, and took so long for us to finally get that neutral to dropping, and it goes to Bear Force 1 on Fangtooth point as well. I gotta see what that cooldown was on the fly trap there as well. I guess every ultimate came back online at the same time, and it was just enough for Bear Force 1 to take that.
Yeah, just barely enough getting those picks. The black hole was good, but just not good enough with the high value targets getting away, not taking the full brunt of the damage. Now, with so much time invested on the left-hand side, the mini-pram is about to spawn once more again. Mercy is sneaking around in the river, does not have the Colosseum up quite yet. Crazy Fool with no blink up himself always needs to worry a lot about the potential dives that could happen in the mid lane. Good positioning though.
I just like this as well from the Bear Force 1 squad, just keeping together, not being isolated into their lanes. They're moving around as a map. They respect the dive, and they want to make sure they're able to protect it. Nearly getting a pick though with the blink though, but Duty and Cosmic the black hole from behind. I don't think Bear Force 1 were expecting that one. Mr. Buffalo goes down, crisis them onto free as well. It's the Bear Force 1 squad, safety in numbers, find a double kill, and it's Crazy Fool who claims them both.
And did we say that Yuri is not worth picking? Just Row TV thinks something else with a good engage with that ultimate channeling onto 2. They're able to pick up those frags, secure the mini prime at the back end of it as well. Revenant now on that left hand side has to worry about Mercy making his entrance. Is gonna be able to escape. Colosseum was available there for Mercy, but under the turret, not the easiest target to dive. Is gonna have to blow the play off. Did get nothing in return. Net positive play once more coming out of our BFO team.
And I think that must be the consistent theme going on here. It's a net positive play with these trades, with these objectives. Bear Force 1 are getting them, but they also seem to be winning these team fights by 1 kill. But it is enough to start to open up a little bit of a lead. Event Horizon, though, Mercy has got something to say about that. He took that one personally. Trying to go for the play on towards Crazy Fool, no mana. Eventually be resetting here. Event Horizon are still like this, though. They're not exactly playing like the team that's behind. They're still being proactive. They're still moving around. They're still having a purpose.
It's the typical Mercy. Even if he's behind, he's always still gonna try to be the playmaker. As we're gonna see the 1 versus 1 Just Row TV against Mercy. Colosseum coming in, but is it enough? Dash up. He's gonna buy himself some more time. The rest of the squad arrives.
Cosmic is here. Just Row has to try and get away. Cos with the torn space forward as well. Fly trap pulls Cosmic back. Crazy Fool saves the life of Just Row TV and might have saved this play for now because 2 members have dropped. Duty gets sniped by Soccer Fan, and just like that, Bear Force 1 once again find a net positive play.
And Mercy, the one that engages, is the one that lives as well towards the back end of the fight. Just so hard to lock down the Yuri, our new hero in Predecessor, proving her worth in this game. As on that right side, we see some trading, but left side, Mercy trying to gank once more. Buffalo just exchanging the ultimate, trying to clear the wave. This Aurora against the Quang, not the easiest matchup whatsoever. And even though this offlane has been in isolation on that right-hand side, slowly but surely, the Quang is going to be able to start out damaging this Aurora, start pushing down those tier 1 turrets, and with the rest of the map not looking all too hot either, this might end up being a problem for Event Horizon.
Especially if Grizzly is able to just split push as well. As I say, he's going to start winning out on that Aurora, start to fold some towers as well. And be causing problems, especially with these objective dances, especially with how long these dances have been going as well. Neither team have really had that cutting edge just yet. They've been dancing on for 3 to 4 minutes. Neither team are able to get that full confident start before they can actually begin that objective play. Third Fangtooth, free Fangtooth Monty is on the cards for Bear Force 1. 8% bonuses to offensive and defensive stats. And man, they want it. They have rotated to solo lane here, Tang. This could be the first 5v5.
Mercy needs to watch out though.
Yeah, it's going to be the lights dropping though. Mercy inside the river. 4 members all turn attention on towards the jungle though. Meanwhile, on the right of your screens, Just Row has the exact same problem with the name colors flipped around. Just Row trying to get away. The Soul Storm call free in. He still gets Buffalo. Still down around 7. So much healing from this Yuri as Just Row rips through this team. He's gonna find free, and he's still gonna stay alive in this one. Mercy runs with his tail between his legs because he's gonna get away from this big, scary jungler. Crazy Fool looking for a killing blow on towards Mercy. Evade uses all the mobility that he can, but cannot escape the Fae. 4 members down. Bear Force 1 with a big team fighting win.
We saw for the first time, it feels like today, Mercy running away from the team fight, just completely getting chased out. And BFO, and especially just Row TV, the guy in the middle of the frame right now on the Yuri. 8-1 and 5, a monster performance. Mercy has shown beforehand that he can beat Yuris, but he can't beat just Row TV's Yuri quite yet. What a clutch play, channeling that ultimate in the back line. If we get a quick tap, we could also potentially look at the augments. Might be just the ultimate sort of augment that grants him that damage reduction. If I have a look, it is not, I believe. It's actually Hallowed Strikes. I'm actually a bit surprised, but it grants him a bit of a faster clear, but just the lifesteal still coming out of that Yuri, able to sort of lifesteal through, hitting 3 of those Event Horizon members.
Big shout out to Bengal Mac there on the spectating. Get a little glimpse though at what augments everyone is running as well, especially hovering over that Fey one. Hey, Bengal, he knows it. Cheers, man. Appreciate you. But you're hovering on that Fey one as well, healing inside of the Untamed Growth, fighting in these corridors where everyone is grouped together. That could be something. It's not quite support Fey. I don't exactly want to call that one running into my ranked games, but everybody healing still counts though. Cosmic torn spaces, very aggressive here, trying to link up with Mercy, but he's just gonna go down, and Crazy Fool with the fly trap pulls both in. Mercy has to blink, but Just Row has got eyes only on one player. Down goes Mercy, and the Orb Prime immediately pulled by Bear Force 1.
Just such a good catch onto the Fae as well, showing us that she does have that lifesteal. They should, or not that lifesteal, but that heal in that plant should be able to out-heal that Prime. No problem at all. Aurora with that Cryosystem could play spoiler, but with nobody clear nearby, it's just going to be Grizzly able to box her out. This Prime should go over with no contest. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, we still see the Revenant push in against that Kira, and that Morn trying to get that tier 1 turret for themselves as well. And also sort of highlighting that as well, that Fae sort of augment with those flower patches on the ground. It's going to be so much harder for Mercy to jump in as well, because the healing is not only going to hurt him in the Colosseum, but it's also going to heal up whoever he tries to isolate in those ones. So I think Crazy Fool, always known to be a smart player in terms of item builds, now also showing it with the new mechanics added in 1.6, the augments.
Just Crazy Fool. A very smart cookie, as you say, Tang there. But also with that passive as well, if we're fighting in these big team fights, every death just triggers yet another instance of the Untamed Growth. And all of a sudden, these team fights look terrifying, not just because of that passive, but also with the build-up to what they have been putting down, though. Mercy, though, might be getting put down, though. Have made the mistake of walking through what he thought was his red side jungle, but Bear Force 1 say, oh no, that belongs to us. Tier 2 tower dropping, and Event Horizon have just got no response.
Crazy Fool still has the fly trap, so whoever wants to defend this needs to be super careful. Look on the right side.
It's going to be the player though, but Mr. Buffalo plays with charge, get away, but there's the fly shot from Crazy Fool, and Soccervan puts the bullet in the back of the Aurora, throws into the Reckoning. The 1 versus 1 has to blink away because the turret was getting a little bit too involved, but this allows Bear Force 1 to reposition. Cosmic is low, eyes on towards Electric Booty, on towards Just Row. Have we got another big play here, because we're currently sieging into the mid lane, and Cosmic is going to be eviscerated by Just Row. The pullback, the impale, and the Morn Duty is out of this fight as Event Horizon conga line into their own demise. Mercy goes for the jump pad, the 4-man Colosseum, but unfortunately he's not the one getting entertained. Just Row ruins the party. It's a double kill for the Yore, and with one more falling, it's a delayed ace. The minions already in the base. Grizzly, sorry buddy, we don't need you for this one. Core drops down, and just like that, Bear Force 1 are back in the grand finals.
Mercy not on the Seraph this time, jumping into 5 people, just getting exploded. And what a game this was, especially by our mid-jungle duo on the side of Bear Force 1. Crazy Fool, together with just Road TV, really showcasing the strength of the Yurei together with anything, honestly, that deals damage as well. So the Yurei is not the only damage threat in the team, and they were just able to really clearly, from the mid game, accelerate the game, not giving over a lead whatsoever to the side of Event Horizon, where, as you said, right, Mercy, he tried his best, he tried to make so many plays, but it was always countered by our BFO team.
Just going from that early game, every play was just a net positive for them. They just grew that lead. It wasn't just one man running the show. Just Row will naturally get a bit of that highlight reel moments as well inside of the red side jungle, but the rest of the team coming together as well. And Grizzly just chilling on the right hand side. The rest of the team certainly got that one, but what a performance. Event Horizon, my friends, you put on a fantastic show, but unfortunately the run ends here. Bear Force 1 in the grand finals. We cannot wait for that one, just like I can't wait for the Des to break down that previous game.
Just like that, Event Horizon's chances of moving to those grand finals slip into the Event Horizon. Sucked into the black hole, they will not be seen any longer for this tournament. But my friends, that was only the lower bracket. We still have another match. The grand finals. Ego, F6. Looks like Tang is getting his wish. Potentially, Bear Force 1 may get their logo in the game. But first, they have to make their way past the team that defeated them previously, Shinbi's Ghost Wolves.
Man, it's such an incredibly tough ask, right? But it is going to be such an incredible game to see. These guys' matchups have always been so incredibly entertaining. And right now, Shinbi's Ghost Wolves have to have a pretty strong mental going into this game, right? They've beat this team at least twice before in the past, excluding scrims. And now it's going to be on Bear Force 1 to overcome the sitting, not just champions, but the repeat beat them down offenders that's coming out of BF1.
I mean, we already got one finals already, an exciting match there. The loser finals, and it's going to be BFO moving themselves on. But like you said, Shinbi's Ghost Wolves have beat them twice here. BFO is going to be hoping third time is the charm to where they're able to get a win on out. I mean, I think this one's going to be exciting. This one's going to be a best of 3, but it's going to be the advantage of Shinbi the Ghost Wolves. So they have that going for them. So they only need to beat them once. Meanwhile, BFO fighting it out of the gutter.
It's such a fated moment, right? Because this match was Bear Force 1 having that 2-0 victory over Event Horizon. Event Horizon hoping third time's the charm. Can they do it? The answer was no. They put up a great fight, and it was a great run through this lower bracket. But here at the end, they were not able to make that final push. Now Bear Force 1 has to be wondering, okay, we got our 3-0 record. Can we make the difference as we head into the grand finals? We'll get to the answer of that, but my friends, we will be there in just a moment. So stick around, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink, and we'll be right back after the break.
Get ready to unlock your true potential. Augments are coming to Predecessor in Update 1.6. Augments are powerful new effects that add a whole new layer of strategy, creativity, and counterplay to every single match. Every hero now has a unique set of 3 powerful hero augments to choose from, each one offering a range of new effects to play around. For example, taking Rampage's Tiny Titan augment switches his ultimate to shrink him down and boost attack speed at the cost of taking extra damage. Veiled Stalker enables Sparrow to enter true stealth when activating her heightened senses ability, giving her the opportunity to reposition more easily or surprise her enemies. Or with instant reload, Grim.exe's ultimate ability resets on takedown for a short duration, allowing them to chain ultimates together for pure destruction. Alongside all of those, there are also 10 minor augments that are shared across all heroes, offering smaller passive effects. Here's how it works. After locking in your hero, you'll pick 1 hero augment, then 2 minor augments, one at a time from separate pools. That's 3 decisions and a multitude of possibilities. Augments are coming to Predecessor with Update 1.6 on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
forged. With our help, you will be unstoppable.
The beast has finally been unleashed with the arrival of Predecessor's latest hero, Boris. Once a noble spirit guardian, a twist of fate left Boris in dark hands, who melded man-eater and machine to create a devastating living weapon. Boris's passive ability is Tesseract Device, where every second basic attack against heroes and monsters fills a canister on the device on Boris's back. Each canister filled fuels Boris further, granting additional attack speed as well as on-hit healing. Once all 4 of Boris's canisters are filled, the Tesseract core activates, unleashing powerful shocks to enemies on hit, dealing extra damage and potent self-healing. Boris's primary ability is Detection Protocol, where he focuses his incredible sense of smell to sniff out a nearby enemy hero. If Boris catches a scent, the enemy will be marked and a trail will appear leading him towards the target, granting him a boost of movement speed while following the trail. Dealing damage to the enemy hero consumes the mark and slows them for a short duration, while also filling a canister for his passive ability. Detection Protocol is an incredible tool for initiating ganks, even if there's no vision in the lane. However, be aware that marking a target with this ability will alert them to your presence, so timing is critical. Boris's secondary ability is Primeval Roar, where he steals himself, projecting a defensive barrier to reduce damage for a short duration. After the duration, Boris unleashes a gut-wrenching roar to explode the barrier, dealing huge damage to all enemies in the vicinity, sending them reeling in fear for a short duration. Combine this ability with Detection Protocol to quickly get behind the enemy and fear them into your teammates. Chrono Swipe is Boris's alternate ability, where he dashes forward, slashing twice at all enemies in his path, dealing physical damage and on-hit effects. This ability is extremely versatile, enabling Boris to dash through enemies to get behind them and set up his Primeval Roar, or simply dodge enemy abilities, escape tricky situations, or reposition. Boris's ultimate ability is Ursine Burst, where he hovers above the ground before blasting forward and seizing the first enemy hero he collides with. With the enemy firmly in his claws, Boris then leaps into the air and slams them into the ground, dealing massive damage to the target and all enemies in the blast radius, as well as slowing them for a short duration. Combine this ability with Detection Protocol for lightning quick and seriously powerful ganks. Boris relies on his basic attacks to dispatch his enemies, so try building into items such as Sky Splitter when looking to dish out hefty damage to opponents and take down tankier targets, or items like Rapture when looking for a healthier mix of damage and durability. Unleash the beast with Boris. Coming to Predecessor on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. It's been a fantastic day so far. The fun does not stop here. And to kind of accentuate the fun, we got rid of one of the less fun people, and we brought in a more fun person. We have Lance Cecil here next to us, introduced to the desk.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lance. I AFK'd a ranked game to be here, so if
That's
you were
right.
one of my teammates, I'm so sorry.
So, there you have it. Lance, no longer in a ranked game, instead in the Community Creator Tournament. And what better place to be? Let's take a look at the bracket, see how we got to where we are, because right now, we're getting ready for our grand finals. Take a look at the far side of your screen. Shinbi's Ghost Wolves against Bear Force 1. Now, you may notice a difference between the grand finals and the rest of that bracket. You see, we do have a best of 3 for our grand finals. And if you're wondering why Shinbi's Ghost Wolves have a +1, well, then I'd ask you why you weren't listening to F6 at the end of that last game. It's because they got all the way through the winner's bracket. They start this match with a +1. They only need 1 win to take it home.
One win is all they're going to need. BFO has to win 2 back-to-back games, but with the momentum they have built from that game with Event Horizon, it is possible for them to be able to do it. And I love that we got a rematch of our last finals.
I mean, it's going to be fantastic here, Lance. When you talk about, history repeats itself, I didn't think it would be this much. I mean, it's just back to back to back. I mean, one cup after another. Every single time we see these guys go into a higher part of the brackets, it's always them versus each other. So here, I'm definitely hoping we see the same performance again from Just Row going into this game 1 to at least try and concrete themselves into being tied here. And I know that third game is going to be an absolute banger if they do so. I know TJ and Tang will also like that as well.
It's certainly a repeat of history, but how far does that repeat go? Air Force One certainly are hoping it stops right here, looking to change the story up and take one over from the Shinbi's Ghost Wolves. Guys, we could talk about the potentials of this match, but before we get into all that, I think we want to cover a little bit of how they're going to approach this match, and that starts where else, my friends, but in the draft. So let's see what they've got in store for us.
I feel like 1.6 has kind of shifted the strength of the map over from the offlane, kind of towards that mid-jungle duo area of it. We've been seeing a lot of Gideon being picked up, a lot of Iggy being focused as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if this followed suit and we saw Gideon early in rotation and potentially the Iggy band.
I'm definitely seeing a Revenant band here coming out of the side of Bear Force 1. I mean, after yesterday, they got to get Rev out of Kev's hands. So that's definitely one of my priors on my side. But I definitely agree with you, though, that Iggy and Scorch is definitely one of those problems. The mid lane is definitely where you want to kind of build around. So kind of limiting in that pool is going to help you out in the long run.
Well, it's going to be FaZe, looked at and banned away by Bear Force 1 in the first slot. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Revenant taken off the board. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there, F6. Kev has been dominant with it throughout the tournament. It's a fantastic pick, and Kev is just a fantastic player. The problem is, if you're banning that away, specifically try to focus out Kev, well, he's the Kaioken. He could do kind of whatever he wants. And instead, it's going to be Gadget taken off the board. Instead, trying to focus on other parts of the map and kind of just allow Kev to do what he wants, because you're not going to stop him.
I don't think that he can be banned out, so I do think it's probably in their better interest to target the other two. Nori, a big FaZe player, Lita, a big Gadget player. So taking some of those strengths away, I do think can benefit them. Not like they don't have other pockets or champions in their pocket, though. And then it'll be followed up with the Faye ban. What do you think about that, F6?
I think it's really good. I mean, look at the last game. You saw how that Faye ended with the Ure, which you can't ban out. So you know that's a possibility. At least you can get rid of the Faye here going into the game. So I think that's a combo they're trying to get rid of. The Quang being picked up, though, is not a surprise. I feel like this is a comfort character for Grizzly Gaming in that off lane. So since from last game, we saw a little bit of that. He was okay to hold his own. So we're probably going to see that here again here today.
No surprise to see it coming back, right? Like you said, we just saw it in the last game. Grizzly looked solid on it. Granted, maybe not a ton of plays coming out, but as Lance mentioned, a little bit of focus has been shifted away from that offlane towards other parts of the map. And so you don't always need your offlaner to be that standout player. As long as they're performing solidly, that's all you really need. You see a little bit more of the draft come through here. Bellica and Zinx. Do you believe this is a duo lane, or is this Bellica mid?
I think that is Bellica mid. I haven't seen Kev can really play anything, but I haven't been seeing him in the ADC role on the Bellica. The Zinx provides that second life to Kev. Works essentially similar to how that phase that they banned out will work. And then we're going to pick the Richter and the Twin Blast. So targeting the support pool even more and taking away Kev's probably like second primary ADC.
Huge play there. That's definitely a huge pickup for them. We did see him in TB as well. He went off into that match. He was the one carrying them inside that dual lane with the TB and the Zinx. But we know Nori is going to be able to be a good support, whichever ADC they're able to pick, especially with the Revenant still available. So that's something I'm a little bit worried for. If they don't pick it here, sorry, I should have known they were going to pick it there. I mean, let's be honest. They're able to pick up that Revenant, and this is the same thing that we saw in the last game yesterday. We weren't able to get the finish of that pentakill, but as you guys saw in the beginning of the stream, my man was doing work throughout that match.
F6, I'm going to give it to you. You're 2 for 2. Got the Kira, got the Rev. I'm almost tempted to ask you what they're going to pick next, but I won't put you on the spot quite that badly just yet. You can see the dual lanes for both sides here. Most likely this Richter is going into that support role. Has some pressure. Now, one thing that's kind of been talked about throughout the past is how the double ranged dual lanes can kind of outbully the ones that have a melee support. But Richter kind of throws a little bit of a wrench into that, where he can force you into his range. So what do you think of this particular matchup?
I mean, I think that the matchup is pretty good, especially if you go the augment that gives the extended range onto the hook. Rev getting the extra movement speed after the fourth shot is going to benefit a lot. Zinx also a very hard hero to hook because she's got passive movement speed just within her kit. We do see the steal come up on the side of Shinbi's Ghost Wolf, so looking to build that front line that they've been lacking so far in the draft.
Lacking a lot indeed, especially we know that Zinx provides a lot of like caster heals. I got my Ricochet to help you kind of peel away. But that front line is really what they were missing. Somebody to get into that pit. But something that Shinbi's Ghost Wolves have been doing here is piling that mid lane. And that's how we're going to see a double ADC here. More than likely, going to be seeing one of those ADCs inside that mid. Not a lot of big pickups there. They completely took everybody that Crazy Fool likes to play in that mid lane. I was like, yeah, you're just not going to have anything. We know you're one of the kind of top players inside of your team. So we're going to take as much away from that role as possible. With that Aurora being banned out, both Euros being picked up, this game's going to come down to who could deal more damage. And it looks like I'm going to go inside the Bear Force 1 here because Sparrow is seeming pretty nice right now.
Yeah, double Ure. What a surprise to everyone, right? Shocker that we would see that here in the Creator Cup. Now, one thing I want to focus on, you mentioned it, F6, is the double ADC. Now, for my money, I'm putting it Twin Blast in the mid lane, specifically because, Lance, you have talked a lot about how this Sparrow plays into the Revenant. So what are you expecting here? What makes her so good here?
Well, so Sparrow just out DPS's Revenant, right? If she ults on top of the Rev ult, she deals enough damage to kill him before he can get the shots off to be able to kill her. I also, really like Twin Blast into Bellica. I know that he is a spell weaver, so you'd think that the drone would do massive damage to him, but because of that passive, he can one-shot the drone. All he has to do is Q or RMB it, and then boom, boom with his pistols, and the drone is dead, and it's not dealing any more damage. This also provides them plenty of opportunity to kill this Revenant, because in most situations, they're going to have to do it twice, so you have to go heavy on the damage.
Yeah, not only that, he has more mobility than that Sparrow. So putting her in the mid lane is a little bit more worrisome. Meanwhile, sticking her inside the dual lane, having that support with her, at least for her allow for some kind of heal to be with her while she's trying to get to that point to the game where she's able to do that damage against Rev. I think it's really going to come down to this Yurei versus Yurei. Who's going to be the better one? And we already seen Just Roll piloting it. He did a great job, and that one's going to be hard to kind of beat going into this first game.
Well, F6, I know you stated you're favoring Bear Force 1 a little bit here, particularly in that damage department. Lance, I want your thoughts before we wrap things up here. Who do you think has an edge?
I like the comp of Bear Force 1. Double ADC probably scares some people, but I'm going to go with them, and not because I want there to be a game 3 at all.
I do think that is fair, but we've had our time in the sun. Thank you, Lance, for joining us. Thank you so much for dodging a ranked game to be here. That means so much to me.
I DC'd from it.
Well, you know, I was going to give you a little bit more credit. You didn't have to out yourself on cast to everybody. But there you have it. Lance Cecil does not care about his ranked games, your ranked games. If you see him in your lobby, be afraid. But now let's take it to the game. TJ and DJ, Tang, take it away.
Thank you so much, Spooky, with Lance and F6. Honestly, the lengths that we go to sometimes for Predecessor here. Welcome to the casting desk for the grand finals. Shimby's Ghost Wolves versus Bear Force 1. Rematch of the previous Content Creator Cup. Bear Force 1 wants a revenge, and the Ghost Wolves want to keep their spray in the game. Tang, so much to look forward to here, and I cannot wait to see what the finals got in store for us.
Oh boy. First time of today, we're going to have two Eureis facing off against each other once more in that grand final. That's going to be a banger. We saw in that last game, just Row TV absolutely smurfing on the Yurei, running circles around that Event Horizon team. Now, though, it's going to be against the team that has just absolutely dominated this PCC tournament, this Creator Cup, and that is, of course, Shimby's Ghost Wolves with Survivor in the jungle. That is going to be another impressive team to watch.
I mean, all through yesterday, the Ghost Wolves just felled everyone who stood in their way to put themselves back into the grand finals. And that's why they also have that one game advantage, one core destruction away from becoming our first ever back-to-back Content Creator Cup champions as well. So much to look forward to here. And I want to maybe start talking about the desk, what they were saying about here. Double ADC is another bold call here with Tournament Life on the line. What are your thoughts, Tang?
I am just gonna be a bit of a contrarian, I believe, because I'm actually not the biggest fan of double ADC into something like a Yurei. Yurei wants to lifesteal out of like a lot of enemy heroes, so she wants to be in the midst of the action. Usually ADCs space together because they want to be in the backline together, so the front line can defend them. That gives Survivor a viable target to attack in those late game team fights. Meanwhile, if we have the look for SGW, we have the Revenant being picked up. That is the best ADC by far against this Yurei, because he can just isolate her, make sure that the healing is not going to kick off as much as you want to. And Kev Kaioken, as we saw in the trailer beforehand, in that pentakill that he did yesterday, where he completely popped off, he is a one person to do it for sure. So just looking at the comp-wise, a bit more favoring this SGW roster. Crazy Fool already getting pushed out. Good blink away. Survivor, though, is going to keep on chasing.
Survivor really wants this kill, hunting him down. There's no mana for Crazy Fool. Survivor confirms with the shots, and that's going to be Crazy Fool dropping. It's a grand finals. First blood goes the way of the reigning champions in the Ghost Wolves.
So much invested, though. Look at this Revenant blink. Kev really wants to get that frag for himself. Blinking in, trying to get it for himself. The TB4 is regardless. That is going to be kill credit given over to one of his teammates instead. Yurei blink down. It's only going to be Lita still with that blink up in that mid lane. That is honestly the person that you wanted the most anyways. Bellica does not have any movement abilities, has that stun to buy herself a bit more time, but against the Yurei it might just be a little bit too little. So still having that important 5 minutes cooldown in her back pocket is going to prove to be really valuable, going to deter this Yurei from making any mid plays.
You absolutely want to make sure that Bellica is using the Seismic Assault to playmake. And if Shimby's Ghost Wolves can get this ball rolling, combining all of the pieces moving together, this is going to be terrifying. Honestly, Survivor on this Yurei might just have an absolute field day if Shinbi's Ghost Wolves get the perfect scenario they are looking for here. And I guess the same can be said for the Bear Force 1 squad as well. That is also going to be Just Rose. Just had that highlight reel moment on that previous game on broadcast as well. Not able to have that impact just yet, but I can't judge too harshly, right? We're only 3 minutes and 50 seconds in.
I think if we blamed him for not having any impact at 3.5 minutes after he already cleared his entire jungle, then I think we would be a bit too harsh on them for sure. Just Row TV now pathing over the left-hand side. Is going to go for the 5 camp. The wave is actually pushing into this BFO squad. This might be a bit of an opportunity. It's a bit awkward. This wave state, remember, Cav also does not have that blink up. Just Row TV, slowly but surely, making his way over.
That's why Kev's playing and hugging this left-hand side to give him as much distance as he can. And he's got Nori with him as well to make sure that Ricochet, enough peel to get to safety. Have to call off the play though on the left-hand side. Just throw back towards the jungle. Survivor though, tagging with him, moving through the river. Going to be spotted on the ward. Going for that free camp. Grizzly is going to be aware of this one as well. So everyone knows where all of the junglers are. And just both teams look for an opportunity. It's only the 1 kill for now. We have got the first neutral coming up. Fangtooth spawning on the left-hand side. I'm wondering which team's going to get the first move towards it.
I'm sure that Lita at the moment in the mid lane knew exactly that with the invade towards the blue side, the Velika has to drop on that right-hand side, gives over sort of the side with that Fangtooth, but I don't think they're too worried about them starting it up too early. They have a ward in the river, and they also have a winning duo lane, so they're not too worried about any shenanigans happening there. Survivor taking away the 4 camp, that is pretty resource intensive. Crazy Fool not having a blink up. Survivor is not gonna connect with the reset dash. It's just gonna trade in a bit of damage. Just Row TV now making the way in.
Last Assault does connect, but it's not going to be following up with the full engage. Level 6 just ticked over by Lita, so I'm pretty sure the Bear Force 1 squad do not want to fight this, but look at that mini-map. Once again, it's a full rotation from the dual lane into the red side jungle. Just Row and Crazy Fool, that tower, not feeling particularly safe right now, but they're able to keep themselves alive here. Some vision goes down and some information collected by the dual lane. It's still not going to be enough to start up this neutral objective, but so far the Ghost Wolves be the team more likely to start it up just based on what we've seen.
I'm not the biggest fan of the rotation by this Revenant towards the mid lane. I think at this stage you want to keep having the pressure on the left side. Make sure that if any good play manifests in the mid lane, you can immediately transition that into the Fangtooth pit. But as it stood, even with the Twin Blast being on a recoil timer, they were not able to leverage that for that Fangtooth because they just had no wave prior on that left-hand side of the map. We're seeing a bit of a slower game, lots of wards littered everywhere on the left-hand side. Kev does not have the blink up quite yet still, but Yurei on the reset is not going to make her way over to the left-hand side quite yet.
I don't know what it is, Tang. We just seem to get these more slower-paced games. Truly a thinking game right now. Seismic Leader wants to shut up. There's a Soulstone. Crazy Fool still doesn't have a blink. No, but with the outplay under the tower. What? Crazy Fool gets 2 from that? That's crazy. 2 members drop down, and just like that, the kill feed evens up.
And just Row TV immediately heading over to the left-hand side. Kev is going to get hooked in. No blink up still. Soccer Fan should be able to pick this one up. And now Nori is the one in a bad position as well. Using that Blast Flower, using that blink as well. Making sure that she is able to get to safety. But one thing that is not getting to safety is that Fangtooth. That one is already being started up by this Dawn side, by this Dusk side.
Survivor is in at least this side of the jungle, but I think it might be a bit too audacious right now. Jump into the pit, though, as a Fangtooth does get confirmed by Bear Force 1. I hold my hands up. I absolutely cast a curse to that one. I thought it was going to be a slow-paced game, but all of a sudden, engaging the mid lane. Hook lands on the left-hand side. We have a neutral. We have a game on our hands. 2 kills to 3, and just like that, crazy how a predecessor game can go from one side of the coin to the other. 8 minutes. There is a mini prime on the table for both these teams, but neither has looked over towards the left-hand side, though, right-hand side, because left-hand side is where all the action has been, though. Sparrow under so much pressure from the Shinbi's Ghost Wolf squad.
Just really lucky that that Cav did not tick over to the level 6, does not have the Reckoning up quite yet, was not able to lock down the Sparrow. Was caught out a tiny bit on the left-hand side. Mid lane though, once more now that Twin Blast with that Blink should be able to defend a bit better against this play. Survivor really wants to gank his former teammate Crazy Fool.
He really wants to make up for that play as well. He must be absolutely kicking himself, and Crazy Fool must be absolutely over the moon with that play. Resets coming out though. We've seen though with both of these Euros completely different play styles here, where Survivor of course has just been leaning into what we've seen all day, right? Just constant hyper aggression, hyper ganking, making sure he's in every single lane, whereas Just Row only really ganked once. He's actually been more farming here. Tang, assessment from that?
I mean, definitely looks that way. I think Just Row TV was just able to sort of leverage sort of the advantage they gained on the left side and on the mid. Naturally, Cav going pretty low mid lane is also under pressure with Just Row TV finally looking for something. It's just gonna go for the 2 camp instead. Left side, more fighting. Both teams pretty hungry for frags. Nothing really happening quite yet. Just waves being pushed in on the left-hand side. In the jungle though, Survivor.
Gonna bump in towards Just Row, trying to get away. Both Euros at level 7. The first Soulstorm is gonna go up. Immediately responsive with a second and a shield slam over the top as well. And Just Row just gets deleted inside of the river. Now to collapse, the rest of the team follows up. Empress is here. Already had a big ultimate here, and something to say about it. 1-for-1. A play on the left-hand side. We're gonna stay with the right-hand side, jockeying for position around this mini prime. There is gonna be a rotation. Grizzly on the way over, and health bar's looking a little bit low.
Cav falling there in the 2v2 on the left side with the pressure sort of mounted before by Just Row TV when they got that Fangtooth beforehand. No blink onto Cav, just an easy frag. Lita forced to blink away. Crazy Fool just so annoying with all of those nades chucked in. Has the augment that grants him more of those grenades, and Crazy Fool completely abusing it in the mid lane. Just an artillery in his own right, getting the mid pressure, getting that blink out of the Bellica as well.
Get a really nice tab screen here as well. We can see in the gold about 800 gold in this one. Probably difference between a tier 1 and a tier 2 item across the board. CS lead in favor. The Shimbi's Ghost Wolf squad, just very small incremental leads right now. Of course, that Fangtooth is also making sure that the gold stays even though for Bear Force 1. It's a very interesting game for now, Tang. I mean, we're just past the 11-minute mark. It's 3 kills to 4. I'm not trying to cast a curse it right now because I'm seeing the movement as both junglers are on left-hand side of the map, but Kev also knows it. Dueling to the back away.
They're gonna back away for now. Mini Prime is not a target for either one of these teams. Has spawned at 7 minutes. Both teams are like, it's not saved in our navigation system. We are just gonna keep on pathing towards that left-hand side. Maybe it will grant us a bit of time to talk more about those 2 different compositions. Actually, I'm just caster cursing everything.
They heard you.
Yeah, I'm just
is it caster cursing, or maybe they just heard you? Like some little inkling, like, oh yes, there's a mini prime on the board. The latest take that we've seen, I think for the first mini prime takes, drops down to 1, and it will catch the Shimbi's Ghost Wolf squad off guard there. Mini prime also be given over to Crazy Fool, but here is Empress and also Nori joining over as well. Survivor with a big shield slam with the Soul Storm as well, pulled in to the Maelstrom, the blink, the follow as well as Just Row will be taken down here. Crazy Fool trying to balance out, trying to keep the mini prime on himself for now, and it looks like he will keep the purple buff on his shoulders.
Was it him taking it though? Yeah, it does look that way. Yeah. So Crazy for surviving, really important. Ure going down, and lots of blinks once more invested. Left-hand side, Electric Boogie has been so good at hitting those Riplashes. Not this time though. Sparrow going dangerously low. Fangtooth has spawned at this time. This could be one of those avenues. One thing I really want to highlight in this teamfight though is the different augment choice in our Ures. We have sort of the hallowed strikes by the Ure on Bear Force 1 on Just Row TV. He has faster clears left-hand side. Revenant just taking over. Sparrow falling. The rest of the squad on their way. Not fast enough though. They're slowly arriving.
Yet a fire, just not bright enough, does not burn with the intensity that Sparrow needs right now. And Kev with the 1v1 win inside of the Reckoning. 1, 2, and 1. Finally has that first kill under his belt. Will be 5 seconds for But Sparrow to be rejoining us here for Soccer Fan to rejoin. This gives Shinbi's Ghost Wolf an opportunity, and they will start the second Fangtooth.
And what I wanted to say before is Survivor has that augment that grants him the damage reduction in ult. So that is one of the reasons why it always looks like if it's a 1 versus 1 between the Euros, if Survivor just channels his ultimate while he's getting attacked, he usually wins out on the trades and he wins out hard. That's why we see all of these 1v1 fights between the junglers turn out a bit lopsided. Crazy Fool just keeps on bullying this mid lane. Lita, so close to range, is just getting punished.
I'm quite impressed that Lisa's only had to burn 1 blink this game, and that was just on the ventilates. Held it for so long here. A lot of pressure though on the mid lane as well. Graceful just constantly pushing in the waves. Lita hasn't been able to become the playmaker that the Ghost Wolves need for now. Maybe just waiting a little bit longer. It's not that they're necessarily afraid to group up. I mean, we've seen them commit to some some rotations from the duo lane over when maybe they didn't really need them for now. Encouraging signs though, but this one still feels really competitive. This grand final so far delivering.
I think Lita's doing great in the mid lane, honestly. Against Crazy Fool, that did get donated, that mini prime before. And look at the mid lane though. Yurei once more. Survivor, he's out for blood once more. Crazy Fool blinking away. Is it far enough? No, it's not. Dash in together with that ultimate to reset that dash. Another one should do the trick. One on B actually not connecting. Crazy Fool almost outplaying the fight as he finally forced good plays out of Survivor.
And Survivor gets the revenge. I mean, if that happened, if Crazy Fool was able to get yet another outplay, oh my word, I don't know what that would do for the momentum of this game. But for now, it just keeps it even. Keeps it constantly ticking over from left to the right to the left to the right. A lot of movements here. Have got just Row going for the flanking route. Zebras Tiramisu is going to find out about that. But on the steal, you shouldn't have to worry too much about that. Razorback will be utilized here. Numbers on the right-hand side. Reckoning comes out once again. Kev wants another 1v1. The inner fire pops. He's able to stay out of range, playing around the terrain. But the piercing shot doesn't care. Kev is down. Now Lita with the rotation can't find the seismic assaults. Neither will the Riplash pull the Bellica in. And this looks like Nori and Lita trying to fight this one out. But just Row with the Soulstorm pulls 2 in. Good blink from Lita, but the follow-up is too good. Seismic assault buys time. But will it be enough? Riplash says no. What a hit. And 3 members of the Ghost Wolves are down. Now a fight inside of the mid lane. Survivor wants to know a tower dive. Crazy Fool ain't winning that one. 4 members are gonna drop in the last few seconds.
Oh, he needs to watch out though. Grizzly on the rotation is not gonna connect with that tether that allows Survivor to blink away. Another dash channel to make it to safety. Whew, that lazy back just barely not punished. But regardless, left-hand side, so much value gained. Cav trying to get anything back, but the lifesteal coming in for Just Row.
It's insane, and Kev needs 1 more bullet, but he gets back to his team. And Kev, I know you're good on that Revenant, but are you that good? He's still feeling himself, though he's still moving forward. Drops down, rest of the team reposition. Hail of arrows for the slow might just be enough. Do not get hit by the Riplash. Kev, unfortunately, will not saturate his bloodlust for now.
Oh, he got 2 backs cancelled though there at the end. That should allow them to at least push in the wave a bit, but just looking at the minimap, the minions is just stuck in front of the inhib, so there's no wave gonna come on that left-hand side. Also no objectives up. This Fangtooth is gonna take a bit of time until it spawns. The second mini prime of the game. That is going to be a question mark if it actually spawns in time before the 20-minute mark comes around. A bit hard to see, but the Quang certainly believes so as he walks into the bits. Grizzly might actually just start this up.
I mean, there is an advantage here for the Bear Force 1 squad. Of course, Empress Tiramisu has disconnected. Fortunately, a little bit too late for a restart. I really hope he's able to come back in time, as the towers are going to be taken. Bear Force 1 just going to take this mini prime for themselves, and Shiba's Ghost Wolves, they're trying to play a disadvantage. Can't afford to get themselves aced and start to take these fights. It's a bit of an unfortunate one. Yeah, here we are, the game goes on.
Yeah, we're just going to have to hope that it is going to be resolved in a second. Survivor TV in the mid lane. It's just going to be the target. I think Witch Stalker has been utilized. Grizzly
He's gonna go for it, though, but hit by the Whiplash. The Soul Storm is cancelled in midair and out of re-engage because Just Ro has got his own Soul Storm, and that's gonna find a value. Nora Genesis gives Nori another life, but they will just take it. Doesn't matter to them. 4 members drop in the blink of an eye. What a counter engage from the Bear Force 1 squad.
4 versus 5, of course the steal was disconnected, but looking at the flawless execution of our BFO team, just looks like even if the steal was here, I just don't see how it would have made a difference. Just a clean vibe in the mid lane. 4 frags secured, the Fang Tube again at the back end of it, and now we have a good tab screen where we can see that the gold lead has ballooned to about 10k between those two teams. Inhib is being opened up as well in the mid lane. So much jungle farm being taken away. TJ, they are feeling themselves.
And Bear Force 1 are finally in a game which has just been back and forward, trading left and right. Bear Force 1 finally lands that first big punch of this game. And granted, of course, I have to acknowledge it, there will be a little bit of an asterisk above that, of course, with the 4 versus 5 for now. But Bear Force 1, as you said, that was pretty brilliant. I'm not gonna lie. That re-engage was so cool into the mid lane, and Bear Force 1, rightfully so, taking that lead, running with it as well, resetting, getting back on this map, and Shimi's Ghost Wolves fighting for scraps right now. This map feels a lot smaller without that mid lane inhibitor up, and only the tier 2 on the right hand side.
Leeds in the mid lane does not have any safety to fall back to as well. We've seen it over and over again. If Just Ro makes it into the backline, then only the Blinker might be able to save you, but that is with a big asterisk there as well. We see a bit of a group up into the red side. Gonna be the ult channeled, just easy dash away by Survivor. It's an important cooldown now missing. Sparrow though on the left hand side still has to be answered. It's still a 4 versus 5 this game.
Oh, and I am just getting confirmation from production that Empress has had a power outage that has affected her. She is loading back up into the game, so hopefully will be returning here. But right now, Bear Force 1 are keeping up the pressure. Good epoch out from Litas, going to keep themselves alive for now and able to regroup the rest of their team. As the Bear Force 1 slowly constricting this map, split pushing Sparrow on that left-hand side, Grizzly moving on the right-hand side. Freedom go wherever they please does this Bear Force 1 roster have.
So 2 people show on the left hand side. This could be an easy time to start up this prime for our side on Dusk. Survivor still chasing for that Quang, but the rest of the squad is on their way. I think Survivor, he is overestimating himself.
They're going to be moving forward. There's Severance. The Soul Storm will also proc. Immediately cleansed out though, and Survivor unfortunately just isn't at the stage where he can 1 versus 3. Now Lita's going to run to the hills though, because Just Ro with the flank leading with the Soul Storm into the tether, into the surge, into the damage, and down will go the captain of the Ghost Wolves. Minions pouring into the base, 2 members down, or Prime will be started up.
Nori is just hoping for the Empress to make her way back into the game, because she is not going to be able to defend against the Sparrow on her own. Kev, channeling the recoil, might be able to defend this as the big prime is being claimed by the rest of our BFO team. This one should go over with no contest. Sparrow also making it to safety, as you said before. And mid inhib is down. That one is going to stay down for a bit. This big prime, it's just going to be the big prime on its own. No Primal Fang Tooth quite up yet to sort of get that double buff that so many teams are playing for. For now, it's still going to be SGW on the back foot. Chimbi's Ghost Wolves defending against this onslaught of BFO, buffed up with the purple buff.
And they haven't been able to break open the base fully. I'd say that mid lane inhibitor has been down for a while. And so far, the Ghost Wolves have been able to keep that standing. Split push on the left-hand side was answered. Tier 2 tower still stands on that right-hand side. I think I know where the Bear Force 1 squad want to go. And looking at the mini-map, everyone is on their way. This Tier 2 tower its demise is going to be inevitable at this point here. Lita will recognize that, backing up to the inhibitor. Maybe they can mount some defense, but the left-hand wave still needs to be answered. And this inhibitor defense without Empress and maybe without Survivor as well.
Oh, it's gonna be so hard. Lita just takes so much damage. Double ADCs together with a diver like Yuri. It's just a nightmare to play into as a low mobility mage. Dash in.
He's going to go for it. Soulstorm pulls back too, and all of the damage from the rest of the team finds its mark. Lisa pulled into the mixer, and it will grab Nori as well at the core, starting to push the waves in as well. Soccer Fan just escorting the minion survivor, doing what they can, but the writing has been on the wall for a long time. The core drops lower and lower. One more mini wave should do it. Survivor though looking for a final outplay onto Soccer Fan, looking for the kill, and will find it with the Whispering Echoes, but now has got to deal with the rest of the team. The shutdown comes through as the minions and Grizzly take the core and take the...
Beforehand, the big turning fight was the fight in the mid. Beforehand, the big turning fight was the fight in the mid lane. And it feels like even if the steal was around, I don't see how that would have changed anything.
No, I mean, it really was some near a flawless execution as well, combining with the team. And honestly, I'd love to hear the comms for that fight as well. Of course, all the content creators are streaming these games as well. I cannot wait to go back and have a listen to their VODs, especially for those big moments. But that will do it for this first game at least. As you say, Team Ghost Wolves had the 1 game advantage in this best of 3. Advantage is gone. That means that this grand finals comes down to a final best of 1 game between these two teams. I can't wait to find out the conclusion here, and hopefully as well, you know, Empress is able to rejoin us as well and give us that game that we've been so looking forward. And whilst we go and take a drink, take some refreshments, we're gonna go throw it back to the desk, see what they think.
An unfortunate set of circumstances. So let's just move past the elephant in the room. Very unlucky that Empress DC's there. Let's focus on the facts of the game, though. Kev seems to have been found out. It seems that Bear Force 1 have a way to kind of deal with him, keep him in check. But Lance, I know this is something you've spoken on a few times. Kev's mental is just something that's incredible. So even after a game like this, I can't imagine that he's being kept down.
There's no way Kev is sweating this at all. He is going to be chill as a cucumber or cool as a cucumber, whatever that saying is. There's no way to tilt this man. I've watched him play for hours on hours on hours through his stream. I've never seen him tilted a single time. But the dual lane of Soccer Fan and Electric Boogie really showing up there. They got exactly what I was talking about. Rev tries to ult the Sparrow. Sparrow just pops ult back. The first time that worked in Kev's favor, but as the scaling gets going, you get that DPS onto Sparrow. She just straight wins that 1v1. Also, I just got to point out, I know that Crazy Fool very well known for his Richter, but Electric Boogie hit every single hook she threw in that game. It was a very good performance.
Definitely a great performance, especially when you think about the hook when the Soulstorm was coming out of Survivor there when he wanted a 1v4. I mean, it's just a great shutdown there. Nobody got pulled in to even get an advantage towards that side. They're able to capitalize onto that fight. A great all-around job coming out of the Richter and great all-around job coming out of BFO.
Great all-around job from honestly everybody in this match. But that's not the end of things. You've had best of 1s throughout the past couple days. This is a best of 3, and now we are in a game 3 situation. So sit tight, maybe get yourself some refreshments, because this next one's going to be a banger, and it's coming up after the break.
When it's time to ball.
Big barrel, huge barrel.
We ready for
This is great, bro.
Here we go, chat.
This is our year. We running the game, but this is question to feel.
I stole it.
On every play. The chances.
Nah, it's how it's done.
Doing it for the team. This is our moment. This is our time.
Oh my gosh, I'm just built different.
What?
Yeah. I love this game. I love this game.
This is our time. It's our time.
All right, everybody spray, everybody spray, everybody spray.
Another day, another demon in need of retribution. Demonkind now knows its place.
Witness my power! Can you taste it on the wind? Fresh glory awaits. Perish amongst the weak. Leave this to me. Come to me, fools!
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you are happy to be here because we have an intense match ahead of us. Game number 3, tied 1-1 between Shinbi's Ghost Wolves and Bear Force 1. A rematch for the ages, but at the end of the day, only one team can stand triumphant. The gentleman next to me need no introductions. My friends, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a game 3. Secret, Salsa, and the side chips may have been eliminated, but this one is for all of the Tostinos. Whoever gets this gets that spray, gets immortalized, put in the game forever. You can never take it away, the bragging rights of winning an event like this.
Nope, you cannot. But what you can do is come out on top to take away the confidence from the other team. And that is what both of these teams are trying to do here today. Great performance all around. I know we already mentioned the unfortunate DC, but I mean, still well done there by the side of BFO to keep it together, keep pushing on and making sure they close out that game.
You know, I know we have a lot of talk about here, but honestly, I'm kind of mad about what Lance just said. All the Tostinos, what?
Dog,
I don't like it.
Never mind. I'll get you some culture later. I'll explain it to you.
I need you
when
to
we're
go
off
back
camera.
to the kitchen with that one. I need you to go back to the kitchen and don't come out until you found some better chips, please. Thank you, my friend.
Real ones, no.
Let's look at the game itself here, right? 1-1, and like you mentioned, S6, we had a DC in the last one, but Empress is back now. The power has been restored, and we have a draft here and ready to go. So we saw some of what worked, some of what didn't work. Having 4 players didn't work. I think we'll make the adjustment to there naturally. What else are we looking for?
Well, I'm curious if it's the 4 players or the 2 ADCs, right? You can't really ban out enough to prevent them from playing a double ADC comp into what you're doing, but you can pick your champions with the knowledge that they might do that and play something that is more equipped and better or more able to deal with that. We're going to see Quang taken off right away. We know Grizzly, I believe that's his profile picture on Discord is Quang. So I think that's a pretty targeted ban.
Yeah, get out of there. And also going to get the phase out of there. Barefoot one knows Nori on that phase is just exceptional. She's just be able to provide so much support, being able to pull people out where they don't need to be. And Kev is able to be aggressive when he knows he has that safety. So I do agree with that ban. Here comes the C Telltale sign again. Crazy Fool's comfort in the mid lane. Hey, is going to be off the board.
Well, if the pick is strong enough to knock a player out of the game entirely, get it off the board. No longer will we see Grizzly on that Kwang. I mean, it's tough to say how much of an impact he had there. Certainly, we saw him make some rotations, have some big impact in the team fights. With Gadget gone as well, it's a full run back on the bans for Bear Force 1. Very targeted, just try to get some players off of their comfort picks. Lead games will have to go back to something else. Perhaps we'll see a repeat. It's actually going to be Iggy locked in first. This is one we haven't seen in a couple batches here.
Well, we haven't seen it because it's been banned, right?
Exactly.
The four turrets, the objective control that it provides, incredibly strong. It kind of does that whole classic line in the sand where if you walk past this point, you have to sacrifice at least half of your health bar just from the Iggy aggro alone. So very safe feeling first pick. Going to be followed up by the steal, and we have one more that should be coming through. It's the Richter, very likely going back onto Boogie.
Oh no, they saying, hey, we got frontline for days. We got CC locked in. They want to make sure they have the beef in front. That's really going to be a telltale sign of we're going to have a lot of DPS coming in through the back end half of these picks. Really kind of seeing what they choose here. Still though, on the side of Shinbi's Ghost Wolves, we have not seen the Revenant picked on up. Maybe a little bit crazy there, as it seemed like they don't necessarily need it going into game number 3.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to go for. Aurora and Zinx picked up here. Kev may be feeling, they've got 2 beefy dudes there. Maybe we want to look at something else, get a few more picks on the board before we commit to the Revenant. They may even think, well, it was handled so well last game. Kev can wait on that Revenant pick because perhaps Bear Force 1 doesn't feel the need to ban it out in the 3rd slot here. Velka does get locked in. So if you're looking at this, right, you got Steel. Oh, there's the Rev ban. Sorry, Kev, it's not going to come through for you. Richter and Steel as a front line. What are you looking at if you're Shinbi's Ghost Wolves? What are you picking? What are you banning here next?
Well, I think that there are a couple of options.
Don't say Yurei.
For bans. Definitely not Yurei. You might look at the Howitzer getting taken out as it is traditionally pretty good into the Iggy here. I also think that it might be wise to kind of lock down or take out a Gideon to just kind of facilitate and allow your Iggy to actually be able to play the lane. It'll be the Sparrow that comes out. I'm a little surprised to see Sparrow as the ban here, although there is a good chance that the soccer fan does pick that up on the side of Bear Force 1. It's interesting to me.
Interesting indeed. I mean, something they're going to have to worry about, especially with these tanks, is that Iggy, right? So right now they need somebody that can destroy those turrets. I mean, they have the Bellico with that Void Bomb to be able to help. They also have that TB with his Vortex Grenades to also be able to poke out those turrets when they're trying to make an entry. That's already a good start from Bear Force 1, picking up those two to help facilitate that. But it's 4 of them. I mean, he's just able to throw those things out one after another. So you have to be consistent with it. And that's why I think that TB pickup is going to be really good.
Now it's going to be Kira and Yuri locked in here. What a shock on the Yuri. Kira, well, we haven't gotten to see too much of from Kev so far today. I'm excited to see what he's got here. Now, against this front line that Bear Force 1 has, does this Kira have enough tools not only to deal the damage, but also to survive the potential dive? Because you've got a Richter trying to pull you in, you've got a Steel trying to dash at you. If the dash doesn't connect, well, maybe he's just jumping on top of your head. There's a lot to be worried about here.
So the priority is going to be getting to the squishies early. Yeah, you have to be able to walk through that front line to be able to do it. But if she can get the resets off on the Kira after getting one of those takedowns, becomes a lot harder to lock her down as she can continue to dash away from it. I think that she's also pretty good at with the tank shredding, with the augment that does percentage missing health, extra damage. So I like the Kira pickup into the beef that Bear Force 1 has.
Does definitely have a lot of damage, but their primary engage here on Shinbi's Ghost Wolf, from my opinion, is they're looking to control these objectives. They're looking to control that pit, and two of the best people that controls the objective is going to be the Aurora and the Iggy. That glacial wall and into those turrets, they're going to be able to lock those down. If they're able to play their game that style, they should be able to come out on top here. With Bear Force 1, they're like, hey, we got two big boys running at you. You're going to have to be afraid. We're not going to give you time to set up. And if they are allowed to do that on the side of Bear Force 1, that's their game, that's their mentality, and if they're able to accomplish that, they are the ones going to be coming out on top.
It's a very simple execution for the side of Bear Force 1, right? Put a steel wall up, run at people, say raw, you either get the kills or you don't. On the other side, you need a little bit of setup. You have to be a little bit more patient. It's going to be very interesting to see how this early mid-game goes, because that feels super integral to the rest of this match. But my friends, you've heard enough from us. I know you're tired of looking at our faces. So once more, let's go down to the map and across the pond. TJ, DJ, and Tang will take us in.
It all comes down to this, my friends. The grand finals goes to a final deciding game number 3 between Shinbi's Ghost Wolves and Bear Force 1. What a show we've had so far. Hopefully we have a fitting conclusion. TJ here, Tang alongside me as always. I'm not going to lie, I've got my refreshments ready for this one. Bottle of water on hand. Hope you've all got some drinks as well. But I had to, right? But let's not take away from the moment. It's grand finals. We're going to be jumping down into that Sanctuary map very, very soon. And Tang, we've had a little look behind the scenes at the tab screen. Some of the augments there. And there's definitely some interesting choices on the 1.6.
Oh, the suspension is there, right? Like, we are the only ones with the information, but no, okay, of course, we are gonna lift the mysteries. I think the interesting ones are gonna be in the mid lane. I think the Bellica going for that on-hit build. I think in that last game, we saw Lita, when she was playing the Bellica, she opted for that font of experience that gave her those advantages at getting those important levels, right? Getting the level 6 first, getting the level 11 first. Now, Crazy Fool is just gonna go for the on-hit one, so he might just want to be up close and personal. We can already see in the quest choice as well that it's most likely just gonna be a Typhoon build as well. Lita is just opting for the Iggy build with that extra turret that's gonna be 4. I think another interesting thing to note as well is that Survivor, he was under the impression that he was not fast enough at clearing in this last game. So we see a bit of an adaptation there as well. It's going to be that Yurei on our Dusk side, having the same augment now as just Road TV, granting that faster clear with sort of more bounces on those basic attacks.
Yeah, because this was a point that you brought up in the last game as well, especially when we had the Yurei mirror match as well, is that they had gone for different augmentations. One has the high clear, one went for that damage reduction inside of the ult. So it was a really interesting dynamic that we saw here. But it seems, I say, they've both gone for the same augmentation, so everything should be on paper relatively even as well. But holy, we were in for an absolute treat last game as well. I just cannot wait to see where this is going to go as well. I mean, we're going to maybe look a bit more at that mid lane as well. Say Iggy with the 4 turrets. We got to see the reason why every team has just been banning this hero non-stop.
I think it is going to be one of those pressure points, especially if you can make sure that the Iggy in the mid lane is safe. If you can get first rotation to those objectives, then we're not going to have the same issue as in that last game, where after 8 minutes, this Fangtooth was still not claimed. At 11 minutes, this mini prime was still available. I think if there is more damage for those objectives, especially with a hero like an Iggy, then teams are going to be able to translate that a bit earlier. Soccer fan, good ward coming out. It's gonna spot out the Yurei almost. Just Row TV is gonna see her though.
Survivor. Try and overstay there. Looks like we have a bit of an exchange there of the minions, though. Still trying to fight this one out, though. Electric Boogie on the way as they're constantly just fighting and dashing. But Electric Boogie warmed up from the previous game. Hits one, but the Ricochet will come out. Stuns up everyone. The Blink. Just Row wants this kill. Hey, Crazy Fool. Just Row still looking for the play and the rotation from that mid lane inside of the river. Kev going very low. Retreats back in towards his jungle. But the Bear Force One squad want another hook. They want another play. Seismic Assault connects. The Blink from the Blink coming out from both teams, just chasing into the jungle at level 3. Blink over the wall. Kev dancing as best he can, avoiding everything, but he can't avoid the circles for much longer. He will go down for first blood, but Lita is there to at least answer back. What on earth was that?
Oh, what an extended fight. Everybody just blowing their blinks. We're looking at the top once more. It is only the Richter with that blink still available. The rest of the squad just wanting to get out as soon as possible. And what a weird fight this was. Kev split up from the rest of his team. Suddenly on the wrong side of the map, has to wait until the rest of the squad makes it back. And all of this just happened with a bit of an ambitious invade by Survivor towards the blue side with no pressure on that dual lane. The Richter, the first one on the rotation, almost ended up pretty badly for our side on Dusk. But in the end, it's just a 1-for-1. First blood does not give you anything else than the kill credit, so neither team is going to feel too worried about this one so far.
And just that little change as well, a little bit less onus on the first blood. But I feel like in this game, in a grand final, sometimes it's about the message. It's about that notification that we all seen on our screens, the first blood, the start of something awesome for either of these teams. So it could be a bit of a momentum swing, but as you say, the overall result when we look at the game state, and that is everyone kind of resets, goes back to 0. Blinks though, just none, honestly. I don't know what it is. Like, was there like a union meeting when it's like, hey, I'm just going to invade and then I'm going to burn everyone, no blinks, at least for the first 10 minutes? Because that was mad.
Yeah, just everybody trying to get out of dodge, chasing, following, but in the end, only 1 kill each. What it does though, TJ, is that neither team is going to have any survivability once those ganks come in, and we're already looking at the mid lane. Crazy Fool at the halfway point. We know how much Survivor loves to camp this mid lane. It's not gonna go over quite yet. We see the dual lane rotate into the Fang pit. Aurora, importantly, also making her way over. Steel is not gonna be here though.
It's going to be a big numbers advantage. No crisis system as well as a level 5. It would just be pure bodies inside of the pit. As all 4 members of the Ghost Wolf start this up. The 4 turrets that Lita drops down doing a lot of damage. Free hit with a Seismic Assault, but it's still confirmed with that Fangtooth though. And the Glacial Charge, the Hoarfrost rooting in as the Ghost Wolves have to fight their way out of this one. Just Row TV drops down for that one. And he will have to burn the Blink, the only one still having one. Empress goes forward as well. Soccer Fan split away from his support as Survivor will run down the last dregs of this Richter. Eventually he will save, but maybe Electric Boogie, guys, dance shoes on, will be able to live there, but the Fangtooth is going to be taken by Bear Force One.
What a steal this was. Just Row TV giving over his life for it. That is definitely worth it for him. The Iggy setup in the pit, everything looked like a foregone conclusion with the numbers advantage, as we mentioned, from that Aurora making her rotation over as well. But importantly, no level 6 on Empress. Now we see Grizzly with a big level advantage. 2 levels over the Aurora. That should at least tick over to level 6 with those minions in front of her turret. But a bit of a worrying sort of a moment already getting that first Fangtooth away from the comp of that Iggy certainly stings. That takes away sort of the win condition that a lot of those Iggy teams play for.
And Bear Force 1 gets net positive play, because if that Fangtooth just drops as it should have with that going to Shimby's Ghost Walls, then the rotation pays off, right? You have to sometimes sacrifice a little bit right here, but Grizzly level 7 to the level 6. His team secured it. It was a steal coming in from Just Row. That, again, another big momentum shift here as the damage survivor wants some revenge on his duo lane. No blink available. Electric Boogie's got no health bar either. He's going to drop down. It's a successful gank on this left-hand side.
Soccer Fan goes half HP. Kev goes even lower though. We see that Yurei making her way over to the left-hand side as the mid lane just keeps on being pressured once more by Crazy Fool. He just does not want to play back whatsoever. It's just going to be that one pick though on that left-hand side secured for our team on Dusk. That's Shinbi Ghost Wolves with Survivor's rotation over. Crazy Fool, so annoying. Having that movement speed buff as well. Lita just can't really zone the Bellica away.
No, just constantly having to just take so many shots as well. Crazy Fool just going with yet another very interesting augmentation pick and also leaning into it as well. If you thought that the Typhoon on hit Bellica build was dead, Crazy Fool here has got some news for you, buddy. Maybe trying to bring this one back with that new on-hit augmentation for themselves. 8 minutes on the clock here. The main action, once again, just like last game, is all on that left-hand side. The right lane, solo lane, feels like very much an island right now. It's only some wards down in the mini prime pit. No, but neither of the teams really committing to this right-hand side.
Not yet, but if we look at the top of our screens, those two blips, the yellow one means that the blink is up, the blue one means that the ultimate is up, and we can see both teams are pretty much complete combat power. That's why we see our side on Dusk immediately started up on that mini prime as Kev watching away from the hook on that left-hand side. But if we keep on looking at the minimap, that's not really the focus, right? Because this mini prime is going to be important to sort of equalize the objective score between those two teams.
The Just Row's going to go in. The Soulstorm lands. Once again, eyes are going to be on this ADC, dodging everything. Kev with his dancing shoes. Cha-cha slides to the left and to the right, but keeps his life. That's the important one. It only cost him the blink, but Mini Prime secured by the Ghost Wolf squads, playing into that Iggy win condition.
This is a bit worrisome though, TJ. That was that Yurei ultimate expanded in that fight, and the Fangtooth is about to spawn in a minute or so. I'm not sure if Yurei will be able to have it back up, or if she will be able to jug for positioning, being one important cooldown down in that next team fight. Mini Prime still on Survivor TV. That's our Yurei on the Dusk side. That is going to grant him some bonus combat power in all of these engagements. And Survivor has been so pivotal in getting those frags for Shimby's Ghost Wolves. 3-1 so far. The score really even. Objectives 1-1. Crazy Fool though in the mid lane wants to change it.
He's making sure that Lita can't put down those turrets. But Lita has to be so far forward. Impale just comes out from Electric Boogie though, but he re-engaged though with the mini prime buff up. Survivor not going to find a kill just yet, but Just Row dives back in. Health bar so low. Severance dashes in towards the backline. Boogie is down still. Survivor doing what he can, but Just Row, the healing from both Yureis eventually cancels out. But here is the big bear himself. Shield slam from Grizzly onto Free, and Crazy Fool just needs to hit the shot. So the Soccer Fan as they reposition Crazy Fool. Another seismic assault is going to connect. Empress looking for the sweep, looking for the Hoarfrost. Not going to find it as Lisa's got a double kill though, but steps too far forward. Soccer Fan goes with a rocket dash, and that's a shutdown onto the Ghost Wolves captain. It's a bloodbath in the left-hand side.
And look on the minimap, the rest of the squad already on their way back once more as well. Only Soccer Fan and Empress still sticking around on the left-hand side as Soccer Fan gets our Aurora pretty low. Cav also had to reset, or had to cancel his reset, I should say. So that gives a bit of a timing advantage over to our boys on Dawn. Just Row TV immediately starting up this neutral objective. Survivor TV just looking for the frag instead. TB, one more hit is gonna do the trick, but this Dino is just gonna go over with no contest.
And that was the warm-up trick with one vanish on the left-hand side as Bear Force 1 going to make this objective disappear as well as the main event. Fang 2's now 2-0. It was a steal for the first one. Now, it's a relatively free, secure. Traded out, though, for the life of Soccer Fan here. But I think that's a trade they take. They are on the way. Sometimes it's about the vision, about the journey. Now, on 3 Fangtooth points as well. 5 minutes. The desk said, Tang, that the early mid-game transition was going to be the breaking point for this game. And honestly, can't help but agree.
Definitely agree as well. I think in the late game, I feel like it's gonna be so much more on BFO to outplay those team fights. I think Shinbi's Ghost Wolves just naturally with a hero like an Iggy, they can just control space. They don't really need to be the ones going into chokes that they don't want to really enter. So it's just going to be on Crazy Fool how he can actually control the space. Because as you can see, slowly but surely, Lita is going to be so annoying with those turrets. Dash in with that Typhoon, just styling on Lita just as I cast the cursor.
Oh my word. I mean, A+ for style points as well. I don't think I wasn't even expecting that one, but Crazy Fool just clearly sees something that no one else can and gets rewarded. Solo Bolo in the mid lane. Survivor will catch the wave, but Lita is down.
That is an important pickup. Now mid lane, Survivor gets knocked up. Just RoTV on the rotation over. Survivor not respecting the damage coming out. Dash away is just followed by our Yurei on our Dawn side. It's going to be another pickup. Survivor falling left-hand side now has to play super cautiously, knowing that the Dawn side jungler is close by. Just RoTV once more showing up on this Yurei.
Oh, he's on the biggest stage that we have here right now. Its players, its individual moments start to shine even brighter. Now it's a solo kill for Crazy Fool, and then just for just Ro to get that play though here, but he is gonna drop though. It looks like a tower dive went. So Ryan Kev finds the outplay under the tower. He still needs to deal with the Richter running rings around the Rosie, but he's going to stay alive for now. We don't know how it started, but we know the end result.
What just happened, Kev? The game looked it looked so hard to play just now, and suddenly we have a Fat Kira picking up 2 of those frags. We were praising Just RoTV for his Yurei gameplay, and suddenly he gives over this important shutdown to the Kira, to Kev, that we did see previously in that trailer with that pop-off performance and those and the pentakill. So we see a group up around this mini prime. This is going to be the next objective that is being fought for. With the Iggy being able to set up first, Yurei being on the left-hand side, this one should go over without any contest.
The rest of the Ghost Wolves squad starting up again is fighting into 4 Iggy turrets. Crazy Fool hovering around the edges of the pit. I don't know if they can go for the steal. Maybe they can look for the exit frags, but that's why the Ghost Wolves commit all members here to the right hand side of the map to make sure they're able to get the objective and also get away. But it will not be for free though, as there's a big push on the left hand side. Tier 1 tower will at least be traded out from Bear Force 1, be for neutral for a structure here. And looking though at Survivor moving forward, doesn't want to pass the veil just yet though, as 3 members of Bear Force 1 do eventually drop the tier 1 tower.
I like this a lot out of Bear Force 1. I'm gonna be honest, just split map, cross mapping, making sure to get something on the left hand side of the map as we see Shinbi's Ghost Wolf makes the play around this mini prime pit. That is just a bit of gold sort of traded against the power that the mini prime provides, together with some XP advantage that our team on Dusk gets, our Shinbi Ghost Wolves. That objective obviously grants more XP, the towers grant more gold. So all in all, it stays about even, with a slight advantage, of course, going over to Survivor on that Yurei. Gonna be able to utilize this purple buff, this mini prime, to hopefully start contesting this Fangtooth pit, because I just saw him on the 3 camp. They're going to be really late at contesting this. Luckily, it looks like Bear Force 1 was not the fastest at setting up around this pit.
They haven't been able to get the turrets down. So this means that there is an avenue for the Bear Force 1 squad to move in, get comfortable here. But they're not showing face just yet. Shinbi's Ghost Wolves now 5 members strong, moving forward into the river. There is a bit of a pincer right now. Just throw goes into the back line, going to pull everyone in. Gris goes with that shield slam on top, but there's no focus fire just yet. Health bars are still healthy. People are still alive. Survivor falls in 2 with his soul storm of his own. Nori goes down in the melee. Empress doing what they can here at least, but Crazy Fool is left completely unhindered and allowed to free cast, allowed to fire. He's got himself a double kill, and the health bars, the Ghost Wolves are just running out of steam. One more will drop, and now Empress, the last one alive, but they will go down. A full ace as Bear Force 1 take 5 and will also take their 3rd Fangtooth of the game.
That's a masterclass out of Crazy Fool. He is just the sole focus of Survivor on that Yuri, and he still spaces it to perfection with the Typhoon, granting him that sort of kiting potential that the Bellica usually lacks. Just plays around the edges of the team fights and then just hits the shots that he needs to hit. We can already see 2 items deep. This Bellica hurts. And our Shinbi Ghost Wolves, they definitely felt it in this team fight, not able, as you said, to set up those turrets before the team fight started. And suddenly this Bellica just dishes out so much more damage than the Iggy if sort of the conditions have not been met where Shinbi's Ghost Wolves can really fight in those team fights.
Honestly, Crazy Fool. Prophecy, Wraith Leggings complete there as our fantastic observer, Bengal Mac. Shout out to you, my friend, once again. Give us a glimpse here at the current game states. 12 kills to 11. Currently, when you look at where the map is and just looking at the levels, looking at the kills say one thing, but really the objectives say something completely different. Not a single Tier 1 tower on the map has been taken by the Ghost Wolves. They have been claiming objectives, only mini primes, by the way, but not able to take some towers. Grizzly, though, finds himself being the victim of a free rotation coming in from the squad there. Gateway to his right. We can just see he's just kind of shrugging it off like that. Only lost half HP. Blast Flower, not quite where he wants it. Shield Slam. Get a little bit more distance. He's got to buy some time because the rest of the team are on their way, but there's no more lockdown available. Grizzly's going to shrug this one off. Survivor dives under the tower with the Soul Storm. Grizzly still alive. Just Row comes in at the clutchest moments, and down goes Survivor. And now he's got that bit of bloodlust. He's got some momentum. Eyes on Leech. He's going to get yet another. Clearly, Just Row didn't want just one highlight montage moment. He wanted a second, and now the Hoarfrost, though, might have denied him the final kill there. 3-man drop on the right hand side because there's also a pick there. Nori so low. Crazy Fool can't confirm the shot with the Neural Disruptor. Bodies drop and Bear Force 1 come up big.
They come on big because they not only get those 3 frags, they also get the tier 1 on the left-hand side. They answer the plays perfectly. Chestro TV dashing over the walls. Perfect geometry changes that we had in 1.4, I believe, now expanded in 1.6. And we can just see the beauty of just rushing over those jungle walls, getting into the midst of the action. And Survivor just not respecting and not expecting sort of the mobility coming out of the champion that he is playing himself. And Chestro TV just showing up, as you said, once more. Another monster performance, getting the return frags on the right side, while Crazy Fool helps out on the left hand side, pushing in those tier 1 turrets, making sure that the gold lead is further growing and growing. Next objective is gonna be this big prime spawning. We're almost at the 20-minute mark.
Does not feel like it at the slightest. I mean, I've got to say though, Howard, what is it about today in tower dives? How many times have we seen players just go for dives? Do people just not care about tier 1 towers anymore? I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy.
I think we have one person that really does not like them, but I think Survivor should potentially maybe respect them a tiny bit more. I think for our side on Dawn for BFO, they have done a phenomenal job actually getting those frags under the turret, dashing in, dashing out, getting those picks. But yeah, as you said, just a bit more sort of they should be a bit less trigger happy, I should say. A bit overplaying their hands this time around. Survivor also not as sort of fed as he was in that first game, so it's really a lot harder for him to actually go for those outplays.
No, he's not. 20 minutes in, maybe looking for another big moment. All prime on the map. Both teams are going to recognize that the ward coverage on the right-hand side, the river is completely taken over. Bear Force 1 adapting, making sure they are the ones who have first moved towards this pit. They cannot allow Lita to get the 4 turrets set up. It was so so difficult to fight into if that happens, though. But Lita just dropping down. Crazy Fool just doesn't even care, honestly. Just on a one-man mission, Lita's down. That is a way of stopping the turrets, I must say. Make sure Iggy is not even on the map to take them. Or Prime gonna be started up.
Yeah, just knock up into Neural Disruptor, and just no way for the Iggy to outplay it. Kira also showing on the left-hand side. Empress going in.
Empress goes in, Crisis on towards 3. Hoarfrost roots up 2, but it's only Empress in this pit. Soccer fan able to stay alive. Survivor and Nori waiting in the wings. Dual Prime drops lower and lower. It's dealing a fair amount of damage back. Survivor, it is going to be a moment, drops down, but it's just too little. It's too late, and he himself will go back to his base. It's the Ore Prime secured by Bear Force 1, and they start to run riot on the Sanctuary map.
1 second, and he might have had a chance. Just a tiny bit too late.
Close.
So close, no cigar, and it's even worse than that because that gives over this next objective as well for free. No objective, no junglers anywhere close by to smite this objective for Shinbi's Ghost Wars, and they are on the ropes. They might be able to trade it for this tier 1 turret in the mid lane, but with the amount of damage coming out, they're not even able to do this one. Recoils being empowered, channeling really fast, and now Shinbi's Ghost Wars, they are gonna have a problem. Double buffed up Bear Force 1 members rolling down the map. This is gonna be a pain to defend.
10k is the gold lead, a power play in favor, and also all of the stats that the gold necessarily can't track. You know, it's the passive stats from the 8% bonus to offensive and defensive stats, and also the Ore Prime buff as well. We can't quantify that gold, but this lead is a lot more than just 10k. And Bear Force 1 have been doing such a good job of sieging these turrets, so they already can begin the siege at the tier 2 mark. This tower in the mid lane dropping down. Looking though at Survivor, looking for an angle here. Empress goes in once again. Hoarfrost going to land on towards 2. Just Ro is there. Soulstorm pulls Empress back though. Survivor is down. Crazy Fool just stands his ground. Doesn't need the rest of his team, and jungler for the Shinbi Ghost Wolf squad is down yet again.
What damage coming out there for Crazy Fool. Survivor tries to get onto the Bellica, the high value target, but just gets exploded. No chance to gap close, and now it's gonna be 3 against the world.
It's 3 against 5. The Bear Force 1 squad minions on the core. Turrets are down. A final defense coming out from our reigning champions, but this just might be the start, the passing of the torch, the passing of the crown. If this core drops, there's a lot of wave clear just now, but Bear Force 1 waiting for another mini wave to crash. Grizzly on the frontline duty as well, clearing away. Kev's gonna go in with the purge, gets a fair amount of damage, and actually just snipes Just Ro TV as it's gonna be the Ghost Wolves looking to answer back. Kev goes absolutely ballistic against 2, and just like that, we didn't say Kev's name for so long. He comes up big when this team needs him.
Oh, getting 2 kills on his own, and then also allowing Lita on that Iggy to pick up the 3rd for themselves. That is gonna keep themselves alive for a bit longer. That's gonna be a lot of gold injected into Kira's pockets. That's exactly where you want that gold to be anyways. We've seen Kev pop off on his ADCs beforehand. On the Revenant, to be precise, now he has to do it all over again on that Kira. This has been a good start. It's not gonna be... It's only going to be the start of the comeback though, because we are not able to sort of advance the game state from this point onwards. 30 seconds left, timers, not long enough to actually siege the base. Might be able to get 1 tier 1. The structures, the objectives have not spawned yet. So here with the tap screen, we still see a 9k gold discrepancy, but for the first time it feels like in this game we've seen steps by Shinbi's Ghost Wolves to reduce the deficit.
And also just taking the buffs off of the team as well. Primal and Ore Prime taken off members, as the main buff now is going to expire. And that core still stands. At the moment, to take tally, to keep track, is just the mid lane inhibitor right now. But the Ghost Wolf squad are just kind of isolated right now to their territory. The neutral objectives both halfway on the left and the right hand side. They need to fight in towards Bear Force 1, and they rightfully so, Bear Force 1, know this completely. They are ready and waiting. It's not a fight that the Ghost Wolves can simply wait out.
I mean, it's so rough as well. The Iggy wants to be the ones in the pit, right? They want to be the ones sort of setting up before the fight even happens. But with the map being controlled, with Crazy Fool on that Bellica, together with the Richter that we see out of Electric Boogie, we just see them having so much pick potential that it's really hard for anybody really to walk into these jungle corners that are just completely dark for our team on Dusk. Realistically, only the Aurora can survive for a bit longer than the rest. Lita, though, needs to be really careful in the mid lane.
They can't afford to lose a Siggy. That will be their wave clear. Crazy Fool definitely understands the mission objective. So confident is the mid laner for the Bear Force 1 squad to push in towards the mid lane. Look for that damage, look towards that pick potential. But the Ghost Wolves will not bite this one, as now the neutral objectives start to spawn. A few resets coming out.
Such a cool
Everyone
reset.
is ready. Yeah, I know that's actually, yeah, completely. That is an awesome reset. I'm not going to lie here. But anyway, they know about this. The resets all coming in. This allows the Ghost Wolves to move in, though. Maybe get a little bit of setup. Only Electric Boogie for now. It all comes down to this.
I mean, they're not catching the mid-wave, though. They can't leave the mid-wave unanswered. That could be a pressure point to be abused. Crazy Fool is going to be in the vicinity, though.
Grizzly and Electric Weaver moving towards the Primal Pit. Soul Storms from both your ends. Over the top. Oh, that's a big impale from Electric Boogie, but the Ghost Wolves just can't stand the damage. Fighting inside the pit in a losing battle. Bear Force 1 will take the entire team with them, secure the Primal Fangtooth, and march down to this core. They take revenge in the best possible way and puts themselves back at the top of the food chain. Bear Force 1 are your new Creator Cup champions.
What was that? 5 people walk in, nobody walks out. Bear Force won a well-deserved trophy in their kits. The first game left a bit of a bad taste in the mouth with the disconnect, but this one was just clear cut. Bear Force won, the better team on the day. We heard it beforehand from our beautiful captain of the Bear Force 1. It was 2-0 beforehand. Actually, was it the other way around? I think now it's just gonna be even, with Bear Force 1 picking up the win for themselves in a 2-1 fashion, but realistically getting both of the wins in this grand final.
I mean, that's what's going to matter the most. I'm sure Grizzly can tie up maybe a few of the loose ends to keep track of exactly what the win-loss here. But the important thing is that Bear Force 1 are your new Content Creator Cup champions. Their spray, their logo will be haunting a game near you. It's such a cool spray. It's such a cool spray. Cool. But what a game. What a finals that we have had. It's been an absolute blast. We have been the TNT cast, and we always promise an absolute explosive game whenever we call it here. GG's well played to everyone involved. We're going to throw it back to the desk one final time for the post-series breakdown.
Man, what a fantastic game we just got to watch. Bear Force 1 get their victory. They said, you can beat us once. Sure. You can even beat us twice. Sure. But beat us 3 times? Oh, I do not think so. And have taken up the championship. Congratulations to our new winners.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. I cannot wait to get my code to be able to use that spray. I used the Shinbi Ghost Wolves after the last one for a while. Definitely going to be rocking the Bear Force 1. And a very good performance out of, I would say, all of the members. They played as a complete team. MOBA's Predecessor in general, a very team-based game. You need all 5 members to perform. And I would say they had no weak links on the side of Bear Force 1.
All I gotta say is that wombo combo to finish the game. You go in with a strategy of like, hey, we're just gonna walk into this pit. I told you guys in the beginning of the draft that they're able to succeed with that. That's how they win this game. Yurei jumps over the wall. You got the Soul Storm, Steel coming down on top. Anybody else who's not CC'd, here comes a skewer to lock you all down. And they just completely annihilated everybody who walked into that pit. This is an all-out great performance coming out of both of these teams.
Yeah, it feels like such an interesting game to kind of look at the story from, right? Because for a good while there, it did truly feel like Shinbi's Ghost Wolves had the edge on things, but the objectives just couldn't go their way. What do you guys think went wrong for the Ghost Wolves when, more importantly, went so right for Bear Force?
So I'm going to lean towards the more right side for it, and it was their ability to hunt Lita as the objectives were spawning. Pretty much on repeat, as they are coming up, they are looking for that Iggy, making sure that those turrets can't get planted down into the ground, especially with being able to put 4 of them down. We've harped and harped and harped about how well that can just melt an objective. So they were aware of that. They played the pits correctly. And I mean, what was it, like 5-0 to in Fang Teeth, 3-4-0 in total primes with the mini primes and the orb primes as well. They controlled the objectives, and that's how you win games to Predecessor.
100%. I'm going to go the opposite way here. What went wrong for SGW was the fact that they did not shut down Crazy Fool. The first Fangtooth fight where everything kind of started, where he started to kind of build up this lead. It was into that fight. He was able to clean up 1, 2, 3 kills. He was just left into the backline, and a Belica left unattended is the last thing you want. Almost as bad as a Rev, but she's a mage, and if she's able to get that seismic assault, GG's goodbye, and you're having a rough game after that.
It really felt like there were maybe a few plays coming out from Shinbi's Ghost Wolves that felt perhaps over-ambitious is how I'll describe them. A few dives that don't really go the way that I think anyone was hoping they would. Specifically over on that right side where you're trying to dive in, but you're facing down a Steel, right? He can survive for as long as he wants. Then Just Row comes in, turns everything around. I mean, it really felt like Bear Force 1 just kind of went wherever they want, and Ghost Wolves couldn't keep track of everybody.
And it's hard to when you've got the agency to move around the map that they were able to with all of the picks that they played out. There's plenty of kill, pick, immediate assassination attempts, potential on all of their heroes, wrapped up with a bunch of CC. You've got the Steel, you've got the Richter. How much more CC could you really need? Well, we'll throw a seismic assault from the Belica on top of that. And if they get to one person, their ability to just cement their feet to the floor after they land from that seismic assault is massive. And it doesn't matter how tanky you are, how late into the game you get. If you get an ADC, a Belica, and a Ure on you and you can't move for 3 seconds, 4 seconds, you're going to be in spectator mode watching your teammates play for the next 35 to 40 seconds.
I don't think they'll be playing either their lanes. I think they're also going to have the cooldowns come back on up and still be cemented on into the ground. So you're just watching what happened to you all over again to your team. But yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Just an all-around dominance performance. They played the comp how they needed to and just denied Shinbi's Ghost Wolves the way they wanted to play too, by picking away that Iggy like you mentioned earlier on with that question. I think overall they just had, once they created a nice little tempo for themselves, they stuck with it. They used that momentum and kept shifting it from one side of the map to the other.
Well, F6, you mentioned it, right? This is, actually Lance, I believe it's you. This is a team game. You need all 5 people there. You came together as a team, you win as a team. But at the end of the day, you know, teams do take votes, and there is always an MVP for that team. And our MVP for today is none other than Crazy Fool. He's going to be joining us here, right there. You know the man, you know the hat, Crazy Fool. I mean, I already know you're excited, but how does it feel to come back and take that victory?
I mean, it feels absolutely insane. The team was on a positive vibes this morning. We all felt great coming into it, and we had a couple of talks this morning about what we wanted to do, and we executed, so it feels amazing.
You certainly did execute. You executed extremely well. Lance, I want to kind of turn things over to you and F6 for some questions you might have for him.
So, Crazy Fool, I liked the way that you guys drafted in both of the games. When did you decide that you were going to go double ADC within game 1? And what was kind of like the idea behind it?
So game 1, the double ADC was just because this morning I got beat by a ADC in mid lane, Omain, in a Nitro game. And I was like, wow, this feels kind of insane. Let me try it. So I tried it for a few games and realized that it's pretty strong. And I can be a little bit more mobile because I had a feeling that people, you know, going up against whoever I was going to go up against, they were going to try and run at me today. So I was like, I can be a little bit mobile with some dashes, have some slows in here, have plenty of wave clears. So that was kind of the decision there. If, you know, my mains get banned like Faye and Iggy and Argus, then I'm going to go TV.
I mean, talking about banning out your entire roster you just listed, they did that in game number 1, and you still just found a way to be a presence. I just want to say great job all around there. I believed in you the entire way. But my question would be, how excited are you for the spray in the game? I know you were a little bit upset last time. You're like, man, we weren't able to get it. It was still fun, but it's still a little bit sour.
I mean, my whole team is excited for that. We all wanted that so bad. Shimby's Ghost Wolves is obviously the team to beat. They came in last Content Creator Cup. We lost them 2-1 in the finals. And then this Content Creator Cup coming in, they just seemed to, just steamroll everyone going through the winner's bracket, made it to the finals. And we knew we were going to have a hard road ahead of us if we made it back there again from the loser's bracket. And it just getting the spraying game, it just feels so cool being able to give that out and see people spray it. I see SG Wolves use their spray the entire time, and I'm just so jealous. So jealous.
Well, thank you and congratulations, Crazy Fool. I'm sure you've got some celebration to do. You've got a spray to go enjoy. So I will let you get back to the rest of your day. Once again, congratulations to not just Crazy Fool, but all of Bear Force One. It has been a fantastic show. And do you have any final words or shout outs you would like to give?
Yeah, I just want to shout out my whole team. I mean, we all played so well. Grizzly's playing on 260 ping in these games, and he's playing an absolutely amazing steal. I don't know how he does it. Boogie coming in, playing her first Content Creator Cup. She played Decker the first day. She played Richter today, which she wasn't super confident on at first, but she was landing hooks and ults like crazy. Justro playing the new hero that, again, he wasn't super confident on yesterday, but he's playing an absolute dominant Yuri. So he has learned and adapted that character very well. And Soccer come in, and he replaced MT, who couldn't make it to the Content Creator Cup, and he's playing a role that he didn't quite want to play because he didn't feel super confident on the ADC role as a whole, but he plays it a lot in ranked, and so we felt like it'd be his best fit coming into the team, and he played a dominant ADC. So my whole team adapted well. They played their roles, and they picked me for MVP, but I think that was a hard decision. I think everybody played so well.
That is absolutely insane to hear that so many of your players felt uncomfortable on picks that, frankly, I think we can all agree they played lights out on.
Yes.
Congratulations to them, and I don't know, maybe have some more confidence in yourselves going forward because you look fantastic today. Crazy, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for joining us. And guys, that is pretty much the end of our day here on the Creator Cup. But if you're thinking to yourselves, oh, well, man, I'm so sad that my Predecessor time is coming to an end. If only there was some more competitive Predecessor that I could watch and enjoy and get my fill of. Well, I mean, Lance, I think you've got something for that, don't you?
Yeah, I got something. The next 2 weekends, we've got PCC NA and PCC EU prelims, then a week break for the 4th of July. Coming back after that, we'll have the main event grand finals for PCC NA and PCC EU on that Saturday and that Sunday. So basically 3 of the next 4 weeks, you've got Predecessor Esports coming your way.
So much competition. You guys want to be locked in. You guys always asked us why we took such a long break, and we were just gearing up for the amount of events that we were going to bring to you guys, and we did not want to shy away from it. So we got a lot going on, and to make sure you guys are going to be there, pay attention to the socials. You guys are going to see the posts, and this is going to be one you don't want to miss.
You do not want to miss it, so make sure you are following everything. Make sure you're following Predecessor. Make sure you're following the PCC, and we will make sure to follow you when you come on back to watch us all. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations once more to Bear Force One. Congratulations to all the rest of our teams that participated, and thank you so much for being here. We'll catch you the next time.